For the first time in decades, I regret hosting Christmas for my family. I'm 73 years old, and I've been hosting Christmas dinner at my house every single year since my kids were little. We're talking almost 40 years of this. My son David is 45 now, married to Rachel, who's 42, and they have 3 kids aged 10, 13, and 16. My daughter Sarah is 40, but she lives out of state, so she doesn't make it every year. I've always been the one who keeps everyone together. Christmas is my thing. It's what I do. I spend weeks preparing for it. I start planning the menu in November, shopping for decorations, getting the house ready. My husband passed away 8 years ago, and I've kept the tradition going by myself since then. It's not easy at my age, especially with my arthritis acting up, but I do it because family matters. Because someone has to be the glue that holds everyone together. I thought that's what they wanted too. This year felt off from the beginning, but I couldn't put my finger on why. Rachel seemed different when she came over to help me set up a few days before Christmas. She kept making these little comments. Things like, "This must be so much work at your age," and "Are you sure you don't want to simplify things this year?" I brushed it off. I always brush things off with Rachel because I don't want to be that mother-in-law, the one who causes problems. I spent 2 days cooking, my prime rib that everyone says they love, the stuffing recipe I got from my own mother, the twice-baked potatoes, the green bean casserole. I used to do this elaborate dessert table with like 7 different options. But my hands don't work like they used to, so now I just do 3. Still, it's a lot. My knees were killing me by Christmas Eve, but I kept going because that's what you do. You push through. Christmas Day came and the house filled up. David and Rachel and the kids. Sarah actually made it this year with her husband. My sister came. A few cousins. The usual crowd. I was exhausted before anyone even arrived, but seeing everyone together made it worth it. Or so I thought. Dinner was going fine at first. Everyone was eating, talking, the normal chaos of a big family meal. The grandkids were on their phones more than I would have liked, but that's just how it is these days. I was bringing out more rolls from the kitchen when Rachel's voice cut through all the other conversations. I've been thinking," she said, loud enough that everyone stopped talking. "Next year, Christmas should be at our place. Mom's house is starting to feel a little outdated. We have more space now, and honestly, it might be time for a change." I was standing there holding the bread basket, and I just froze. The room went quiet for a second, and then my 13-year-old grandson laughed. "Yeah, Grandma's house is like a time capsule," he said. The 16-year-old snickered too. Rachel smiled like she'd just solved some big problem nobody asked her to solve. I looked at David. I just looked at him, waiting for him to say something. Anything. He's my son. He grew up in this house. He knows how much work I put into this every single year. He looked back at me for maybe 2 seconds, and then turned to Rachel and nodded. "That could work," he said. Just like that. That could work. My face was burning. I could feel everyone's eyes on me, but nobody was saying anything to defend me. Nobody was telling Rachel that maybe announcing this at my dinner table wasn't appropriate. Sarah looked uncomfortable, but she didn't speak up either. I put the bread basket down and went back to the kitchen. I stood there by the sink for a good 5 minutes. Nobody came to check on me. I could hear them all talking and laughing in the dining room like nothing had happened. Like Rachel hadn't just told me my home wasn't good enough anymore. Like I hadn't spent 40 years making this day perfect for all of them. When I came back out, I didn't say anything. I served dessert, like always. I smiled when people complimented the pie. I hugged everyone when they left and told them I'd see them soon. Rachel even hugged me extra long and told me dinner was wonderful. I wanted to scream. After they all left, I was alone with the mess. Mountains of dishes, serving platters everywhere, wrapping paper all over the living room floor. I always clean up by myself. They offer to help, but it's half-hearted. And honestly, I've always just preferred to do it my way. But that night, looking at my dining room table with all those dirty plates, I felt something I'd never felt before after Christmas. I felt used. I kept replaying it in my head while I loaded the dishwasher. The way Rachel said it, like it was already decided. The way my grandkids laughed at my house being outdated. The way David just agreed without even looking at me. I scrubbed the roasting pan until my hands hurt, and I still couldn't stop thinking about it. I didn't sleep that night. I laid in bed staring at the ceiling, and all I could think was that I'd given 40 years to this tradition, and apparently all I'd earned was being told my house wasn't nice enough anymore. Not a thank you. Not an appreciation for the effort. Just a public announcement that it was time to move on from me. The next morning I woke up feeling worse than I had in years. My whole body ached from all the cooking and standing. But that wasn't even the main problem. I kept thinking about what Rachel said. How everyone just sat there, how David didn't defend me. I couldn't let it go. I tried to distract myself. I put away all the Christmas decorations, which normally I leave up until New Year's, but I couldn't stand looking at them. Every ornament felt like a reminder of how much effort I put in just to be disrespected. I kept replaying that moment at dinner over and over. The way Rachel said outdated like my house was some kind of burden everyone had been tolerating. The way my own grandchildren laughed at me. By the afternoon, I couldn't take it anymore. I called David. My hands were shaking when I dialed, which is stupid because he's my son, but I was so angry and hurt that I didn't even know how to start the conversation. He answered all casual, asking how I was feeling after yesterday, if I was tired, like everything was normal. I didn't let him small talk his way through it. I told him I needed to talk about what Rachel said at dinner. I told him I was hurt and humiliated, that what she did was disrespectful, and that I couldn't believe he just sat there and agreed with her without even acknowledging me. There was this pause, and then he sighed. That sigh told me everything I needed to know before he even opened his mouth. He said I was being too sensitive. Those exact words. "Mom, you're being too sensitive. Rachel didn't mean anything by it." I tried to explain that it wasn't about what she meant. It was about how she said it, where she said it, and how nobody stood up for me. He cut me off. He said times change and I'm not getting any younger, and maybe it actually would be easier for me not to host anymore. He said it like he was doing me a favor, like taking away something I've done for 4 decades was some kind of gift. I told him this wasn't about whether I could handle the work. I told him it was about being valued and respected. He got irritated then. His voice changed, got that edge to it. He said I was making this into a bigger deal than it needed to be, that Rachel was just trying to help, that I was being difficult. Difficult. That word hit me like a slap. I've spent 40 years making sure Christmas happens for this family, and the one time I say my feelings are hurt, I'm difficult. I don't even remember how the call ended. I think I just said I had to go and hung up. I sat on my couch and cried for the first time since my husband died. Not sad crying, angry crying. The kind where you're so mad you can't even see straight. The next few days were awful. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I'd be doing something completely normal like making coffee or watching TV, and suddenly I'd be furious all over again. I started looking around my house differently. The furniture I'd had for 20 years that I always thought was nice suddenly looked shabby to me. My kitchen with the wallpaper I put up in the 90s looked dated. Everything Rachel said was working its way into my head, even though I didn't want it to. I thought about every single Christmas I'd hosted. The year David's oldest was born and I had a newborn at the table. The year my husband had just finished chemo and we didn't know if he'd make it to the next one, but I still cooked everything. The year Sarah's marriage was falling apart and I made sure she had somewhere to come home to. All of it. Every year, every tradition, every dish I made because it was someone's favorite. And what did I get for it? My daughter-in-law telling me my house wasn't good enough anymore while my son nodded along. That's when I decided I was done. I wasn't going to host anymore. If they thought my home was outdated and I was too old, they could figure out Christmas on their own. I wasn't going to beg them to appreciate me. I wasn't going to kill myself every year just to be treated like an inconvenience. It took me a couple more days to actually do it. I kept second-guessing myself, wondering if I was overreacting, if I should just let it go like I always do. But then I'd remember David calling me difficult and Rachel's smug face when she announced that my house wasn't good enough, and I'd get angry all over again. I wrote out a text message to the family group chat. I must have rewritten it 10 times. I didn't want to sound petty or dramatic, but I also didn't want to pretend everything was fine. I settled on simple. I've decided that this past Christmas will be my last time hosting. I hope you all can make new arrangements for next year. I stared at that message for probably 20 minutes before I hit send. Once I did, there was no taking it back. My heart was pounding like I'd done something crazy, but honestly, it felt good too. It felt like I was finally standing up for myself after years of just taking whatever they dished out. My phone started going off immediately. Texts, calls, everything. David called within 2 minutes. I didn't answer. Rachel sent a long text that started with, "I'm so sorry you took it that way," which made me even more angry because of course she was making it about how I took it, not about what she actually said. Sarah called crying, asking what happened, saying she didn't understand. My sister called and said, "Good for you," but even she sounded uncertain, like maybe I was going too far. The family group chat exploded. People were asking what was going on. Some were taking sides. Most were acting like I'd lost my mind over nothing. It was chaos, and I caused it, and part of me felt guilty, but most of me felt relieved. The group chat was still going off hours later. I muted it because I couldn't handle seeing all the messages pop up. People were arguing with each other now, not even including me in the conversation anymore. My cousin said I had every right to be upset. David's oldest daughter, the 16-year-old, sent a message directly to me saying I was really going to ruin Christmas because my feelings got hurt, and that was so selfish. A teenager calling me selfish for not wanting to host anymore. That stung more than I expected. Sarah kept texting me privately asking what Rachel said, what happened, why I didn't tell her sooner. I gave her the short version, and she said she understood, but also asked if I was sure I wanted to do this. Even my own daughter wasn't fully on my side. She said something about how Christmas wouldn't be the same without my house, which I think was supposed to be supportive, but just made me feel worse. Like my house was the only thing that mattered, not me. Rachel's apology text was something else. She said she didn't mean it that way, that she was just trying to take some of the burden off me, that she thought I'd be relieved. She said she never called my house outdated, which was a flat-out lie because I was standing right there when she said it. Then she said I was punishing everyone for one comment and that wasn't fair to the kids. The kids. Like I was the one ruining their Christmas, not her big mouth. I didn't respond to any of them for 2 days. I just let my phone buzz and ignored it. I wasn't ready to talk to anyone. I needed to sit with my decision and figure out if I actually meant it or if I was just being spiteful. Honestly, I still don't know which one it was. On the 3rd day, David showed up at my house unannounced. I saw his car pull up and I almost didn't answer the door, but that felt too childish even for how angry I was. I let him in, and we sat in the living room, the same living room where we'd opened presents just a week earlier. He started by saying everyone was upset. He said the family group chat was a mess and people were taking sides and it was all because of my announcement. I told him it was actually all because of what Rachel said, but he steamrolled right past that. He said I was tearing the family apart over something so small. He asked if I really wanted to be the person who destroyed our Christmas tradition. That's when I lost it a little bit. I told him I wasn't destroying anything. I said I'd spent 40 years building that tradition, and one year someone decided to treat me like I was less important than my dining room furniture, and somehow I was the problem. I asked him why he didn't say anything when Rachel embarrassed me. I asked him why he called me difficult instead of listening to how I felt. He got defensive, said he didn't realize it was such a big deal, that Rachel was just making a suggestion, that I was overreacting. I told him that was exactly the problem. After everything I'd done, he couldn't even see why I was hurt. He thought I should just brush it off like always. We went back and forth for a while. He kept saying I was being unreasonable, and I kept saying I was done being taken for granted. Finally, he stood up and said fine, they'd figure out Christmas without me if that's what I wanted. He said it like a threat, like I was supposed to panic and take it all back. I didn't. He left, and I sat there in my quiet house feeling about 10 different things at once. Part of me felt like I'd won something, like I'd finally stood up for myself after years of just taking whatever they gave me. Part of me felt guilty, like maybe I was blowing this out of proportion. Part of me felt sad because Christmas really might be over now, at least the way it used to be. My sister called me that evening, and we talked for over an hour. She said I did the right thing, but she also said I should prepare for things to be different now. She reminded me that once you set a boundary like this, some people never forgive you for it. She wasn't trying to scare me, just being honest. I appreciated that. The texts have slowed down now. The family group chat is mostly quiet, except for random stuff about New Year's plans that don't include me. Nobody's brought up Christmas again, at least not where I can see it. I assume they're making plans without me, which is what I said I wanted, but it still feels weird. I've been thinking a lot about whether I made the right choice. Some days I'm absolutely sure I did. I think about Rachel's comment and David's response, and I feel angry all over again, and I know I couldn't keep hosting after that. Other days I wonder if I waited too long to set boundaries, if I should have said something years ago when smaller things bothered me, if I let it build up until I exploded over something that maybe could have been worked out. I also wonder what next Christmas will look like. Will they actually host it at Rachel and David's house? Will they invite me? Will I go if they do? Will it feel the same, or will everything be awkward and ruined? I don't have answers to any of that yet. What I do know is that I'm tired. I'm tired of being taken for granted in my own home. I'm tired of putting in all this effort and having it mean nothing. Maybe I am being petty. Maybe this is all stupid and I should have just let it go. But I stood there in my kitchen on Christmas night, looking at all those dirty dishes that nobody helped me with. And I decided I was done. Whether that was the right decision or not, I guess when my 80th birthday came, my children argued over who deserved the most credit for taking care of me. I, 80, never thought I'd see the day where my own milestone would turn into a battlefield. I have 3 kids, Sarah, 55, my eldest daughter who lives 20 minutes away, Marcus, 52, my middle son who's always been the practical one, and David, 48, my youngest who moved across the country for work 15 years ago. My wife passed 8 years back, and since then, the kids have been helping out in their own ways. I thought we had a good system going. Sarah visits twice a week like clockwork. She brings groceries, drives me to doctor appointments, calls to check if I took my pills. She's the one who shows up when the sink starts leaking or when I can't figure out the remote control. Marcus handles the money side of things. He sends a check every month to help with bills, paid for my new roof last year when the old one started caving in, deals with all my insurance paperwork because I can't make heads or tails of it anymore. David calls 3 times a week without fail, sends care packages with my favorite cookies, flies in for Christmas and Thanksgiving every year. Each one does what they can, and I've always been grateful for all of it. Sarah insisted on hosting my birthday party at her house. She said it would be easier for me than hosting at my place, and I didn't argue. It was supposed to be simple. Just family, some close relatives, nothing fancy. My grandkids, my brother Joe, a few cousins, cake and dinner, maybe some stories about the old days. 80 years is a long time to be on this earth, and I just wanted to spend it with the people I love. The party started off fine. The grandkids were running around in Sarah's backyard, the cake was sitting on the dining table with way too many candles, and relatives were making small talk in the living room. I was in a good mood, honestly. 80 felt like something worth celebrating. But then I started noticing these little comments from people. My cousin Linda asked Sarah which of them does the most for me, like it was a normal question to ask. My nephew made some joke about Marcus being the family bank while Sarah rolled her eyes. I brushed it off at first. Families make jokes, right? But then during dinner, Sarah made this pointed comment about being the one who's actually here when someone thanked Marcus for paying for the nice decorations. Marcus shot back with something like, "Well, someone has to keep the lights on." The air got thick real fast. I could feel it building, this tension that had probably been there for a while but I'd been too blind to see. Then my brother Joe opened his big mouth. He asked, loud enough for the whole table to hear, which one of them was planning to take me in when I couldn't live alone anymore. The whole table went quiet. I wanted to sink into my chair and disappear. Sarah jumped in immediately, saying she was obviously the one who would do that since she was right here already. Marcus actually laughed, not a happy laugh, and said he'd been contributing financially for years, and that should count for something. David was on speakerphone in the corner because he couldn't make it in person this time, and he tried to say something but got talked over. Then it just erupted. They started listing things. Sarah went through every grocery run, every doctor's appointment, every time she drove over at 2 in the morning because I thought I was having a heart attack, but it was just gas. Marcus pulled out his phone and started showing people bank transfers, receipts for when he paid to fix my furnace and replace my water heater. David was trying to defend himself through the phone speaker, saying that emotional support matters too, that he calls all the time and sends things and cares just as much. Sarah actually told him that phone calls don't count as real help. I watched my youngest son's face fall through that tiny phone screen. The grandchildren stopped playing. The relatives shifted in their seats and stared at their plates. I just sat there at the head of the table watching my birthday candles melt into the frosting while my children turned my life into a competition. Nobody was looking at me. Nobody asked what I wanted or needed. They were too busy proving who sacrificed more, who deserved more credit, who was the better child. That's when I heard it. One of the relatives, I don't even know who, whispered to someone next to them asking who was going to get the house. My heart just sank. It hit me right then that this wasn't about love or care or family. This was about keeping score. This was about what they'd get in the end. I stood up from the table, said I was tired and needed to lie down. Nobody really noticed except Sarah, who showed me to her guest room and patted my shoulder before going back downstairs. I could hear them still arguing even through the closed door. The party kept going without me. The argument didn't stop. I lay there on that guest bed staring at the ceiling, listening to my children fight over who loved me most. And all I could think was that I'd somehow become a burden instead of a father. A checklist. A responsibility they were managing instead of a person they wanted to spend time with. That wasn't the birthday I'd imagined when I woke up that morning. The arguing didn't stop that night. I lay in Sarah's guest room with the door closed, and I could still hear them going at it downstairs. Voices rising and falling, someone's footsteps heavy on the hardwood floor. I thought about going back down and telling them to knock it off, but what was I supposed to say? They were already too far gone. Each of them came up separately to apologize. Sarah first, sitting on the edge of the bed and telling me she didn't mean for it to get heated, but I had to understand how exhausting it was being the only one actually here. She said it like she was the victim in all this. Marcus came by before he left, standing in the doorway because he's never been good with emotions, and told me he was sorry about the scene, but someone needed to be realistic about money because care isn't free. Like I didn't know that. Like I haven't been paying bills my entire adult life. David called me later that night after I got home, his voice tight, saying he felt like they didn't respect what he did just because he wasn't physically there. Not one of them asked how I felt. Not one. The next few days were rough. I couldn't stop replaying that birthday in my head. Every time the phone rang with one of their check-in calls, I found myself analyzing it. Was Sarah calling because she loved me, or because it was Tuesday and Tuesday was one of her calling days? When Marcus's check showed up in the mail, was it out of love or obligation? When David asked about my day, was he genuinely interested or just ticking a box on his daily routine? I started seeing everything differently. My wife used to say the kids would take care of each other when we were gone, that we raised them right and they'd be fine. But she never said anything about them taking care of me, and now I was wondering if that's because she knew something I didn't. She was always better at reading people than I was. I kept thinking about my own parents. When they got old, me and my siblings just helped. We didn't keep score. We didn't argue about who did more. My brother lived closer, so he checked in more often, but I sent money when I could and my sister called every week. It just worked. Nobody needed a medal for it. So what did I do wrong? Where did I mess up raising my kids that they turned helping their father into a competition? The worst part was wondering if I was the problem. If my existence had created this mess. If they'd be happier. more at peace, if I wasn't around to be a burden anymore. That's a hell of a thing to think at 80 years old. I called my lawyer about 2 weeks after the birthday. Didn't tell the kids. Just made an appointment and went in on a day when Sarah thought I was at a dental checkup. We went over my will. The house is worth a lot more than I paid for it 40 years ago, and there's some savings. Investments my wife and I put away over the years. Nothing crazy, but enough to matter. Originally, everything was split 3 ways evenly. Simple. Fair. But I sat in that lawyer's office, and all I could see was them fighting over it, dividing up every piece of furniture, every bank account, every stock certificate, and claiming they deserved more because of what they'd done. I could see Marcus arguing that he'd financially supported me, so he earned a bigger cut. Sarah saying she'd physically been there so the house should be hers. David getting squeezed out because he was far away and couldn't prove his case. Then I thought about the grandkids, 8 of them, ranging from 7 to 23. The older ones are in college drowning in student loans. The younger ones still have that innocence, haven't been touched by any of this ugliness yet. They visit because they want to, not because they feel obligated. My grandson Jake comes over to help with yard work and doesn't ask for anything in return. My granddaughter Emma video calls just to show me her dorm room. They're good kids, better than their parents are being right now. So I changed it. Put the house and most of the assets into a trust for the grandchildren, managed by an independent trustee so nobody could fight over it. My kids would each get a small amount, equal across the board, enough to know I thought of them, but not enough to turn into a war. Personal items would be divided equally. The lawyer asked me 3 times if I was sure. I said yes every time. Walking out of that office, I felt relieved and guilty in equal measure. Was I punishing my children? Were they really that bad, or did I catch them on one bad day and blow it out of proportion? I started remembering good moments. Sarah holding my hand in the hospital when I had that kidney stone. Marcus spending a whole weekend teaching my grandson how to change a car's oil. David's voice cracking on the phone last Christmas when he said he wished he lived closer. But then I'd remember the birthday, the whispers about the house, the scorekeeping, the way they talked about me like I was already gone, just a pile of assets to be divided up, and the relief would come back. The hardest part is that I haven't told them. The papers are sitting in my lawyer's office like a bomb waiting to go off. Sometimes I lie awake at night thinking about what happens when they find out. After I'm gone, when the lawyer reads the will and they realize what I did, will they understand? Will they hate me? Will they take it out on their own kids? I'm trapped between protecting what I've built over 80 years and protecting what's left of my family. And I'm starting to think I can't do both. It's been 6 months since that birthday. 6 months of carrying this secret around like a weight in my chest. The kids went back to their normal routines pretty quick. Sarah still comes by twice a week, Marcus still sends the checks, David still calls. It's like the whole thing never happened for them. But I can't forget it. Everything feels different now. When Sarah visits, I catch myself watching her, wondering if she's mentally keeping track of each grocery bag she carries in, each pill bottle she organizes, each time she drives me somewhere. Marcus sent a check last week, and I stared at it for a full 10 minutes before depositing it, feeling weird about taking it, like I'm accepting payment for something. David called yesterday, and I was shorter with him than I meant to be because I'm scared of feeling like a project, like something on his to-do list he needs to check off. The will is still sitting in that lawyer's office. Every day it sits there unchanged is another day I could call and fix it, go back to the original plan, pretend none of this happened. But I don't call. There have been these small moments, though, that make me think I made the right choice. A few weeks ago, Jake, Sarah's 16-year-old, came over to help clean my gutters. I didn't ask him to. He just showed up on a Saturday morning and said he had time. We worked together for a couple hours and then sat on the porch drinking lemonade. He didn't want anything, didn't complain, just wanted to hang out with his grandpa. Emma, David's daughter who's 19 and in college, video called me last month just to show me her new apartment. It was tiny and kind of a mess, but she was so proud of it. She walked me through every room on her phone, showing me where she'd put up photos of the family, asking if I remembered the beach trip from when she was 12. That's the stuff that matters. That's what I want my legacy to be about. But then Sarah will say something like, when you're not around anymore casually while we're talking about fixing the deck. And it's like a knife. She doesn't mean anything by it, probably, just being practical, but it reminds me why I changed the will in the first place. They're already planning for after, already thinking about what comes next instead of what's happening now. I've been tempted so many times to just tell them. Get it over with. I rehearse it in my head when I can't sleep. I changed my will. 5 words. But I can't imagine any version of that conversation that doesn't end in disaster. Sarah would feel betrayed because she's the one who's been here. Marcus would feel cheated because of all the money he's put in. David would probably just feel sad, which somehow is worse than anger. I tried writing them letters once, explaining my reasoning. Sat at my kitchen table with paper and pen like some old man from a movie, but nothing sounded right. Everything I wrote made me sound either cruel or pathetic. I threw them all away. The truth is, I'm afraid. Not of dying. I've made my peace with that. I'm afraid of my children hating me. I'm afraid that this decision will be the thing they remember about me, instead of all the years before. I'm afraid I'm destroying the family I spent my whole life building because of one bad night. Thanksgiving is coming up in a few weeks. All 3 kids and their families will be together again at Sarah's place. She called last week to confirm I was coming, like I had a choice. I've been dreading it since she mentioned it. The thought of sitting through another holiday dinner, watching them interact, knowing what I've done and they don't know yet, it makes me feel sick. Part of me wants them to prove me wrong, to show me that the birthday was just one bad moment, a fluke, something that came out wrong under stress, to act like the family we used to be before my wife died, before things got complicated. The other part of me feels justified every time Marcus mentions something about keeping your affairs in order, or Sarah talks about what happens to the house eventually. Every little comment adds another brick to the wall between us. I keep my lawyer's business card in my wallet. I look at it sometimes when I'm alone. One phone call, and I could change everything back. Split it 3 ways like originally planned. Let them fight it out after I'm gone if that's what they're going to do anyway. At least then it wouldn't be my problem anymore. But I think about the grandkids and I keep the card in my wallet and I don't make the call. There's a family photo hanging in my living room from before my wife died. We're all at the beach, everyone's smiling. The grandkids are little. No tension, no scorekeeping, just love. I look at it every day and I wonder if that family still exists or if I'm mourning something that's already gone. If the people in that photo would recognize who we've all become. I don't know if what I'm doing is fair. I don't know if I'm protecting what I built or just taking the coward's way out of a conversation I'm too scared to have. Maybe I'm being petty and vindictive over one bad birthday. Maybe I'm justified and I'm the only one who sees how bad things have gotten. I honestly can't tell anymore. What I do know is that in a few weeks I'll sit at another family dinner and I'll watch my children and wonder if any of them actually see me anymore, or if they just see what I represent. An obligation, a responsibility, an inheritance waiting to happen. And I'll keep this secret buried because I don't know what else to do with it. When Grandma stopped knitting gifts, everyone thought she'd given up. No one knew she was planning her payback. I'm 28, and I've always been close with my grandmother Rose, 76. Unlike my dad Marcus, 52, my Aunt Linda, 49, and my Uncle Derek, 54. Those 3 were her kids, but you wouldn't know it by how they treated her. For as long as I can remember, Grandma Rose had this tradition. Every Christmas, she'd hand-knit scarves and blankets for everyone in the family. She knew everyone's favorite colors by heart, spent months working on each piece. She'd bake for days before the holidays, wrap everything perfectly with those neat little bows, and never once asked for anything in return. My whole childhood, she was the one constant. Patient, generous, always there. Then my grandfather died 2 years ago, and I watched everything fall apart. I'm not exaggerating when I say the vultures started circling before we'd even finished the funeral reception. My dad and his siblings went from grieving children to scheming opportunists in about 48 hours. They started having these conversations about Grandma's house, her savings, what she had in jewelry. The worst part? They were talking about her inheritance while she was sitting in the next room, still crying over the husband she'd been married to for 53 years. It started small. Aunt Linda suggested that Grandma should put Linda's name on the deed to the house, just temporarily, to protect the property from estate taxes or something. Grandma was still in a fog from grief, so she agreed. Then Uncle Derek offered to take Grandma's jewelry box for safekeeping. Said it wasn't safe to keep valuable items in the house anymore. My dad stopped visiting as often, and when he did show up, he'd leave looking disappointed. Took me a while to figure out it was because Grandma had stopped handing out cash gifts like she used to. The whole time, they had this group chat going. I know because Derek accidentally added me to it once and didn't realize for about 3 hours. I saw everything. Messages about how much longer she'd last, who would get what. Complaints about her being difficult when she questioned their decisions. One message from Linda still makes me sick. The old lady's tougher than she looks, but she can't hold out forever. I screenshot everything before Derek noticed and removed me. I didn't know what to do with it then, but I kept it. Around 6 months after Grandpa died, Grandma changed. She just went quiet. There was this blanket she'd been working on, half finished, that just sat in her knitting basket gathering dust. She stopped hosting Sunday dinners, something she'd done every single week for 30 years. She stopped calling people, stopped making plans. My dad and his siblings seemed almost relieved. They said grief had broken her spirit, that she was easier to manage now. That's actually what Linda said, easier to manage, like Grandma was a problem that needed solving. I was the only one still showing up. Every Tuesday, I'd go over to help her with computer stuff and keep her company. At least, that's what I told everyone. Honestly, I just wanted to make sure she was okay. But Grandma wasn't broken. She was different, yeah, but not in the way everyone thought. She'd always been sharp, but now there was this edge to her I'd never seen before. She started asking me weird questions about pulling property records online, how to save screenshots from a phone, whether bank statements could be subpoenaed. I'd answer, figuring she was just trying to organize Grandpa's affairs or something. This went on for months. Every Tuesday I'd come over. We'd sit at her kitchen table, and I'd help her with whatever computer thing she needed. She learned fast, faster than she let on to anyone else. Then, 3 months ago, everything clicked into place. I was fixing her laptop because it was running slow. She'd gone to make tea, and I was clearing out temp files when I accidentally opened a folder labeled Garden Plans, 2024. Grandma didn't garden anymore, so I was curious. Maybe she was thinking about taking it up again. What I found made my blood run cold. Subfolders, dozens of them. Bank statements going back 18 months with highlighter marks on unauthorized transfers. Side-by-side comparisons of Grandma's real signature versus obviously forged ones on documents. Receipts from pawn shops in Derek's neighborhood with descriptions matching Grandma's jewelry. Screenshots of text messages. The group chat I'd been briefly added to, plus others I'd never seen. Messages between the siblings about her death like it was an inconvenience they were waiting to get over with. There was a spreadsheet, an actual Excel spreadsheet tracking every fraudulent transaction, every forged signature, every piece of stolen property. Dates, amounts, locations, evidence. It went back to 2 weeks after Grandpa's funeral. The most disturbing part was a Word document titled Timeline. It laid out 18 months of financial abuse in chronological order, complete with citations to supporting evidence in the other folders. It read like a legal brief, because that's exactly what it was. I just sat there staring at the screen, my hands shaking on the keyboard. I didn't know what to do. Should I confront her? Pretend I never saw it? Tell my dad?
That's when Grandma walked back in with 2 cups of tea. She looked at me, looked at the laptop screen, and I waited for her to be angry or embarrassed. Instead, she set down the tea, pulled out the chair next to me, and sat down. Her voice was completely calm when she spoke. "Good. I need you to help me understand if this is enough." That's when I realized my grandmother wasn't broken at all. She'd spent the last year and a half building a case, and I'd just been drafted as her only ally. I need to explain the 6 months between that discovery and what happened next, because that's when I saw exactly how deep Grandma's plan went. Turns out, she'd been meeting with a lawyer for 4 months before I even found those files. Not just any lawyer either. A senior fraud attorney she'd found through some legal aid office. She'd also hired a private investigator to follow Derek around, document him visiting pawn shops with her jewelry. This whole time everyone thought she was falling apart from grief. She'd been methodically building a case against her own children. Our Tuesday visits became strategy meetings. We'd sit at her kitchen table, and she'd show me how to pull property records from the county website, how to trace wire transfers through bank statements. I felt like I was in some kind of elderly espionage operation. Grandma would take notes in this little spiral notebook, her handwriting still perfect and precise. That's how we found out Linda had been taking out credit cards in Grandma's name. 3 of them. 2 were maxed out. We also discovered my dad had used Grandma's information to inflate his business loan application, claiming her assets as part of his financial portfolio. The forensic accountant Grandma hired found $87,000 in unauthorized transactions total. The whole time, Grandma played her role perfectly. When Linda called, she'd act confused and frail. When Derek visited, which was maybe once a month, she'd pretend not to notice her jewelry was gone. She even started doing this thing where she'd repeat herself or forget small details in conversations with them, just enough to seem like she was declining. They ate it up. I heard Linda tell someone that Grandma was losing it, that they'd need to step in soon. Meanwhile, Grandma was 10 steps ahead of all of them. She worked with a judge to remove Linda's name from the deed. The fraud was easy enough to prove with the evidence she'd compiled. Linda never even checked the property records, just assumed she still had control. Then Grandma listed the house with a developer who'd been trying to buy up the neighborhood. 4 bedrooms in a gentrifying area. She got well above market value. Sold it in 3 weeks. Her children had absolutely no idea. The family's behavior just got worse as time went on. My dad started telling people Grandma was losing her memory to explain why he never visited. Linda toured assisted living facilities and talked about what was best for Mom. And Derek's wife. This woman actually wore Grandma's pearl necklace, the one from her grandmother, to Thanksgiving dinner. Just sat there at the table with it on like nobody would notice. I saw more messages from their group chat through sources I'm not going to detail here. They'd moved past casual cruelty into something darker. Discussions about pulling the plug if she got sick, dividing up furniture before she was gone, betting on whether she'd make it another year. None of them noticed that Grandma had stopped answering their calls, that she only responded to texts now with short, non-committal replies. Last December, Grandma made her move. She sent out a formal invitation, actual printed cards in envelopes. Family meeting, important announcement, December 20th at 3 p.m. That's it. No other details. The siblings lost their minds, speculating. I heard through my dad that they assumed she was either announcing her will or telling them she was going into a home. Linda told Derek it was finally happening. They could stop pretending to care. My dad actually asked me if Grandma had seemed senile lately, like he was hoping for ammunition to contest whatever she announced. I played dumb, but my heart was pounding the whole conversation. December 20th came. Everyone showed up dressed nicely, fake concerned expressions ready to go. Grandma's living room was packed, all 3 kids, their spouses, me in the corner pretending to be on my phone. The tension was thick, but not in the way they expected. They thought they were waiting for good news. Grandma sat in her recliner, the faded blue cardigan she'd worn for years wrapped around her. She had her knitting needles in her lap, wasn't working on anything, just holding them. The room went completely silent when she cleared her throat. "I'm moving." Just like that, calm as anything. It took a second for anyone to process. Linda jumped in first, all fake sweetness. "Moving? Mom, we should really discuss your options together. I sold the house last month." The room exploded. Linda's face went from concerned daughter to bright red in about 2 seconds. How could she sell when Linda's name was on the deed? This had to be a mistake. Grandma must be confused. They needed to talk to the lawyer. Grandma just waited for them to quiet down. Funny thing about fraudulent deed transfers, they can be reversed when you have proof. Then she laid it all out, every detail. She had printouts, showed them the bank records, the forged signatures, everything. Half the money from the house went to a senior legal advocacy fund. The other half was in an irrevocable trust that specifically excluded all 3 of her children. The trust would eventually go to grandchildren and charities. She hadn't decided the exact breakdown yet. Their only inheritance? 3 hand-knit scarves. Her last projects. She pulled them out of a bag, handed one to each of them. Beautiful work, intricate patterns, their favorite colors. For a second, they almost looked touched. Then Grandma mentioned checking the lining. Each scarf had a message embroidered inside in matching thread, almost invisible unless you were looking for it. You took what wasn't yours. I took back my peace. Linda started screaming about lawsuits. That's when Grandma's lawyer stepped out from the kitchen. He'd been waiting there the whole time. He very calmly showed Linda the paperwork for the fraud charges being filed against her. Showed Derek the felony theft investigation for the jewelry. Told my dad about the loan fraud report going to his bank. The room went from chaos to dead silence to chaos again. Derek looked like he might pass out. My dad kept trying to explain the loan thing was just a misunderstanding, his voice getting higher and more panicked. Linda just kept screaming. They left. All of them, storming out with threats flying. Linda stopped in the driveway, turned back and yelled that Grandma would die alone, that she was a bitter old woman who'd regret this. Grandma sat back down, picked up her tea. Her hand was perfectly steady. She looked at me and said, "I told you it was enough evidence." That was it. No tears, no second thoughts. She'd burned it all down and didn't even look back to watch it burn. Linda did try to sue. Her case got dismissed in less than 3 weeks once the evidence came out. Derek ended up facing actual criminal charges and had to liquidate a bunch of assets to pay restitution and cover his legal fees. My dad's business loan got flagged by the bank and he almost lost his company. He settled out of court, paid fines, the whole thing. The 3 of them completely turned on each other after that. Their united front shattered the second they realized they were all going down individually. They blamed each other in court filings, threw each other under the bus to try to reduce their own consequences. It would have been satisfying to watch if it wasn't so pathetic. None of them apologized to Grandma. Not once. They still saw themselves as the victims in all this. Grandma moved 3 weeks after the meeting. Small seaside apartment, 1 bedroom, huge windows with a view of the water. I helped her pack and move, and I was surprised by how little she actually owned. Most of what she kept fit in my car in a small moving van. She looked around the empty apartment on move-in day and said, "Turns out I don't need much." She says she's never felt lighter, and I believe her. She means it, every single time. The family dynamics are completely fractured now. Extended family took sides. Some supported Grandma, said she did what she had to do. Others thought she went too far, that you don't do that to your own children, no matter what. My cousins started asking uncomfortable questions about their own parents' behavior, wondering what else had been going on that they didn't know about. My relationship with my dad is basically destroyed. He keeps asking me to talk sense into Grandma, to convince her to reconsider. He doesn't get that there's nothing to reconsider. The three siblings even sent a joint letter a few months ago, demanding she think about what she's doing to the family. Still trying to manipulate her, still thinking money would fix it. Grandma burned their letter in her kitchen sink and mailed them a photo of the ashes. I was there when she did it. She didn't even seem angry, just done. The Scarves have their own weird afterlife. Linda threw hers in the garbage. Grandma's lawyer actually photographed it there and kept the picture as evidence of Linda's character for the court cases. Derek's wife tried to sell theirs online, listed it as handmade vintage knitwear. Someone reported the listing and they had to return it. My dad keeps his in a drawer. I've seen it there when I'm at his place. Sometimes I think he takes it out and looks at it. And maybe he actually feels guilty. But he's never said anything. The Scarves really were beautiful, though. Grandma's best work, which somehow makes the whole thing worse. And those messages, embroidered in thread that matched the scarf color exactly. You'd only find it if you were really looking, if you cared enough to examine what she'd made for you. I still visit Grandma every week, just at the seaside apartment now instead of the old house. We drink tea, watch the boats go by, talk about normal stuff. She doesn't bring up the family drama unless something new happens legally, and I don't push it. I've realized she taught me something important about boundaries and self-worth, about not letting people take advantage just because they're family. Sometimes I wonder about the trust, whether us grandkids will actually get anything from it, or if it'll all go to charity eventually. Grandma won't say. When I asked once, she just smiled and said that's for her to know, and me to find out when she's actually gone. Classic Grandma response. The thing is, it's complicated. Part of me is incredibly proud of her. She took back her power after being victimized by the people who were supposed to love her most. She didn't just roll over and let them steal from her and wait for her to die. She fought back, and she won. But another part of me feels unsettled by the finality of it. She cut off her own children completely. Yeah, they were terrible, but they're still hers. I wonder sometimes if they lie awake at night with regret, or if they're still just angry that they got caught. I wonder if any of them have actually learned anything. Grandma seems genuinely happy now. She's got her book club, her tea by the window, her view of the water. But I've caught her looking at old photos a few times. Once I found her holding a picture of the 3 kids when they were young, and she was crying quietly. When I asked if she regretted what she did, she wiped her eyes and said, "I regret that they made it necessary." Then she put the photo away and never took it out again when I was there. I keep thinking about what happens at her actual funeral someday. Will they come? Will there be a scene? The trust is ironclad, according to her lawyer, but I wonder sometimes if there are conditions she hasn't told anyone about. Grandma's full of surprises. Last week my dad showed up at my apartment, didn't go to Grandma, came to me. We stood in my doorway and he asked if I thought she'd ever forgive them if they actually tried. Really tried, he said, like he was finally understanding that empty apologies wouldn't cut it. I didn't know what to tell him. I still don't. He left without waiting for an answer anyway. I'm seeing Grandma tomorrow for our usual Tuesday tea. I don't know if I should mention that Dad came by. Part of me thinks she'd want to know that maybe, possibly, one of them is starting to get it. Another part thinks it'll just hurt her or make her angry, and she's finally found peace. So I'm sitting here the night before, trying to figure out what the right thing to do is. Was Grandma right to burn it all down? They stole from her, betrayed her, waited for her to die like vultures. She had every right to protect herself. But they're still her kids. Terrible, greedy, cruel kids, but hers. I think if they showed up tomorrow with real remorse, genuinely changed, Grandma might actually listen. Or she might slam the door in their faces. With her, it could go either way. What I know for sure is that I'll be there on Tuesday with her favorite pastries, and we'll watch the sunset, like always. Maybe that's enough. Maybe some things don't need resolution. Just time and distance, and tea by the window. They mocked Grandma for being out of touch. She made them regret underestimating her. I'm 28 and my grandmother June is 82, the sharpest person I know, even if her own children refuse to see it anymore. My mom's in her mid-50s, Uncle Rick is pushing 60, and Aunt Carol just turned 53. Growing up, I always had this special thing with Grandma. Weekly visits, coffee talks at her kitchen table, me actually listening while everyone else just waited for their turn to speak. She raised 3 kids in that house, and I spent half my childhood there too. Grandpa died 8 months ago. Heart attack, quick and relatively painless, which is what everyone says when they're trying to make death sound better than it is. The funeral was normal, sad, but normal. What came after wasn't. Within 2 weeks, the 3 of them started showing up at Grandma's house together. That's how I knew something was wrong. Mom, Uncle Rick, and Aunt Carol never agreed on anything, never coordinated. But suddenly they're carpooling to Grandma's every Sunday, sitting her down for important conversations. I was there for one of them. They did this whole intervention-style setup, all 3 on the couch across from Grandma's chair. Uncle Rick did most of the talking because he's always thought being the oldest made him the leader. "Mom, we think it's time to simplify," he said, like he'd practiced it. "This house is too much for one person. Too many stairs, too much upkeep." What he meant was, sell it and split the money 3 ways. I could see it on their faces. Aunt Carol kept glancing around at the furniture like she was appraising it. Mom had this fake concerned expression that didn't reach her eyes. Grandma said no. Simple as that. Just no. The thing is, that house has been hers since she was 19 years old. She and Grandpa bought it the year they got married. She raised all 3 of them there, buried him from there, and she wasn't about to let anyone take it from her. When she refused to sign their papers, I watched their strategy shift in real time. If they couldn't convince her, they'd help her instead. Uncle Rick started coming by to organize her mail. Aunt Carol set up online banking for her because it was so much more convenient. Mom began rearranging things, moving important documents to safer places. They framed it all as concern, as love. Grandma just smiled and thanked them for caring so much. 3 months after Grandpa died, she called me. Her voice was shaking in a way I'd never heard before. She told me about the missing checks from her checkbook. 4 of them, just gone. Her savings account that should have had close to $40,000 had less than $8,000. Her credit card statement showed subscriptions she never signed up for, charges from stores she'd never been to. When she confronted them, they laughed. Actually laughed. I know because I was at the family dinner when it happened. Grandma brought it up calmly, said she was confused about some transactions. Uncle Rick smiled and patted her hand like she was a child. "Mom, you must have forgotten. You're getting confused." Aunt Carol nodded along. "It happens at your age. That's why we're helping you." Mom, my own mother, just sat there and agreed. "We're worried about you, June. Maybe it's time to let us handle everything." They spent the rest of dinner making jokes about Grandma being forgetful. Poor June, getting so scattered in her old age. They said it right in front of her, like she wasn't even there. And Grandma? She just smiled and thanked them for being such caring children. I walked her to her car after dinner. The second we were alone, that smile dropped. "They think I'm stupid," she said. Not sad, not angry, just stating a fact. That's when I knew Grandma wasn't confused at all. She was planning something. 2 days later, she showed up at my apartment with a canvas grocery bag. Inside was a notebook, some bank statements, and a determination I recognized from when I was a kid and tried to lie to her about broken windows. She'd already been to the bank, opened a new account with just her name and mine on it, had her mail forwarded to my address without telling anyone. She pulled out that notebook and showed me weeks of meticulous notes, every missing check with the date and amount, every fraudulent transaction with timestamps, every conversation where they'd gaslit her about her own memory. "I need you to help me," she said. "But you can't tell your mother." I didn't even hesitate. I said yes. Over the next 4 months, I watched them get bolder. Uncle Rick forged her signature on investment withdrawals. I know because the bank statements came to my place. Aunt Carol used Grandma's card for a vacation to Hawaii, almost $6,000. Mom brought real estate agents to just look at the house, then got mad when Grandma refused to let them pass the front door. Every time Grandma objected, they called her difficult. Every time she questioned something, they said she was confused. And every single time she played along. She acted just confused enough to keep them comfortable, just compliant enough to keep them stealing. She was building a case, and they had no idea. The whole thing came to a head when they brought her to Uncle Rick's office for what they called estate planning. They wanted her to sign papers to sell the house. I wasn't there, but Grandma's tablet was. She had it in her purse, recording everything. Later, she played me the audio. Uncle Rick admitting they'd been handling her finances. Aunt Carol joking about how easy it was to access her accounts. My mom, and this is the part that still makes me sick, my mom saying, "She won't even remember we were here tomorrow." Grandma signed their papers without saying a word. They probably thought they'd won. They had no idea what was coming. The day after Grandma signed their paperwork, she showed up at my apartment again. This time she had the tablet, a folder full of documents, and a look on her face that honestly scared me a little. She played me the recording. All of it. I sat there listening to my mom, my uncle, and my aunt openly discuss how they'd been stealing from her. Uncle Rick's voice talking about liquidating her investments, Aunt Carol laughing about the Hawaii trip, my mom making that comment about Grandma not remembering. It was worse than I'd imagined. "We're going to a lawyer," Grandma said, not asking, telling. I took the next day off work and drove her to a law office downtown. She'd already made the appointment. The lawyer, this woman named Patricia Chen, listened to everything, reviewed the notebook, the bank statements that had been coming to my address, the recording from Uncle Rick's office. She went quiet for a long time, just reading through it all. Then she looked at Grandma and said something I'll never forget. "This will destroy your relationship with your children." Grandma didn't even blink. "They destroyed it first. I'm just making it official." Patricia laid out our options. We could file a police report, press charges, take them to court. Or we could handle it differently. The paperwork Grandma had signed was for a house sale that required notary approval. The notary appointment was in 2 weeks. Patricia could prepare a revocation of power of attorney, file it with the court, and prepare a full report documenting everything they'd done. We could swap the documents before the notary meeting. "They'll walk in thinking they're about to profit from selling your house," Patricia said. "They'll walk out facing potential fraud charges." I asked Grandma if she was sure. She just pulled out her checkbook, the one with 4 missing checks, and set it on Patricia's desk. We spent the next 2 weeks preparing. Patricia filed the revocation of power of attorney with the court. Grandma and I went through every transaction, every forged signature, every piece of evidence. Patricia compiled it all into a legal report that was honestly terrifying to read. It showed systematic financial exploitation over 6 months. The numbers added up to over $85,000. The worst part was watching Grandma go through her normal routine during those 2 weeks. Sunday dinners with the three of them, still playing confused, still thanking them for their help. I went to one of those dinners and had to sit there while Uncle Rick talked about his upcoming bonus from work, and Aunt Carol showed off photos from Hawaii. My mom kept talking about how nice it would be when Grandma could downsize to something manageable. Grandma just smiled and served pot roast. The notary appointment was on a Thursday afternoon. Uncle Rick had set it up at his office because of course he did. Grandma asked me to drive her, said she was too nervous to go alone. They believed that. They actually believed she was just a confused old woman who needed her granddaughter for support. We got there 15 minutes early. All three of them were already in Uncle Rick's conference room, dressed up like they were closing a business deal. Aunt Carol had brought champagne. Champagne. To celebrate selling their mother's house out from under her. The notary arrived right on time. Professional woman, probably did a dozen of these a week. She asked for the documentation, and Grandma handed over an envelope. Uncle Rick was practically vibrating with excitement. Mom kept smiling at Grandma like everything was fine. Aunt Carol had already started peeling the foil off the champagne bottle. The notary opened the envelope. I watched her face change as she started reading. She went pale, flipped through the pages, then looked up at Uncle Rick. "This isn't a sales agreement," she said. Uncle Rick laughed. "What? Of course it is. Mom, what did you bring?" The notary spread the papers on the table. "This is a revocation of power of attorney, filed with the county clerk 2 weeks ago, and attached is a legal report documenting—" She paused, reading. "Multiple instances of financial fraud, forgery, and elder financial abuse." The room went dead silent. Uncle Rick grabbed for the papers. I stepped between him and the notary. He actually tried to push past me, but I'm younger, and he's not as strong as he thinks he is. The notary gathered up the documents and took a step back. "I'm legally obligated to report this," she said. That's when Aunt Carol started crying. Not sad crying, panic crying. She kept asking what Grandma had done, like Grandma was the one who'd done something wrong. Mom just stood there, frozen, staring at the papers like she couldn't process what she was seeing. Uncle Rick tried a different approach. He turned to Grandma with this pleading expression. "Mom, this is a misunderstanding. We can explain everything." Grandma looked at him for a long moment. Then she picked up her purse and turned to me. "We should go. I have pot roast in the slow cooker." We walked out of that office with Uncle Rick yelling behind us, Aunt Carol sobbing, and my mom finally finding her voice to call after us. Grandma didn't look back once. In the car, she was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "I thought I'd feel better." I didn't know what to say to that. She'd just taken down all 3 of her children in one move. She'd protected herself, proven she wasn't confused or helpless, and made sure they'd face consequences for what they'd done. But she looked tired, old in a way I'd never seen before. The notary filed her report that afternoon. Patricia called that evening to tell us the county prosecutor was reviewing the case. Uncle Rick's employer was notified because of his position, something about corporate compliance and fiduciary responsibility. It was all happening exactly like Patricia said it would. Grandma just made pot roast and set the table for 2. The fallout was faster than I expected. Uncle Rick lost his job within a week. His company had strict policies about financial crimes, and the prosecutor's investigation was enough to get him terminated. Something about corporate compliance and how they couldn't have someone under investigation for elder fraud in a position of financial responsibility. He called me 17 times that first day. I blocked him after the 5th voicemail. Aunt Carol's situation took a little longer but hit just as hard. Her husband found out where the Hawaii money actually came from. Apparently, she'd told him it was from her savings, some bonus from work. When he learned she'd stolen it from her own mother, he filed for divorce. She showed up at Grandma's house twice, banging on the door and crying about how her life was falling apart. Grandma just turned up the television. Mom tried a different approach. She waited 2 weeks, then showed up on a Sunday afternoon. I was already there. Grandma and I had started doing Sunday dinners again, just the two of us. Mom knocked, and Grandma actually let her in. I think part of her wanted to hear what Mom would say. Mom cried, apologized, said things had gotten out of hand, that she never meant for it to go so far. She blamed Uncle Rick for starting it, Aunt Carol for encouraging it. She said she was just trying to help, that she thought Grandma really was getting confused and needed someone to manage things. Grandma listened to all of it without saying a word. When Mom finally stopped talking, Grandma just looked at her and said, "You taught me to protect myself. I just learned too well." Mom left after that. She tried calling a few times, but Grandma never answered. Eventually, the calls stopped coming. The prosecutor ended up not filing criminal charges. Patricia said it was because Grandma got all her money back through civil proceedings and didn't want to pursue it further. The threat was enough. The legal record was enough. They'd all been officially documented as people who exploited their elderly mother, and that followed them everywhere. Life settled into a new routine. Sunday dinners continued, but the table felt different. Grandma used to cook for 8 people, her 3 kids, their spouses, me, and sometimes my partner. Now it's just us, sometimes 3 if my partner comes. The house feels quieter. Grandma says it feels lighter somehow, but I see the way she looks at the empty chairs. She still lives in that house, the one they tried to take from her. She tends her garden, watches her shows, does her crossword puzzles every morning. On the surface, everything looks fine. She won. She kept her house, protected her money, and proved she was sharper than any of them gave her credit for. But I catch these moments, like when she's setting the table and reaches for extra plates before remembering. Or when something funny happens and she starts to reach for her phone to text one of them before stopping herself. She keeps 3 photo albums under her coffee table. I've seen her pull them out when she thinks I'm not looking. Uncle Rick tried to contact me about a month ago. Long email about how sorry he was, how he'd made mistakes, asking if I could talk to Grandma for him. I deleted it without responding. Aunt Carol sends cards on holidays, birthday cards, Christmas cards, Easter cards. Grandma throws them away without opening them. I've watched her do it. She doesn't even hesitate. Mom drives by the house sometimes. I've seen her car parked down the street, just sitting there. She never comes to the door. I don't know if Grandma's noticed or if she just doesn't care anymore. The thing that keeps me up at night is that Grandma had all the evidence within weeks. She knew what they were doing early on. She could have stopped them right then, could have confronted them with proof and ended it before they stole so much, before Uncle Rick lost his job, before Aunt Carol's marriage fell apart, before Mom destroyed whatever relationship they had left. But she didn't. She let them keep going. Let them dig deeper, steal more, incriminate themselves further. She built an airtight case and then she destroyed them with it. I asked her about it once, a few months after everything happened. We were having coffee at her kitchen table like we always did. I asked why she waited so long, why she let them take so much before she acted. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "I needed to be sure. I needed to know exactly who they were." I don't know if that's the whole truth. I think part of her wanted them to face real consequences. Not just getting caught, but losing things that mattered to them. Their jobs, their marriages, their reputations. She wanted them to understand what it felt like to have someone you trust take everything from you. Last Sunday, I was helping her set the table. She put out 2 plates, 2 sets of silverware, 2 glasses. Then she just stood there for a moment, looking at all the empty chairs around her table. The table that used to be crowded and loud and full. She straightened up, smiled at me, and said, "At least I know who really loves me now." I couldn't tell if that was peace in her voice or resignation. Maybe both. She got her justice. She protected herself and proved she wasn't the confused old woman they thought she could manipulate. But the cost was every relationship she had with her own children. I'm proud of her for standing up for herself. I'm heartbroken that an 82-year-old woman had to outsmart her own kids to keep them from robbing her blind. And I honestly don't know if she made the right choice by letting it go as far as it did. She could have stopped them sooner, could have salvaged something. Instead, she let them destroy themselves. I still don't know if that makes her a victim who fought back, or someone who chose revenge over family. Maybe it's both. Maybe that's the point. They laughed when Grandpa kept every receipt. I, 28, grew up watching my grandfather, Leonard, 84, obsessively organize his life into labeled folders and binders. My Aunt Sandra, 56, and Uncle Richard, 58, treated him like he'd lost his mind. Every family gathering was the same. Someone would make a joke about his filing cabinets, and Grandpa would just smile from his chair in the corner. He had a system for everything. Receipts sorted by month and year, letters filed alphabetically by sender, even instruction manuals for appliances he didn't own anymore, just in case. The garage had metal filing cabinets lined up against the wall, each one labeled with year ranges going back to 1972. I asked him once why he kept it all, and he said something about wanting to remember things clearly. Said memories fade, but paper doesn't lie. Sandra would roll her eyes whenever she saw another folder. She'd stage whisper to Richard about hoarding, about how they'd have to deal with all this junk eventually. Richard would laugh and say Grandpa would drown in paperwork before taxes ever got him. Grandpa heard every word. He always heard everything. He'd just nod along and say one day it would all make sense. I was the only one who visited regularly. Sandra and Richard lived 20 minutes away, but only showed up when they needed something. A signature here, a favor there. I'd drive an hour every Sunday just to sit with him, help him organize his latest batch of receipts if he wanted, or just watch old westerns on his ancient TV. About 8 months before he died, things changed fast. He started forgetting where he put things, which drove him crazy because he'd never forgotten anything in his life. Then he had a fall in the kitchen, then another one getting out of bed. Within a month, he was struggling to manage the house alone. That's when Sandra started pushing for the nursing home. She called me one night saying it was what was best, that he needed professional care, that we couldn't let him hurt himself. I suggested in-home care instead, but she shut that down immediately. Too expensive, she said. The nursing home made more sense. I wasn't listed on any of his legal stuff, so I couldn't fight it. Sandra had power of attorney for healthcare decisions. She picked the place, handled the paperwork, told the staff he wanted to be there. But when I helped him pack, he barely spoke. Just stared at his filing cabinets like he was saying goodbye to old friends. The nursing home was fine, I guess. Clean enough. Staff seemed okay. But Grandpa shrank in that place. Every week he looked smaller, quieter. The spark that made him Grandpa just dimmed. He stopped joking about his receipts, stopped organizing anything. Just sat by the window in his room staring at nothing. Sandra visited maybe once a month, and even then she'd stay 15 minutes max. Richard came even less. I kept up my Sunday visits, but it felt different. Sadder. He'd light up when I walked in, then I'd see him deflate when I had to leave. 2 months into his stay, something shifted. He seemed agitated during my visit, kept looking at the door like he was worried someone would hear. He grabbed my hand, and his grip was surprisingly strong. That's when he whispered it. "Check the safe. Don't let them take it." I asked him what he meant, what was in the safe, but he just kept repeating it. The nurses noticed him getting worked up and came in to calm him down. I had to leave. I tried calling him that night on the room phone, but no one answered. Tried again the next day. Nothing. 3 days later, Sandra called to tell me he'd passed in his sleep. "Peaceful," she said. I drove to the nursing home, but they'd already taken him. I sat in my car in that parking lot for an hour, thinking about his last words to me. The funeral was small. Sandra cried appropriately. Richard looked uncomfortable in his suit. Their kids showed up out of obligation. I gave a short eulogy about Sunday visits and filing cabinets, and Sandra actually laughed at that part, like it was a fond, quirky memory, instead of something she'd mocked him for relentlessly. 2 days after the funeral, I drove by Grandpa's house to sit with the memories for a bit. Sandra's car was in the driveway. So was a small moving truck. I walked in to find her directing 2 guys who were hauling boxes out of the garage. The filing cabinets were already half empty. I asked what she was doing. She said she was handling the estate, getting a jump on clearing things out before it became overwhelming. "Just paperwork and junk," she said. "Better to deal with it now." That's when I asked about the safe, the one in his bedroom closet that I'd seen 1,000 times but never asked about. Her face did something weird, just for a second. Then she smiled and said it was empty, that she'd already checked and cleared it out. "Nothing important," she said. "Just some old bonds that had expired decades ago." Everything in me knew she was lying. Grandpa's last words kept echoing. "Don't let them take it." But what could I do? I had no legal standing. She had power of attorney, and for all I knew, she might have been named executor too. I left that day feeling sick. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about all those years of meticulous record-keeping, about a man who never forgot anything, about his last desperate whisper. By morning, I knew what I had to do. I called Grandpa's lawyer. Mr. Patterson had been Grandpa's lawyer for 30 years. I'd met him a few times at family events, always remembered him because he was the only person who never made fun of Grandpa's filing system. When I called his office that morning, his secretary tried to put me off, but I mentioned the safe, and she put me through immediately. He asked me to come in that afternoon. Didn't ask questions over the phone, just said we needed to talk in person. The whole drive there, I was second-guessing myself. Maybe Sandra was right. Maybe the safe really was empty. Maybe I was stirring up trouble over nothing. Patterson's office smelled like old books and coffee. He was already pulling a file when I walked in, thick folder with Grandpa's name on it. He didn't waste time. Asked me directly if Sandra had claimed to be executor of the estate. I said I assumed she was, since she had power of attorney. He shook his head. He was the executor, had been for 15 years. Sandra had healthcare power of attorney only, and that ended the moment Grandpa died. She had no legal authority to touch any of his property, assets, or personal effects. Everything she'd taken from that house was technically theft from the estate. My stomach dropped. I told him about the moving truck, the filing cabinets, her claim that the safe was empty. He got very quiet, then picked up his phone and made a call. 2 hours later, we were at Grandpa's house with a police officer present, since we needed to document everything for the estate. Sandra's car wasn't there, but I had a key. The house felt wrong, half empty. Most of the filing cabinets were gone. The office was cleared out. We went to the bedroom, and Patterson knelt in front of the closet safe. He had the combination. Grandpa had given it to him years ago, he said, in case of exactly this situation. The safe wasn't empty. Inside were 5 large binders, the kind Grandpa used for his most important documents. Each one was labeled with year ranges. Patterson pulled them out carefully, and we spread them across Grandpa's bed. The organization was classic Grandpa. Color-coded tabs, everything in chronological order. Plastic sheet protectors keeping every page pristine. The first binder started 6 years ago. Bank withdrawal slips, every single one documented. Amounts ranging from a few hundred to several $1,000s. Every slip had a sticky note in Grandpa's handwriting. Sandra, loan for car repair. Sandra, loan for vacation. Sandra, loan for kitchen renovation. The amounts kept growing. I did rough math in my head and felt sick. Over $180,000. But it got worse. The second binder had property documents. Grandpa had owned 3 rental properties that I barely knew about. Deed transfer papers showed Sandra's name being added, then Grandpa's being quietly removed. All signed, all notarized, all completely legal looking. Except the dates were all within the last 3 years, when Grandpa had started having memory issues. The third binder was bank statements going back 5 years. Highlighted entries showed Sandra's name being added to accounts, then systematic withdrawals. The pattern was clear. She'd wait a few months after being added, then start pulling money out. Small amounts at first, then larger ones. The fourth binder was the one that made Patterson swear under his breath. Handwritten notes, pages and pages of them, dates, times, conversations. Grandpa had been documenting everything Sandra and Richard said when they thought he wasn't listening or wouldn't remember. One entry from 2 years ago, dated and time-stamped like everything else. Sandra told Richard I wouldn't remember anyway, that the doctor said my memory was going. She laughed, said it was almost too easy. I remember everything. Another from 18 months ago. Richard asked if I'd noticed the missing money. I said no. He relaxed. They think I'm a fool. There were dozens of these entries. Every conversation, every lie, every assumption that he was too far gone to understand what they were doing. He'd been aware the entire time. He'd known, and he'd documented, and he'd stayed silent. The fifth binder had legal documents. A will, updated 6 months before the nursing home. Patterson recognized it immediately. He'd drawn it up himself, though he said Grandpa had sworn him to secrecy. Sandra and Richard weren't mentioned once. The bulk of everything went to elder abuse prevention charities. A portion came to me with a note in Grandpa's handwriting that made my eyes burn. You cared without wanting anything. That's why you'll have everything you need. But that wasn't all. At the bottom of the safe was a sealed envelope addressed to Patterson. He opened it carefully. Inside was a letter on Grandpa's personal stationery, dated 3 months before he died. It started, "For years they thought I was a fool. Let's remind them who built this family." The letter laid out everything. How he'd noticed money going missing 7 years ago. How he'd started documenting instead of confronting. How he knew that if he said anything while alive, Sandra would gaslight him, claim he was confused, maybe even accelerate whatever plans she had. So he'd waited, stayed quiet, let them think they'd gotten away with it. The letter included instructions for Patterson. Wait until after death. Let Sandra show her hand. Then file everything at once. Elder financial abuse charges. Demands for full repayment with interest. Immediate freezing of any assets she'd taken. Make it impossible for her to claim confusion or good intentions. Patterson got to work that same day. Filed everything with the court. Contacted Adult Protective Services even though Grandpa was gone. Initiated investigations. Within a week, Sandra and Richard were served papers. They showed up at my apartment 3 days later. Sandra's face was blotchy from crying. Richard looked like he hadn't slept. They tried to push past me, but I blocked the door. Sandra started yelling about how Grandpa had wanted to help family, how these were gifts, not loans, how I was tearing the family apart over a misunderstanding. I asked her about the handwritten notes, about the conversations Grandpa had documented. She went pale, said he was confused, that his memory was gone, that those notes didn't mean anything. But her face told me everything I needed to know. She'd thought she'd gotten away with it. They both had. And now Grandpa's paper trail was destroying them from beyond the grave. The investigation moved faster than I expected. When you have documentation like Grandpa left behind, there's not much room for defense. Every withdrawal had a corresponding note. Every property transfer had a date that matched up with his medical records showing cognitive decline. The prosecutors basically just had to organize what Grandpa had already organized for them. Sandra hired a lawyer who tried to argue that these were legitimate family loans, that Grandpa had been happy to help. But then they found the recordings. Turns out Grandpa had been even more thorough than the binders showed. He'd recorded conversations on a small digital recorder, dozens of them, all labeled and dated. Sandra's voice saying things like, "He won't remember by tomorrow anyway," and "We're just getting what we're owed early." The court ordered full repayment within 18 months. Every dollar Sandra had taken, plus interest, plus legal fees. She had to return the properties immediately, which meant breaking her own leases and losing tenants. Richard's name was on half the withdrawals as a co-beneficiary, so he was equally liable. I watched it unfold from a distance. Patterson handled everything, kept me updated weekly. Sandra tried to call me a few times, but I never answered. Richard sent emails I deleted without reading. Their kids reached out on Facebook asking me to drop it, like I had any control over what was happening. I told them to talk to their parents about elder abuse. Within 3 months, Sandra had to sell her vacation home in Florida, the one she'd bought with Grandpa's money, though she'd convinced herself she deserved it for taking care of family matters. Richard's business started struggling under the debt. He'd pulled money from it to make the court-ordered payments, and it never recovered. The will reading happened 4 months after Grandpa died. Patterson's office, just me and Sandra and Richard and their lawyer. The room was tense before Patterson even opened the document. Sandra kept looking at me like I was the enemy, like I'd orchestrated all of this instead of just following Grandpa's final instructions. Patterson read it out clearly. The majority of the estate, around $800,000 after the properties were sold, went to 3 charities focused on elder abuse prevention and legal aid for seniors. Sandra's face went red, then white. Richard just stared at the table. Then Patterson read my portion. The house, plus $150,000, plus all of Grandpa's personal effects. And that note, read out loud in front of everyone. You cared without wanting anything. That's why you'll have everything you need. Sandra stood up and walked out. Didn't say a word, just left. Richard followed her. Their lawyer stayed long enough to confirm there was no contest possible. The will was ironclad, updated with full mental competency documentation, witnesses, everything correct. I moved into Grandpa's house 2 months later. Couldn't afford to keep my apartment and the house both, and honestly, I wanted to be there. It felt like he was still around somehow, in all those organized drawers and labeled boxes. That's when I started finding more things. Every drawer I opened had another piece of the puzzle. A photo album with pictures from family gatherings. I'd never noticed before how Sandra and Richard always looked annoyed when Grandpa was talking. How they'd check their phones or find excuses to leave early. A receipt from the nursing home for private phone line installation. dated 2 weeks after he moved in, denied by Sandra using her power of attorney. He'd tried to make it easier for people to call him, and she'd blocked it. A journal from his first month in the nursing home. Entries about feeling abandoned, about watching the door hoping someone would visit, about hearing other residents get daily calls from family while his phone stayed silent. The last entry was dated 3 days before he whispered to me about the safe. She thinks I don't notice. I notice everything. It's been 8 months since Grandpa died. Sandra and Richard are making their court-ordered payments, but their lives have basically collapsed. Sandra sold her house and moved into a rental. Richard's business closed entirely. They're both working regular jobs now, most of their income going to pay back what they stole. I see Sandra sometimes at the grocery store near Grandpa's house. She looks years older than she did at the funeral. Gray hair she doesn't bother to dye anymore. Worn-out clothes. The kind of tired that comes from financial stress. She sees me too. Always looks away quickly. Sometimes leaves her cart and walks out. Part of me feels guilty watching it happen. She's still my aunt, still family, and her complete financial destruction feels extreme sometimes. Then I go home and find another one of Grandpa's notes. Or I remember visiting him alone in that nursing home room. How his face would light up when I walked in, like it was a miracle someone showed up. I remember how he'd thank me for coming, every single time, like it was this huge favor instead of just basic human decency. How Sandra couldn't manage more than 1 visit a month, staying less than 15 minutes, always with that look on her face like she was fulfilling an obligation. The cousins have chosen sides. Sandra and Richard's kids blame me for destroying their parents. Some of the extended family thinks I should have let it go, that family is supposed to forgive. But they weren't there. They didn't see Grandpa shrink in that place. They didn't hear his desperate whisper about the safe. There's still one locked filing cabinet I haven't opened. It's in the garage, older than the others, labeled 1970-1972, the beginning. I found the key last week in Grandpa's desk, on a ring, with a tag in his handwriting. When you're ready. I'm not sure I want to know what else he was keeping track of all these years, what other secrets he documented, what other betrayals he witnessed and recorded. Part of me wants to leave it locked, let some mysteries stay buried. But it's Grandpa. He never did anything without a reason. If he wanted me to find it eventually, there's probably something in there I need to know. I just haven't decided if I'm ready for whatever that is yet.
Rarely do cousins clash this badly over something as small as an old photo album. I, 42, have been living in my late grandmother's house for the past 3 years, ever since she passed. It wasn't planned or anything. After the funeral, the family kind of agreed that someone should stay here to keep it up, and since I was going through a rough patch with my living situation at the time, it worked out. The house became this unofficial family heritage spot where everyone gathers for holidays and birthdays. My grandmother would have loved that, honestly. She always wanted the family together. My cousin Derek, 39, has always had this chip on his shoulder about our family. I don't know when it started exactly, but for as long as I can remember, he's been competitive about everything. Who got better grades, who makes more money, who grandmother liked more. That last one especially. He'd make these little comments at family gatherings about how I was the favorite, how I always got special treatment. I tried not to engage with it because, what's the point, right? But it was always there, simmering under the surface. The thing that started all of this was grandmother's photo album. It's this old leather-bound thing, probably from the 70s, filled with pictures going back to the 50s. Some of them are the only copies that exist. Grandmother wrote notes in the margins in her handwriting, little stories about who was in the photos and what was happening that day. Stuff like, Martha's first day of school, 1962, or Your grandfather caught a 12-pound bass that afternoon. Nothing that would matter to anyone outside the family. But to us, it was everything. Before grandmother died, she asked me specifically to keep the album safe. I was visiting her in the hospital and she got really serious about it. She said the album shouldn't end up in a box somewhere or get split up between people. She wanted it in one place where the family could see it when they visited. I promised her I would. Derek knew about this, by the way. He was there when we had the conversation about family heirlooms and who would keep what. He made some comment then about how it should be shared equally, but grandmother shut that down pretty quickly. The album lived on a shelf in my living room. Anyone who visited could look through it. I must have shown it to various relatives dozens of times over the past 3 years. Derek had asked about taking it home a few times to make copies or whatever, and I always said he could look at it at the house, but it wasn't leaving. Grandmother's instructions were clear. He didn't like that answer. So about a month ago, Derek came over for a Sunday dinner. My mom was there, my sister, Derek's mom, who's my aunt, and a couple other cousins. Normal family stuff. We ate, we talked. Derek was actually being pretty pleasant for once. He even helped clean up after dinner. I remember thinking it was nice that we were all getting along for a change. 2 days later, I noticed the album was gone. I'd walked past that shelf 100 times without really looking at it. But that Tuesday, I went to show it to a friend who was visiting and it wasn't there. I tore the house apart looking for it, checked every room, every closet, convinced myself I must have moved it and forgotten. My wife helped me search. Nothing. It was just gone. I was starting to panic because this was the one thing grandmother explicitly trusted me with, and I couldn't find it. I called my mom asking if she'd seen anyone near that shelf during the dinner. She hadn't noticed anything. I was about to call other family members when my sister sent me a text with a Facebook link. My stomach just dropped when I opened it. Derek had posted 8 or 9 photos from the album. I knew they were from the album because I recognized the specific pictures, and some of them had grandmother's handwriting visible in the corners, but it was the captions that made me see red. He was making fun of them. One photo of grandmother in a dress from the 60s had a caption like, "Fashion was really something back then." Yikes. Another one of grandfather standing by his truck had this whole story about how he was trying to act tough, but was actually broke and struggling. That wasn't even true. Grandfather was well respected in his community and did fine for himself. I called Derek immediately. It rang through to voicemail. I texted him. No response. I sent about 5 more texts over the next hour, asking where the album was and demanding he take the posts down. Finally, he responded with just "relax. It belongs to the whole family, not just you." That's when I realized he'd taken it on purpose during the dinner. He must have grabbed it when everyone was in the kitchen or something. I was so angry I could barely think straight. I got in my car and drove to his apartment that same evening. It's about 20 minutes from my place, and I probably should have calmed down first, but I wasn't thinking clearly. I knocked on his door. I could hear his TV on inside, and I knew he was home. I knocked again, louder. He finally shouted through the door that he had every right to those photos, and I needed to leave. I told him he stole from me and from grandmother's memory. He said I was being dramatic. I stood there arguing with a closed door for probably 10 minutes before his neighbor came out and asked if there was a problem. I left. I called my mom on the drive home. She was furious when I told her what happened. She said she'd talk to Derek's mom, my aunt, and get this sorted out. I told her I wanted the album back immediately and those posts taken down. She said she'd handle it, but I could hear in her voice she was worried about how this was going to go. The next morning I posted in our family group chat. I kept it simple and direct. I said Derek had taken grandmother's album without permission during Sunday's dinner, and I needed it returned immediately. I didn't mention the Facebook posts yet because I wanted to give him a chance to do the right thing. Derek responded within minutes. He wrote that maybe if someone wasn't hoarding family history like a dragon sitting on gold, he wouldn't have to take matters into his own hands. He actually used that phrase, take matters into his own hands, like he was some kind of hero liberating family treasures. My aunt jumped in right away defending him. She said he just wanted to share our heritage with people, and I was being unreasonable. I screenshot the Facebook posts and sent them to the group chat. I pointed out the mocking captions and asked how making fun of grandmother was sharing heritage. Derek's response was that he was just being funny and I couldn't take a joke. A joke. He called disrespecting our dead grandmother a joke. My mom lost it at that point. She sent a long message about how disrespectful Derek was being and how grandmother would be ashamed. My sister backed her up, but then my cousin Lisa, who's always been close with Derek, chimed in saying I'd been gatekeeping grandmother's house and memory since she died. She brought up how I got to live there rent-free and have access to all of grandmother's things while the rest of the family just got to visit. That wasn't even accurate, but suddenly the conversation wasn't about the album anymore. It was about whether I deserved to be in the house at all. Two of my other cousins sent me private messages saying Derek was wrong, but they didn't want to get involved publicly. One of them said his girlfriend was already mad at him for too much family drama, and he couldn't take sides. I appreciated them reaching out, but it didn't help with the actual problem. Derek still had the album, and now half the family chat was arguing about completely different things. It was Derek's younger sister who told me the real reason behind all this. She called me a few days into the mess and said Derek had told her he took the album on purpose. He felt like I'd gotten everything when grandmother died. The house, the furniture, the role of family keeper or whatever. He thought grandmother had always favored me, and this was him evening the score. She felt bad about it and thought I should know, but she also asked me not to tell Derek she'd told me, because she didn't want to be in the middle of it. That conversation changed how I saw the whole situation. This wasn't really about the album. This was years of resentment that Derek had been building up, and he'd finally found an outlet for it. Knowing that didn't make me any less angry, but it explained why he was being so stubborn about returning it. I talked to a friend of mine who's a lawyer. He said technically what Derek did was theft, but taking it to small claims court would be messy and expensive and probably not worth it for an item with no real monetary value. He suggested I could file a police report just to have it on record, and maybe that would scare Derek into giving it back. So I sent Derek a text, saying he had 48 hours to return the album or I'd file a report. His response was to tell me to go ahead and let the whole family see how crazy I was over some old pictures. My aunt called my mom screaming about how I was threatening her son with police over a family disagreement. The group chat became completely unusable. People were arguing about everything from grandmother's will to old grudges from 20 years ago. My uncle, who never says anything, posted that we all needed to calm down and remember we were family. Someone told him to stay out of it. Then Derek made a public Facebook post. He didn't name me directly, but it was obvious who he was talking about. He wrote this whole thing about family members who care more about objects than relationships, who use their position as keepers of family history to control everyone else, who threaten legal action instead of having conversations. It got like 30 comments from his friends who didn't know the full story, all agreeing with him and talking about how toxic some families can be. A few people even shared it. My wife found the post and showed it to me. She'd been supportive up to that point, but that night she suggested maybe I should just let it go. She said the album wasn't worth destroying family relationships over. We could get copies made of the photos that mattered most. Was I really going to let this turn into a permanent rift? I understood where she was coming from, but she didn't get it. This wasn't about the physical object. It was about Derek thinking he could take whatever he wanted and face no consequences. It was about grandmother trusting me with something and me failing to protect it. The 48 hours passed. I filed the police report. The officer who took my statement was sympathetic, but said it was clearly a civil matter and they weren't going to get involved in family disputes. He took down the information and gave me a case number, and that was it. I sent Derek a photo of the police report. Derek's mom called my mom absolutely furious. She said I'd crossed a line involving authorities in family business. My mom defended me, but I could tell even she was getting tired of the whole thing. My sister asked me privately if I was sure I wanted to keep pushing this. People were choosing sides, and it was getting ugly. Some extended family members I barely knew were weighing in on Facebook, most of them siding with Derek because his post made him look like the victim. Derek took down the Facebook posts a few days after I filed the report. His mom had apparently gotten worried about the legal implications. But he still wouldn't return the album, or even acknowledge that he should. He posted one more thing saying he'd removed the photos out of respect for his grandmother's memory, not because anyone forced him to. The comments on that one were full of people praising him for being the bigger person. My mom tried to fix things about 2 weeks after I filed the police report. She organized a dinner at her place and invited both me and Derek, along with a few other family members who were supposed to act as neutral mediators, I guess. My wife wasn't thrilled about me going, but she came along for support. Derek's mom was there too, and my sister and 2 of my cousins, who'd managed to stay out of the fighting. The dinner was tense from the start. Everyone was being overly polite in that way people are when they're trying not to blow up at each other. We made it through the meal with mostly small talk about weather and work. Then my mom brought up the album. She said we needed to resolve this as a family and move forward. That's when Derek reached into his bag and pulled out the album. He tossed it onto the table and said, "Fine, here's your precious album. Hope it keeps me warm at night when no one's speaking to me." Just threw it down like it was trash. Some of the photos had slipped out of their corners from the impact. I grabbed it immediately and started checking through it page by page while everyone watched. 3 photos were missing. I could see the empty spots where they'd been. I asked Derek where the other photos were. He shrugged and said they must have fallen out. How was he supposed to keep track of every single picture? I knew he was lying. Those photos had been in that album for decades, and suddenly 3 of them just fall out while it's in his possession for a few weeks. He kept them on purpose. My mom asked him to please check his apartment for them. He said he would, but I could tell from his face he had no intention of looking. That's when the dinner fell apart. I said he'd stolen from our family and disrespected grandmother's memory, and now he was keeping photos out of spite. He said I was the one who'd turned a family disagreement into a police matter and made everyone choose sides. His mom said I should be grateful I got the album back at all, and I was being ungracious. My sister tried to calm everyone down, but it didn't work. We all ended up leaving early. It's been about a month since that dinner. Derek and I haven't spoken at all. His mom sent me a text a few days after saying I should be ashamed of myself for involving police in a family matter and that I'd damaged relationships that might never heal. She didn't mention the missing photos or the Facebook posts or anything Derek had done. It was all about my response to it. Some of the younger cousins have asked their parents why we don't do family dinners anymore. My sister told me her daughter wanted to know if Derek and I were still related or if we'd stopped being cousins. She's 7. She doesn't understand why the adults suddenly can't be in the same room together. My mom has tried to organize a few things, but they're always awkward now because she has to consider who she invites. If she invites me, Derek won't come. If she invites Derek, I probably won't go. The family is basically split into camps at this point. My mom and sister are firmly on my side. Derek's mom and his sister are on his side, though his sister at least seems conflicted about it. My cousins are divided. Some think I overreacted. Some think Derek was completely out of line. Most of them just wish the whole thing would go away so we could go back to normal family gatherings. My wife has been supportive, but I know it bothers her that we can't go to certain family events now because Derek will be there. I've spent a lot of time looking through the album since I got it back. The missing photos were ones of grandmother when she was young, before she got married. I remember them clearly, but I don't have copies. Derek knows those were some of the rarest ones. The album is back where it belongs on the shelf in the living room, but every time I see it, I think about those missing photos and what Derek did. My mom keeps saying I did the right thing by standing up for grandmother's wishes. But she looks sad when she says it. Last week she mentioned how grandmother always said family was everything, and I could tell she was thinking about how fractured we all are now. I've been thinking about that too. Grandmother also used to say you have to stand up for what's right even when it's hard. I don't know which principle she'd think was more important in this situation. The ironic thing is that I protected the physical album, but the act of protecting it broke apart the family that's documented in those photos. There are pictures in there of Derek and me as kids at birthday parties and holidays, back when we actually got along. Now we can't be in the same room. There are photos of all of us together at grandmother's house for various celebrations. We'll probably never all gather there like that again. I've had moments where I wonder if I should have just let him keep it, made copies for myself and walked away. The family would still be intact. We'd still have dinners together. My mom wouldn't look sad every time someone mentions holidays. But then I think about grandmother specifically asking me to keep the album safe, and how Derek mocked her online and distorted stories about our grandfather. If I'd backed down, he would have just kept pushing boundaries. He would have known he could take whatever he wanted and get away with it. So I have the album back mostly. I kept my promise to grandmother. Mostly. And I've got a fractured family and cousins who don't talk anymore, and nieces and nephews who don't understand why Christmas is going to be complicated this year. I'm sitting here in grandmother's house looking at these old photos, wondering if she'd be proud of me for standing my ground, or disappointed that protecting her memories came at the cost of family unity. I honestly don't have an answer to that. Out of nowhere, my grandson told me I was just a free babysitter to his parents. I, 72, have been helping my daughter Rachel, 45, and her husband Mark, 47, with their kids for the past 6 years. They have 2 children, Jake, who's 10, and Emma, who's 7. I watch them at Rachel's house in the suburbs, about 20 minutes from my apartment, 3 or 4 times a week while Rachel and Mark work late. I've been doing this since Emma was still in diapers. I always thought I was doing it out of love, you know? Building memories with my grandkids, helping my daughter balance everything. I genuinely believed Rachel appreciated what I was doing for them. She'd thank me every time, sometimes bring me my favorite coffee or pick up flowers on her way home. I never asked for payment, never even brought it up. I just wanted to be there for my family. Sure, I had to give some things up. I stopped going to my book club on Tuesday nights because that's when Rachel needed me most. I haven't visited my friend Linda in Arizona in 3 years because I didn't want to leave Rachel without help. But I thought that's what grandmothers do. You make sacrifices for the people you love. It was a regular Tuesday afternoon when everything changed. I was in Rachel's kitchen making grilled cheese sandwiches for the kids. Jake was sitting at the counter doing his math homework, and Emma was in the living room watching some cartoon. Normal day, nothing special about it. I was humming along to some song on the radio, feeling pretty content, actually. Then Jake just said it. Didn't even look up from his worksheet. He goes, "Mom said you help us because you don't have anything better to do. You're basically just our babysitter." I swear I felt my entire body go cold. I stood there with the spatula in my hand, staring at the back of his head. For a second I thought maybe I'd misheard him. So I tried to laugh it off, asked him what he meant by that. I kept my voice light, didn't want to make it into a big thing in front of him. He just shrugged, didn't seem bothered at all. Then he said, "I heard her and Dad talking last night. They said Grandma doesn't have a life, so she might as well watch us. It saves them like $800 a week or something." I don't think I've ever felt pain like that. Not physical pain, but this awful sinking feeling in my chest. Like something inside me just cracked. I wanted to ask him more, wanted to know exactly what he'd heard, but I couldn't. My throat felt tight, and I knew if I tried to talk I might start crying. So I just finished making the sandwiches in complete silence. Jake went right back to his homework like nothing happened. He had no idea what he'd just done to me. The rest of the afternoon was torture. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Kept replaying his words over and over, the casual way he'd said it, like it was just a fact. Like, of course, that's why Grandma comes over. I helped Emma with her reading practice, and the whole time I was wondering if Rachel really said those things. If that's really how she saw me. This old woman with nothing better to do than provide free childcare. By the time Rachel got home at 7, I was a mess inside, trying to hold it together but failing. She walked in with her work bag and her coffee tumbler, gave me her usual tired smile. Asked how the kids were. I said fine. She must have noticed something was off because she stopped and looked at me closer. Asked if everything was okay. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to just leave and go home and cry, but I needed to know. So I asked her straight out, "Do you really think I do this because I don't have a life?" Her face went pale, just for a second, but I saw it. Then she started laughing, but it was too quick. too loud, the kind of laugh you do when you're trying to cover something up. She said something like, "Did Jake say something? You know how kids are, they mix things up all the time." But she wouldn't look at me. She started busying herself with putting her stuff down, checking her phone, asking the kids about their day, anything to avoid eye contact with me. And that's when I knew it was true. She had said those things. Maybe not in those exact words, but close enough that Jake got the message loud and clear. I told her I needed to go. She was still trying to act normal, still pretending Jake had just made it all up. Asked if I wanted to stay for dinner. I said no. The whole drive home I was shaking, had to pull over twice because my eyes kept filling up with tears. When I got back to my apartment, I just sat in my car in the parking lot for 20 minutes. All I could think about was how stupid I'd been, how I'd convinced myself that Rachel needed me, that I was this important part of their lives, but really I was just convenient, free labor, a grandmother with nothing better to do. I went inside and looked around my small apartment, at my bookshelf full of books I hadn't touched in months, at the pottery class schedule I'd taped to my fridge 2 years ago, but never signed up for, at the stack of travel magazines Linda kept sending me with post-it notes marking places she wanted us to visit together. Rachel was right about one thing. I really didn't have much of a life anymore. But that wasn't because I was some lonely old woman with nothing to do. It was because I'd given everything up for her family. And she didn't even see it as a sacrifice. She saw it as me filling empty time. I spent the next 3 days barely sleeping, just lying in bed at night, replaying every interaction I'd had with Rachel over the past few years. And once I started really thinking about it, I noticed things I'd ignored before. The way she'd check her watch when we talked, like she was timing how long I'd stay. How she never invited me for dinner anymore, just kind of rushed me out the door once she got home. The fact that our conversations had become entirely about the kids and logistics. When was the last time she'd asked me how I was doing? Really asked. Not just the automatic, "How are you," you say, without listening to the answer. By Thursday, I knew I had to talk to her. Actually talk, not just let her brush it off again. So I called her and said we needed to sit down and have a conversation. She immediately tried to deflect, told me I was overreacting, that Jake was just being a kid, that I was reading too much into things. But I didn't back down. I said if she really believed that, then she could spare an hour to talk to me about it. She finally agreed. We met for coffee on Saturday morning. That was her idea. I realize now it was probably so I couldn't make a scene at her house or something. We sat down with our drinks and I just asked her directly, did she see me as free childcare? She sighed, like I was being difficult. Then she said of course she appreciated me. Of course she valued what I did. But I kept pushing. I told her that wasn't what I asked. She got this look on her face, kind of annoyed, kind of defensive. Said I was being dramatic. But then she said it. She said, "It's just, you're retired. You have the time. We're barely keeping our heads above water with work and the mortgage and everything." Like that explained everything. Like having time automatically meant I owed it to her. I looked at her and said, "So you do think I have nothing better to do?" She got frustrated then, raised her voice a little and said, "That's not what I said. Why are you twisting everything I say?" But it was exactly what she said, just in different words. I tried to explain how hurt I was, how I'd given up things in my own life to help her. My book club, my pottery class I never started, visits with friends. She actually rolled her eyes. I watched my own daughter roll her eyes at me. Then she said, "What things, Mom? Your Tuesday morning yoga class? Come on." That's when I realized she genuinely didn't see it. To her, my life was just this empty schedule that I filled with her kids because what else would I be doing? She had no idea what I'd sacrificed. Or maybe she just didn't care. So I told her I needed to step back, that I'd watch the kids maybe once a week instead of 4 times. Give myself time to actually have a life outside of being their babysitter. Her whole attitude changed in a second. Suddenly, I had her full attention. She said I couldn't be serious, that they depended on me. I told her that was exactly the problem. They depended on me, but didn't respect me. She started raising her voice more. People at other tables were looking over. She said it was selfish, asked me what she was supposed to do, that they couldn't afford a regular sitter. Then she said I was going to abandon my grandchildren. Abandon, like I was some deadbeat grandmother walking out on them forever instead of just setting basic boundaries. I could feel myself starting to waver. The guilt was hitting hard. But then I thought about Jake again. How casual he'd been when he said it. How he clearly didn't think it was mean or wrong because that's just how his parents talked about me when I wasn't around. That thought kept me steady. I told her I wasn't punishing anyone. I was just setting boundaries, that I needed to have my own life too. Rachel stood up then. She was angry, really angry. Her face was red, and she wasn't even trying to keep her voice down anymore. She said, "Whatever, Mom. Do what you want. But don't be surprised when the kids wonder why Grandma doesn't want to see them anymore." Then she just left. Walked right out of the coffee shop. I sat there by myself for probably 20 minutes, just staring at my half-finished latte. Other customers kept glancing at me. This old woman sitting alone looking shell-shocked. I probably looked pathetic. That night, Rachel texted me, said Jake was crying, that he thought he'd gotten me in trouble, and she hoped I was happy. I tried calling her immediately, but she didn't pick up. So I texted Jake directly, told him none of this was his fault, and that I loved him so much. Never got a response. I'm pretty sure Rachel took his phone away. The next Wednesday, when I went over to watch the kids, Rachel was cold. Barely said 2 words to me when she dropped them off. Just gave me the emergency numbers like I hadn't been watching these kids for 6 years. Like I was some stranger she'd hired off a babysitting app. Mark was even worse. He wouldn't even look at me when he came home. Just called for the kids and thanked me in this flat voice, and that was it. Jake apologized to me that first Wednesday back. Poor kid looked miserable. I told him he didn't do anything wrong, that he just told me the truth, and I appreciated his honesty. I don't think he fully understood, but he seemed relieved. Emma just wanted to show me her new drawings like always. At least the kids were okay. For now. It's been 6 weeks now since I cut back on babysitting. 6 weeks of only seeing Jake and Emma once a week instead of being part of their daily routine. The first couple of weeks were the hardest. I'd sit in my apartment on Tuesday evenings, the time I used to be at Rachel's house, and feel this overwhelming sadness, like I'd lost something important. But I kept reminding myself why I did it, that I deserved to be valued, not just used. I signed up for that pottery class I'd been putting off for 2 years, Tuesday and Thursday evenings. I'm terrible at it, by the way. My bowls look more like ashtrays, and my vase collapsed in on itself last week. But I don't care. It feels good to be doing something just for me. Something that has nothing to do with being mom or grandma or the free help. I also called Linda, my friend from book club. We met for lunch, and I told her everything. She was furious on my behalf. Said she'd been wondering why I'd dropped off the face of the earth. We've been meeting every Friday now. Last week we even talked about planning that Arizona trip for next spring. Rachel hired a college student to watch the kids on the days I don't come over. I know this because she mentions it constantly. Every single time I see her, she brings up how expensive it is. $200 a day, she says. Sometimes she'll say it multiple times in one conversation, like I'm supposed to feel guilty and offer to come back full time. Last week, she made a comment about how they might have to cancel their family vacation because of the extra childcare costs. I didn't take the bait. The family drama has been worse than I expected, though. Rachel posted something on Facebook about 2 weeks in. Didn't name me directly, but it was obvious. Something about the challenges of being a working parent when you can't count on family support. My sister Carol called me the next day. Apparently Rachel had been calling relatives and complaining about me, saying I'd abandoned her, that I was being selfish and stubborn over something Jake made up. The family is split. Carol thinks I'm doing the right thing, that Rachel was taking advantage. My brother thinks I'm being too harsh, that family helps family without keeping score. Some cousins have stopped liking my Facebook posts. The family group chat is awkward as hell now. Nobody knows what to say, so mostly we just send weather updates and random memes. It's uncomfortable, but I'm standing my ground. The worst part happened 4 weeks in. I was at Rachel's house watching the kids on a Wednesday. Emma was quieter than usual. She kept looking at me with these sad eyes but wouldn't say what was wrong. Finally, right before Rachel came home, she asked me if I didn't like her and Jake anymore. I swear my heart broke right there. I knelt down and told her I loved her more than anything in the whole world, that I loved both of them so much it hurt. She asked why I didn't come over as much anymore then. I tried to explain it in a way a 7-year-old would understand. Said that Grandma needed some time to do things for herself too. That it didn't mean I loved them any less. She nodded like she understood, but she still looked sad. That image of her face has been haunting me ever since. I'm happier in some ways. I really am. I have my pottery class and my lunches with Linda. I'm reading again, actually finishing books instead of falling asleep after 2 pages because I'm exhausted from chasing kids around all day. I'm sleeping better. I even started going to a yoga class on Thursday mornings, the one Rachel made fun of me for wanting to take. But I'm also lonelier. My apartment feels emptier. I miss the chaos of the kids, Emma's endless questions, Jake's terrible jokes. I miss feeling needed, even if it was in the wrong way. And Rachel and I barely have a relationship anymore. It's all surface level now. She drops the kids off, I watch them, she picks them up. We talk about logistics and nothing else. She's never apologized, never even acknowledged that what she said hurt me. Sometimes I wonder if she's capable of seeing it from my perspective. If she'll ever understand that I wasn't trying to punish anyone, I just wanted basic respect. Yesterday, Rachel texted me, said the college student is sick this Saturday, and asked if I could watch Jake and Emma, just like that. No acknowledgement of the past 6 weeks, no recognition of anything that's happened between us. Just asked like nothing had changed, like we were back to the old arrangement where I drop everything whenever she needs me. I've been staring at that text since yesterday afternoon, haven't responded yet. Part of me wants to say yes because I miss the kids. I miss spending whole days with them, not just a few rushed hours on Wednesdays. Part of me knows that if I say yes, nothing will change. Rachel will see it as me caving. She'll go back to taking me for granted, and we'll be right back where we started. I keep typing out responses and then deleting them. Yes, no, maybe. Sorry, I have plans. Each one feels wrong for different reasons. My sister says I should stick to my boundaries. Linda says I should do whatever feels right to me. But I don't know what feels right anymore. What I do know is that I never expected being a grandmother would feel like this. I thought it would be simple. Love, family, memories. I didn't think I'd have to choose between my dignity and my grandchildren. But here I am, sitting with my phone in my hand, trying to figure out if helping this one time makes me weak or loving. I still don't have an answer. One Thanksgiving dinner changed how I see my family forever. I, 74, have been hosting Thanksgiving at my house for the past 15 years. My 3 kids, Robert, 48, Susan, 45, and Michael, 42, all come with their families, plus my brother's kids and their families too. It's a big production every year, but I never minded. I actually looked forward to it. Having everyone under one roof, watching the grandkids run around, hearing all the noise and laughter, that's what I thought family was supposed to be. I've been bankrolling these gatherings for as long as I can remember. The turkey, the sides, the wine, the decorations, all of it. I'd spend close to $1,000 every Thanksgiving and Christmas, sometimes more. And it wasn't just the holidays either. Over the years, I've helped my kids out when they needed it. Robert was between jobs for 8 months a few years back, and I slipped him money for groceries and his mortgage. Susan called me crying once about possibly losing her house, so I covered a payment for her. Michael's daughter needed textbooks for college, so I bought them. I never asked for any of it back. Never even brought it up again after I helped. I thought that's what you did for family. I thought it meant something. I genuinely believed my generosity was what kept everyone together. That without these dinners, without my help, maybe we'd all drift apart. My kids are busy with their own lives, their own problems. I figured if I made things easy for them, if I took care of everything, they'd want to come around more. And they did come around. Every holiday, every birthday, they'd show up. So I thought I was doing something right. This year's Thanksgiving had 23 people crammed into my dining room and living room. I spent 2 full days cooking, started Wednesday morning with prep work, and didn't stop until Thursday afternoon. My back was killing me by the time everyone arrived, but I didn't care. I had the table set perfectly, had enough chairs borrowed from neighbors, made sure there was something for everyone, including the picky eaters. I spent over $800 on food alone this year, prime rib along with the turkey because Robert's wife only eats beef, special dairy-free desserts because one of the grandkids is lactose intolerant, the works. When everyone arrived, it felt good. The house was loud and warm and full. My grandkids were running around playing tag. The adults were drinking wine and catching up. And I was in the kitchen making sure everything came out right. Susan helped me carry some dishes out, and Michael carved the turkey. Robert made a toast about family and being grateful. I remember standing there thinking this was exactly what I'd wanted. Everyone together, everyone happy. We all sat down to eat, and it was perfect. People were complimenting the food, passing dishes around, telling stories. My brother was talking about some fishing trip he took. Susan's husband was showing everyone pictures from their vacation. The grandkids were actually sitting still for once. I was exhausted, but I felt good. Proud even. Like all the work had been worth it. Then about halfway through dinner, my niece Karen spoke up. She's my brother's daughter, around 40 or so. She'd had a few glasses of wine by that point, I could tell. She suddenly said, loud enough for everyone to hear, "You know why Uncle Jim does all this, right? He's lonely and desperate for attention. This is literally the only way he can get us all in one room." The table went completely silent. I was holding my fork halfway to my mouth, and I just froze. I looked at her, and she was smiling, like she'd just said something clever. Then my brother started chuckling. A few other people laughed too. I looked at my kids, and they were all looking down at their plates, smiling. Nobody said anything. Nobody told her that was rude or mean or uncalled for. Nobody defended me at all. I tried to laugh it off. I made some sound that was supposed to be a laugh, but it came out weird and forced. Someone changed the subject and everyone moved on like nothing happened, but I couldn't move on. I just sat there hearing her words over and over in my head, lonely and desperate for attention. That's what she thought. And apparently everyone else agreed because nobody disagreed with her. They just laughed. I barely spoke for the rest of the meal. I kept getting up to check on things in the kitchen or refill drinks, anything to step away from the table. My chest felt tight and my face was hot. I felt humiliated. Every time I came back and sat down, I could hear her voice in my head. I kept looking at my kids, waiting for one of them to say something to me privately, to tell me Karen was just drunk or just joking. But nobody did. My youngest grandson asked me at one point if I was okay. I told him I was just tired from all the cooking. He nodded and went back to his mashed potatoes. When people started leaving, they thanked me like they always did, told me dinner was great, told me they'd see me at Christmas. Susan kissed my cheek and said, "Great job, Dad," but she wouldn't look at me. Everyone filtered out with their leftovers in containers I'd packed up for them, and then I was alone in my house with the destroyed kitchen and Karen's words still ringing in my ears. I didn't sleep that night. I just kept replaying that moment, the way everyone laughed, the way my own children looked down and smiled instead of defending me. And I started thinking about other things too. The way Robert always forgot his wallet when we went out to eat. The way Susan mostly called when she needed something. The way Michael's family was always the first to leave after dinner. I felt like an idiot for not seeing it sooner. I spent Friday morning cleaning up. The kitchen was a disaster, and I had leftovers for days. I kept thinking maybe I'd feel better after some sleep, but I didn't. If anything, I felt worse. Every time I put away a dish or threw out paper plates, I thought about Karen's comment. lonely and desperate for attention. I couldn't shake it. What really got to me wasn't even what she said. It was that nobody disagreed. 23 people at that table, and not one person spoke up. Not my brother, not my kids, not even my daughter-in-law who I helped pay for her mother's funeral 2 years ago. They all just laughed or stayed quiet. That silence said everything. I started remembering things I'd tried not to think about before. Like how Robert only called when he needed something. Last month he asked to borrow my truck and I said sure. No problem. He picked it up, kept it for a week. Brought it back with an empty gas tank and a dent in the bumper. Never mentioned the dent. Never offered to fix it or fill the tank. When I brought it up, he said I was being petty about small stuff, or how Susan always had an excuse for why she couldn't help with anything. Too busy with work, too busy with the kids, too tired. But she had plenty of time to call me asking if I could watch her kids last minute, or if I could lend her money for this or that. And I always said yes because that's what you do for your kids, right? Except now I'm wondering if she saw me as her dad, or just as someone she could count on to bail her out. Michael was the quietest of my kids, but he wasn't much better. His family was always the first to leave every holiday. They'd eat, hang around for maybe an hour, then suddenly remember they had somewhere else to be. His wife would make excuses about the kids being tired or having plans the next day, and Michael would just shrug apologetically and they'd be out the door. I used to think they were just busy people. Now I think they couldn't wait to leave. I kept going back and forth in my head. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it really was just a joke and I was being too sensitive. But then I'd remember the laughter and I'd get angry all over again. Even if it was a joke, jokes are supposed to be funny. That wasn't funny. That was cruel. And the fact that my own children didn't defend me made it so much worse. By Friday afternoon, I'd made up my mind. I called Robert, Susan, and Michael and told them I needed to talk to them, all three of them. They tried to say they were busy, but I insisted. I think they could tell from my voice that something was wrong because they all agreed to come over. They showed up around 4. I'd been rehearsing what I was going to say all day, but when they walked in, I almost chickened out. Susan was already talking about Christmas plans and asking if I wanted her to bring anything, like nothing had happened, like Thanksgiving had been perfectly normal. I told them to sit down. I said I wasn't hosting holidays anymore. Not Thanksgiving, not Christmas, not Easter, none of it. And I wasn't paying for family gatherings anymore either. If they wanted to get together, they could rotate houses or meet at a restaurant. But I was done. The room went dead silent. Then Robert said, "Are you serious right now? Over one joke?" I told him it wasn't about one joke. It was about the fact that nobody said anything. That I sat there and got humiliated in front of my entire family, and my own kids just looked down at their plates. Susan started crying. She said I was ruining family traditions, that the grandkids looked forward to coming to my house every year, that I was being selfish and making everything about me. I pointed out that it had always been about me cooking, me paying, me doing all the work. She just cried harder. Michael was quiet for a while. Then he said, "This is really selfish, Dad. We all have busy lives, and you're the one with the big house and the time to do this stuff. You're retired. What else are you doing?" That one hurt more than I expected. Like my time didn't matter because I wasn't working anymore. Like I owed them my time and my money just because I had it. I asked him if he even enjoyed coming to these dinners or if he just came for the free food. He didn't answer. Robert stood up and said I was being ridiculous. That family is supposed to help each other, and I was turning my back on all of them over something stupid. I told him I'd been helping for 15 years and I was tired. He said that's what parents do. They help their kids. I said kids are supposed to appreciate their parents, not mock them. Susan was full-on sobbing at this point. She said I was breaking the family apart, that this wasn't who I was, that she didn't recognize me. I told her maybe she never really knew me. Maybe she just knew the version of me that gave her money and cooked her dinner and never complained. None of them apologized. Not one of them said, "You're right, Dad. Karen was out of line and we should have said something." They were all too busy being angry at me for disrupting their comfortable arrangement. Because that's what it was, I realized. An arrangement. I provided the house and the food and the money, and they showed up. That was the deal. And now I was breaking the deal, and they were pissed. Michael said I was overreacting and being dramatic. Robert said I was acting like a child. Susan said I was going to regret this and that I was pushing everyone away. Then they all left. Susan was still crying. Robert slammed the door on his way out. Michael just shook his head at me like I was disappointing him. I stood in my living room after they left, and it was completely quiet. Part of me wanted to call them back and apologize and take it all back, but a bigger part of me felt relieved. Like I'd finally said something I should have said a long time ago. That evening, Susan called me 3 times. I didn't pick up. She left voicemails crying and saying I was tearing the family apart, that I was being selfish and cruel, that the kids were asking why Grandpa was mad. I listened to each message once and then deleted them. I felt guilty, but I also felt angry. She still hadn't acknowledged what Karen said. She was still making this about me overreacting instead of about them treating me like garbage. Robert sent me a long text around 9 that night. It was paragraphs of him telling me how disappointed he was in my behavior, how I was acting petty and childish, how family is supposed to forgive each other and move past things, how he couldn't believe I was throwing away years of tradition over one comment. He said I was embarrassing myself and hurting everyone who loved me. I read it twice, and then didn't respond. What was the point? He wasn't hearing me. None of them were. Michael didn't contact me at all that night, or the next day, or the day after that. Just complete silence from him, which somehow felt worse than Robert's angry text or Susan's crying voicemails. I spent that weekend alone, really alone, in a way I hadn't been in years. Usually my weekends involved at least one phone call from one of the kids, or plans to see the grandkids or something. But my phone barely rang. I kept checking it like an idiot, expecting someone to call and apologize. Nobody did. On Sunday, my neighbor Margaret came over with some cookies. We're friendly, talk over the fence sometimes, nothing major. She asked how Thanksgiving went, and I ended up telling her everything. The whole story just came pouring out. When I finished, she looked furious. She said Karen was awful for saying that, and my kids were worse for not defending me. She said I did the right thing by standing up for myself. It felt good to hear someone say that, but I still wasn't sure if I believed it. The following week was strange. I kept expecting things to go back to normal, but they didn't. Susan called Tuesday night, calmer this time. She said everyone was upset and that I needed to think about what I was doing to the family. She said Christmas was coming up, and the kids were already asking about coming to my house. I told her I meant what I said. She got quiet and then asked if I was really going to ruin Christmas too. I said I wasn't ruining anything. I just wasn't hosting. She could host if she wanted. She said her house was too small and she didn't have time to cook for everyone. Then she hung up on me. Robert called Wednesday to ask if I was over it yet. Like I'd been throwing a tantrum that should have passed by now. I told him I wasn't over it and I wasn't changing my mind. He sighed really loud and said I was being stubborn and hurting people for no reason. I hung up on him. Michael finally called on Thursday. He didn't apologize either. He just said this was all getting out of hand, and maybe we should all take some time to cool off. I said that was fine with me. He said he'd call me in a couple weeks. That was 2.5 weeks ago now, and I haven't heard from him since. It's been 3 weeks total since Thanksgiving. 3 weeks since I told them I was done. And honestly, it's been the quietest 3 weeks I've had in years. No last-minute requests to babysit. No calls asking for money or favors. No pressure to plan the next big gathering. Just silence. The guilt comes and goes. Some days I feel like I did the right thing. Like I finally stood up for myself after years of being taken advantage of. Other days I feel like I destroyed my family over my pride. Like maybe I should have just let it go and kept things how they were. At least then I'd still talk to my kids regularly. At least then I'd see my grandkids. Susan sent me another text last week. She said they were planning Christmas at her house after all, and I was invited if I apologized to everyone for making them feel bad. I stared at that text for a long time. Apologize to them. For what? For not wanting to be mocked? For not wanting to be treated like an ATM? The message made me so angry I had to put my phone down and walk away. I haven't responded to her yet. I don't know what to say. Part of me wants to just apologize so everything can go back to normal, so I can see my grandkids and hear my kids' voices without all this tension. But another part of me knows that if I apologize, nothing will actually change. They'll think they were right and I was wrong. And next Thanksgiving, I'll be right back in my kitchen cooking for 23 people who think I'm desperate and lonely. My grandson's birthday is next month. He's turning 8. I always send him money in a card, usually $100. But now, I keep thinking about what that looks like. Am I proving Karen right by sending money? Is that all I am to them? Just someone who sends checks? But if I don't send it, I'm the bad guy who punished a kid for something his parents did. I haven't told my brother any of this yet. I know I need to, but I keep putting it off. He'll probably side with Karen. Tell me I'm being too sensitive, and then I'll have lost him too. Some days I think about calling Robert or Susan or Michael and just asking them to come over so we can really talk, really hash this out. But then I remember how they reacted when I told them I was done hosting, how angry they were, how none of them apologized, and I don't call. So now I'm sitting here in my house wondering if I made the right choice. My kids think I'm destroying the family. They think I'm being selfish and petty, but I don't know how to keep being part of a family that sees me as nothing more than a wallet with a big kitchen. I don't know if that's even a family worth keeping together. On the day I moved into assisted living, my daughter told everyone I had given up. I'm 82 years old and I thought I was making the smartest decision of my life. I have 2 kids, Sarah, who's 56, and Mark, who's 53. I've been a widow for 8 years now, and I lived in my house for over 40 years. Raised my kids there, buried my husband from there, thought I'd die there too. But things change. Last fall I had a bad fall in my bathroom. Slipped getting out of the shower, hit my head on the sink and couldn't get up. I was there for 3 hours before my neighbor came by to drop off some mail and heard me calling for help. 3 hours on that cold tile floor. I kept thinking about what would have happened if she hadn't come that day. What if it had been a weekend? What if she'd been out of town? I could have died there. And nobody would have known until someone noticed my newspapers piling up. After that, I couldn't shake the fear. Every time I was alone in that house, I felt it creeping up on me. What if I fell again? What if something worse happened? I didn't want to be that person they find days later. I didn't want my kids getting that phone call. So I started looking into assisted living places. It took me months. I visited probably 6 or 7 different communities. Some felt like hospitals, all sterile and depressing. Some were too expensive. But then I found Maplewood Gardens. It's small, maybe 60 units, and everyone seemed genuinely happy there. The staff was kind, the apartments were clean, and I could have my own space, a little 1-bedroom with a kitchenette, so I could still make my morning coffee the way I like it. First floor with a view of the garden. I signed the papers in March and told my kids it was happening. Mark was supportive right away. He said he'd been worried about me living alone after the fall, and he was relieved I was taking charge of it. But Sarah went quiet on the phone. Just said okay in this flat voice and changed the subject. I should have known then. Moving day was early September. The movers came at 7 in the morning and had everything packed by noon. Saying goodbye to the house was harder than I expected, but I kept reminding myself why I was doing this. Safety, independence, not being a burden. The staff at Maplewood helped me unpack, hung up pictures, made sure I knew where everything was. By dinner time, I was settled. I felt relieved, maybe even a little excited about the activities they had planned. Chair yoga, book clubs, movie nights. The facility does this thing where they host a welcome luncheon for new residents. They invite your family and friends so everyone can see where you're living, meet the staff, tour the place. I thought it would be nice. I invited both kids, my 3 grandchildren, my sister Eleanor, and 2 of my oldest friends from church. About 15 people total. It was supposed to be a celebration. Sarah showed up late. Everyone else was already there. chatting and eating these little finger sandwiches the staff had put out. Mark was walking around with his kids, showing them the library and the game room. Eleanor was talking to the activities director about the quilting group. Sarah walked in without saying hello to anyone, grabbed a glass of wine from the table, and sat down at the far end. I tried to ignore the weird energy she was giving off. I was talking to one of my friends about the garden plots residents could use when Sarah stood up. She had her wine glass in her hand, and for a second I thought she was going to make a nice toast. That's what normal people do at these things, right? She didn't. She said, loud enough for the whole room to hear, "I guess we should toast to Mom, since she doesn't want to try anymore. She'd rather let strangers take care of her than stay close to family." The entire table went silent. I felt my face get hot, and the room started spinning a little. I couldn't believe she'd just said that, out loud, in front of everyone. Before I could say anything, she kept going. But I suppose it's her choice to give up. Mark stood up immediately. "That's not fair, Sarah. This is Mom's decision, and you need to respect it." Sarah turned on him. "A decision to abandon us, to quit. She's just giving up on being part of this family." One of my grandchildren, Sarah's youngest, started crying. She's only 7 and didn't understand what was happening, just that people were yelling. My friend Patricia grabbed her purse and mumbled something about needing to leave. Eleanor tried to redirect the conversation, asking about the desserts, but nobody was listening. I just sat there, frozen, humiliated. Everyone was staring at me like I owed them an explanation, like I'd done something wrong. The staff member who'd been serving lunch quietly disappeared into the kitchen. Mark kept arguing with Sarah, but I couldn't hear what they were saying anymore. It was all just noise. People started leaving. My friends hugged me and said it was a lovely place, but their faces said they felt sorry for me. The grandkids shuffled out looking confused. Sarah left without saying goodbye, without even looking at me. She just walked out with her family trailing behind her. Within 20 minutes, everyone was gone except Mark. He stayed behind and apologized over and over for his sister, said she was being ridiculous and controlling, that I'd made the right choice. But even his words couldn't touch the shame burning in my chest. After he left, I sat alone in my new apartment, staring at the boxes I hadn't finished unpacking. Sarah's voice kept playing in my head. She doesn't want to try anymore. She'd rather let strangers take care of her, like I was some kind of coward, like choosing safety was the same as giving up on life. I didn't eat dinner that night. I couldn't. I didn't sleep that night. I kept replaying the luncheon in my head, hearing Sarah's voice saying those things in front of everyone. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw their faces, my friends, my grandchildren, the staff, the pity, the awkwardness. I kept asking myself if she was right. Was I giving up? Was I abandoning my family? By 3 a.m, I'd almost convinced myself I'd made a terrible mistake. Mark called the next morning to check on me. He said Sarah was out of line and I shouldn't let her get in my head, but it didn't help. The damage was done. Then the calls started. Sarah called 4 times that first week. I didn't answer any of them. She left voicemails and I made the mistake of listening to the first one. She said she hoped I was happy there, being taken care of like a child, that I'd made my choice and now I'd have to live with it. I deleted the rest without listening. But she didn't stop there. My sister told me Sarah had been calling other family members, telling them I couldn't handle living alone anymore, making it sound like I'd had some kind of breakdown, like I was incompetent. Then I saw her Facebook post. She didn't name me directly, but it was obvious. Something about how hard it is when parents give up their independence and how heartbreaking it is to watch them fade away. My friends started calling, confused, asking if I was okay, asking if something had happened that they didn't know about. I felt like I was suffocating. Here I was, finally feeling safe for the first time in a year, and my own daughter was turning it into some public spectacle about my supposed decline. 2 weeks after I moved in, Sarah showed up unannounced. I was in the common room doing a jigsaw puzzle with a few other residents. We were working on this 1,000-piece lighthouse scene, and I was actually having a good time. Then I looked up and saw her walking through the door. My stomach dropped. She asked to talk to me privately. I didn't want to cause a scene, so I took her back to my apartment. The second the door closed, she started crying. Big, heaving sobs. She said, how could I do this to her after everything she'd done for me? I just stared at her. Everything she'd done for me? She lives 2 hours away and visits maybe twice a year. Sometimes less. So I said that. I actually said it out loud for the first time, and she lost it. She said she'd been planning to help more, that she was going to start coming around more often, but I didn't even give her the chance. I just decided to dump myself in a home without consulting her. I told her this wasn't a dump, that this was my home now, and I chose safety and dignity over being a burden. She actually laughed at that, not a nice laugh. She said, dignity? You're living in an old folks' home, Mom. You're giving up. That's when the real reason came out. She said everyone at her work knows her mom is in a nursing home now, that it's embarrassing. She works at some finance company, and apparently all her colleagues have their parents living with them or nearby, still independent, still driving, still hosting holiday dinners, and here I am, the woman who couldn't hack it. Then she brought up the holidays. She asked what I expected. Did I really think they were going to come here for Thanksgiving? For Christmas? She said it with such disgust, like Maplewood was some kind of prison. I told her I expected her to respect my choices. That I wasn't a burden anymore because I had help if I needed it. That I could call someone in an emergency instead of lying on my bathroom floor waiting to die. She said I was being selfish. That I was only thinking about myself. Not about the family. Not about my grandchildren who wanted their grandmother around. She made it sound like I'd moved to another country instead of 40 minutes away. I said she could visit any time. That the door was always open, but she just kept going. Said I was abandoning my family duties, that a real mother would want to be there for her children no matter what. That by moving here, I was basically telling them I didn't care about being part of their lives anymore. We were both crying by then, both yelling. I don't even remember everything that was said, but I remember her last words before she left. She said, fine, live here with your strangers. See if they care about you when you're really sick. Then she walked out and slammed the door. I sat on my bed for an hour afterward, completely numb. Part of me wanted to run after her, apologize, tell her I'd move back home if it meant fixing this. But the other part of me was furious. Furious that she was making this about her. Furious that she couldn't see I was trying to take control of my life, not give it up. She called 3 more times that week. I didn't answer. Mark told me she was upset and needed time to cool down, but he didn't think I'd done anything wrong. My sister said Sarah had always been dramatic and would get over it eventually, but I wasn't so sure. The guilt started eating at me. Late at night, alone in my apartment, I'd wonder if she was right, if I was being selfish, if I should have talked to her more before making the decision, if I should have let her help, even though she'd never actually offered to help before. But then morning would come, and I'd go to chair yoga or have breakfast with the other residents, and I'd remember why I was here. I wasn't waiting to die. I was choosing to live without fear. And if Sarah couldn't understand that, maybe that was her problem, not mine. At least, that's what I kept telling myself. But the doubt never fully went away. After that fight, I stopped answering Sarah's calls completely. I just couldn't deal with it anymore. Every time her name popped up on my phone, I felt sick to my stomach, so I started letting it ring. She left a few more voicemails over the next couple weeks, but I deleted them without listening. Mark said I should at least hear her out, but I wasn't ready. Maybe I never would be. Life at Maplewood kept moving forward whether I was ready or not. Mark started visiting every Sunday with his kids. They loved the place, actually. The community room has board games and puzzles, and there's a little garden area where residents grow vegetables. My grandson helped me plant tomatoes in one of the plots. He thought it was the coolest thing. Nobody seemed to think I'd given up. Nobody except Sarah. Eleanor came by once a week to play cards in the common area. She never brought up Sarah unless I did, which I appreciated. My church friends visited a few times too, and after the initial awkwardness wore off, things felt normal again. Better than normal, actually, because I wasn't pretending I had everything under control anymore. I started going to the activities: chair yoga on Tuesdays, book club on Thursdays, movie nights on Fridays. I wasn't sure about any of it at first, but the people were nice. My neighbor Agnes is 79 and hilarious. She has this dry sense of humor that cracks me up. Dorothy sits at my table in the dining room most nights. She's 85 and still sharp as a tack. For the first time in months, I was sleeping through the night. I wasn't waking up panicked, listening for sounds in the house, worrying about falling. I felt lighter. But then I'd have these moments, usually late at night, where the guilt would come crashing back. I'd think about Sarah's face when she was crying in my apartment. I'd think about my grandchildren growing up without me around as much. And I'd wonder if I'd made the biggest mistake of my life. One afternoon, I was sitting in the common room with Agnes and Dorothy, and Agnes mentioned her daughter hadn't visited in 6 months. I was shocked. I said something like how awful that must be, and Agnes just shrugged. She said her daughter wanted her to move in with her family, and when Agnes said no, her daughter took it personally. Agnes said she wasn't sorry, though, that she raised her kids, did her time, and now she got to live her life on her own terms. Dorothy jumped in and said her son calls her every single day to check on her. Every day. Like she's going to drop dead if he doesn't. She said she loves him, but good Lord, she needs some space to breathe. It hit me that I wasn't alone in this, that other people had families who didn't understand, who wanted control disguised as concern. It didn't fix everything, but it helped. At least I wasn't crazy for feeling the way I did. Around week 5, I decided to write Sarah a letter. An actual handwritten letter, not a text or an email. I sat at my little kitchen table and wrote it out over the course of 2 days, editing and rewriting until I got it right. I told her I didn't move to Maplewood because I gave up. I moved because I refused to give up my autonomy, my safety, and my peace of mind. I explained that I would not apologize for choosing to live without fear, that I would not apologize for not being the grandmother she wanted, the one who needed constant rescuing, who made her feel needed and important. I told her the door was always open if she wanted to visit, but I wouldn't defend my choices anymore. I was done justifying my own life to her. I mailed it 3 days ago. I haven't heard anything back. Mark says she's processing, whatever that means. He doesn't know if she'll come around or not. Part of me hopes she will. Part of me has already accepted that she might not, and I'll have to learn to live with that. In the meantime, I'm doing okay. Better than okay, actually. I joined the gardening committee, and we're planning the spring planting schedule. There's a group going to the art museum next month, and I signed up. I'm making friends, real friends, not just people I see at church once a week. I'm busy, I'm safe. I'm not sitting in that house alone, jumping at every sound, terrified of my own bathroom. But I'd be lying if I said it doesn't hurt. Sometimes I'll see other residents with their families visiting, all of them laughing and happy, and I feel this pang in my chest. I wonder if I'll ever have that with Sarah again. If my grandchildren will remember me as the grandma who abandoned them. If Sarah's right, and I'm selfish for putting myself first for once in my 82 years. Mark brought the kids by yesterday, and my oldest granddaughter asked when Aunt Sarah and her cousins were coming to visit. I didn't know what to say. Mark covered for me, said something about everyone being busy, but she looked confused. She's 13. She's not stupid. She knows something's wrong. So that's where I am now. I'm happy here, or at least I'm trying to be. The guilt comes and goes. Some days I feel like I finally did something right for myself, like I took control when I could have just waited around to become someone's obligation. Other days I feel like I destroyed my relationship with my daughter because I was too stubborn to let her have a say in my life. I don't know if Sarah will ever understand. I don't know if we'll fix this, or if it's broken forever. What I do know is that I'm not going back to that house. I'm not going back to being afraid. And if that makes me selfish, then maybe I've earned the right to be selfish. Maybe after raising 2 kids and taking care of a sick husband and spending 40 years putting everyone else first, I've earned the right to choose myself. Or maybe I'm just a bad mother. I honestly don't know anymore. Not once did I think my granddaughter would steal from me during a family reunion. I, 77, had been planning this family reunion for months. My daughter Karen, 48, was coming with her husband and their 3 kids, including my granddaughter Mia, 16. My son David, 45, was bringing his family too. It was supposed to be perfect. I'd been saving up all year to make it special because I knew these moments don't last forever. You get to my age, and you realize that. I spent weeks getting the house ready. I cooked all their favorite meals, decorated the guest rooms, even bought new sheets for everyone. I gave each grandchild an envelope with $50 in it as spending money. Just a little gesture to show them I was thinking of them. I've been doing that since they were little, and I wasn't about to stop now just because some of them were almost adults. My husband Harold passed 5 years ago, and I've been on my own since then. The house feels empty most of the time, so having everyone here was something I really looked forward to. I kept all of Harold's gifts to me in a jewelry box in my bedroom drawer. My wedding ring, a pearl necklace he gave me for our 25th anniversary, some gold bracelets, things like that. Nothing crazy expensive, but priceless to me. I never locked my bedroom door because why would I? It's family. These are the people I trust most in the world. Everyone arrived Friday evening, and it really did seem wonderful at first. There was so much laughter, and the kids were running around the house like they used to when they were smaller. We had a big dinner that night, and I just sat there watching everyone talk and joke around, feeling grateful. Mia seemed a bit distant, stayed on her phone a lot, but I figured that's just how teenagers are now. I remember Karen making some comment about her being glued to that thing, but nothing seemed off, really. The weekend went by fast. Saturday we did a big breakfast, and then everyone kind of did their own thing. Some of the adults went into town, the kids watched movies in the living room. Mia went upstairs to use the bathroom a few times, and I remember thinking she maybe wasn't feeling well, but she said she was fine when I asked. Sunday we had one last big dinner, and then everyone packed up to leave. Lots of hugs, lots of promises to do this again next year. Mia even hugged me tight and told me she loved me. I watched them all drive away and felt so happy about how it went. Monday morning I went to put away some earrings, and the second I opened my jewelry box I knew something was wrong. Things weren't where I left them. I'm particular about how I organize it, and everything looked shifted around. Then I started actually checking what was in there. My wedding ring was gone. The pearl necklace was gone. 2 gold bracelets Harold had given me were missing. I felt this wave of panic wash over me. I tore apart my entire bedroom looking for them. Checked under the bed, in the closet, went through all my coat pockets thinking maybe I'd worn them and forgotten. I searched the bathroom, looked in the guest rooms, even checked the kitchen drawers in case I'd taken them off while cooking. Nothing. They were just gone. I must have searched for 3 hours straight before I finally had to sit down because my legs were shaking. Tuesday afternoon, my neighbor, Mrs. Chen, came to my door, and she had this uncomfortable look on her face. She said she really didn't want to cause any trouble, but she felt like she needed to tell me something. Apparently, she'd seen Mia on Saturday evening out by my garden area taking photos of jewelry. Mrs. Chen said she didn't think much of it at the time, figured Mia was just taking pictures of pretty things like young girls do. But then her daughter told her that someone matching Mia's description had posted jewelry for sale on a local Facebook marketplace group. Mrs. Chen's daughter had shown her the listing, and the jewelry in the photos looked exactly like pieces she'd seen me wear to church. I felt like I was going to be sick. Mrs. Chen kept apologizing for bringing it up, and I could barely respond to her. After she left, I just sat at my kitchen table staring at the wall for probably an hour. I kept thinking there had to be some kind of mistake or misunderstanding. This was Mia. I'd held her when she was born. I'd watched her grow up. My own granddaughter wouldn't steal from me. She wouldn't take my wedding ring. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. I spent the next 2 days going back and forth in my head about what to do. Part of me wanted to just forget about it, pretend Mrs. Chen never said anything. The other part of me kept seeing that empty jewelry box and feeling this grief all over again, like losing Harold a second time. Those weren't just things to me. That wedding ring was 52 years of marriage. It was supposed to go to Karen someday. Finally, I made myself check the Facebook Marketplace. It took me a while to figure out how to search for it, but I found the listing. The second I saw the photo, my heart dropped. It was my wedding ring. I'd know it anywhere. The profile looked fake, just some generic name and no real information, but the location was set to our town. I took screenshots of everything with my hands shaking. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just kept looking at those screenshots on my phone and then looking at my empty jewelry box. My own granddaughter had come into my home, eaten my food, taken my money, hugged me goodbye, and stolen the most precious things I owned. I still couldn't fully believe it was real. I knew I had to call Karen, but I spent the whole next morning trying to figure out how to say it. I didn't want to accuse Mia outright because what if I was wrong somehow? What if there was some explanation I wasn't seeing? So I tried to be gentle about it. I called Karen that afternoon and told her I thought maybe Mia had accidentally taken some of my jewelry, that maybe she thought I was giving it away or something. I was basically giving her an out before this got ugly. Karen's voice changed immediately. She asked what I was accusing her daughter of, and I could hear she was already getting defensive. I explained about the missing jewelry and what Mrs. Chen had told me about seeing Mia with the jewelry in the Facebook listing. There was this long silence, and then Karen's tone went completely ice cold. She said her mother was 77 years old and getting confused, that I probably just misplaced everything. I tried to explain that I'd searched everywhere and that I'd seen the listing myself, but she just kept talking over me, saying I was mistaken. The next day, Karen showed up at my house with Mia. I wasn't expecting them, and I definitely wasn't ready for the conversation we were about to have. Karen said we needed to clear this up right now because I was making serious accusations. I tried to stay calm and told them I just wanted the jewelry back, especially my wedding ring. I said we didn't have to make it a big thing, that I understood maybe Mia made a mistake. Mia started crying immediately. She said she would never steal from me, and that she couldn't believe I thought she would do something like that. Karen put her arm around her and looked at me like I was some kind of monster. She said she couldn't believe I was doing this, that I was accusing her daughter of being a thief with zero proof. I pulled out my phone and showed them the Facebook Marketplace listing. I pointed out my wedding ring right there in the photo. Mia looked at the photo and said someone must have stolen pictures of her stuff, or that it was just a coincidence, that lots of rings look similar. Karen jumped in and said the photo was blurry anyway, and I couldn't prove it was mine. I told them I'd had that ring for 52 years, and I knew exactly what it looked like. Karen stood up and said I was willing to destroy my relationship with my granddaughter over some jewelry I probably lost. Then they both left, and Karen slammed my front door on the way out. Within an hour, Karen had called David. I know because David called me maybe 20 minutes later asking if I was feeling okay. He had this concerned tone like he was talking to someone who was fragile or confused. He said Karen told him I was making accusations about Mia, and that maybe I should see a doctor, that memory issues can start showing up in ways like this. I tried to explain everything to him, about the neighbor and the listing and how the jewelry was definitely missing, but I could hear the doubt in his voice. He kept saying things like, "I'm sure there's an explanation," and "maybe you should get checked out just to be safe." The family group chat that we'd all been using to share photos from the reunion went completely silent. No one was posting anything anymore. Then I saw that Karen had posted something vague on Facebook about toxic family members who turn on their own blood. She didn't name me specifically, but it was obvious who she was talking about. Within a day, I started getting phone calls from relatives asking how I was doing, if I was okay, clearly fishing for information. I could tell Karen had called them with her version of what happened. The Facebook listing disappeared sometime that week. I checked every day, and one day it was just gone. The profile was deleted too. I had my screenshots, but that was it. I felt like I was going crazy, because now there was even less proof, and everyone already thought I was a confused old woman making things up. Karen wouldn't answer my calls. David would talk to me, but every conversation felt strained, like he was humoring me. I kept going back to my jewelry box and looking at the empty spaces where everything used to be. I'd open the drawer and just stare at it. The worst part wasn't even the missing jewelry. It was that no one believed me. My own children thought I was either lying or losing my mind. Karen was telling people I was trying to ruin Mia's reputation for no reason. I started wondering if I really was confused somehow. If maybe I had misplaced everything and my brain was filling in the gaps wrong. But then I'd look at those screenshots on my phone and I'd know I wasn't making it up. I couldn't sleep. I'd lie in bed at night thinking about Mia going through my drawer, deciding which pieces to take, putting them in her pocket or her purse. I thought about her sitting at my dinner table on Sunday smiling at me while my wedding ring was hidden somewhere in her stuff. I thought about how she hugged me goodbye and told me she loved me. The betrayal felt worse than the actual theft. After about a week of this, I realized nothing was going to change. No one was going to believe me. Karen had already decided I was the villain in this story, and she'd convinced David and probably half the family too. Mia was the innocent victim being attacked by her unstable grandmother. I was the confused old lady who couldn't keep track of her things. And my wedding ring, Harold's ring, the ring that was supposed to mean something, was just gone. I sat at my kitchen table one morning and realized I had one choice left. It was going to cost me everything, but I didn't see another way. I couldn't just let this go, and I couldn't keep being told I was crazy when I knew what happened. I got my keys and drove to the police station. I felt sick the entire drive there. Walking into the police station felt surreal. I'd never filed a police report in my life, and definitely never thought I'd be doing it against my own granddaughter. The officer at the front desk was kind when I explained why I was there. They had me sit down with a detective who took my statement. I showed her the screenshots of the Facebook listing and told her everything that happened. She was honest with me, said family theft cases are complicated and hard to prove, but that I was doing the right thing by reporting it. I didn't feel like I was doing the right thing. I felt like a traitor. The detective said they'd look into it and contact Karen to ask some questions. I knew the second that happened, all hell was going to break loose, but there was no going back now. I drove home and just waited for the fallout. It came 2 days later. Karen called me and she was screaming so loud I had to hold the phone away from my ear. She said I'd called the police on my own granddaughter, that I'd lost my mind, that I was dead to her. She said Mia was traumatized and crying, that this was going to ruin her life, that I'd chosen strangers over family. I tried to say something, but she just kept yelling over me. Then she hung up and blocked my number. I tried calling back, and it went straight to voicemail. David called me later that evening. He sounded exhausted. He said Karen was a mess, and that the whole family was in chaos. He asked me why I went to the police without talking to them first. I told him I had talked to them, that neither of them believed me, that I didn't have a choice. He got quiet for a minute, and then said he wished I'd handled it differently. That was it. Not that he believed me, just that he wished I'd done something else. The police investigation took about 2 weeks. The detective called me and said they'd found the deleted Facebook listing through some kind of digital records. It was linked to an email account that traced back to Mia. They also found some of my jewelry at a pawn shop 2 towns over. The person who'd pawned it matched Mia's description, and they had security camera footage. The detective said they'd recovered 3 pieces, but my wedding ring had already been sold to someone else, and they couldn't track down who bought it. I should have felt vindicated, but I just felt empty. The detective asked if I wanted to press charges. I said no. What was I going to do? Send my granddaughter to jail? This whole thing was already a nightmare. They said since Mia was a juvenile and it was a first offense and the family wasn't pressing charges, she'd probably just have to do community service. That was fine with me. I just wanted it to be over. David called me after the police contacted him with what they'd found. He said he believed me now and that he was sorry for doubting me. But then he said he still thought I should have handled it differently, that going to the police destroyed any chance of fixing things with Karen. I asked him what I was supposed to do when no one would listen to me. and he didn't have an answer for that. Karen made Mia write me an apology letter, but she had David deliver it. She still wouldn't talk to me or see me in person. The letter was 1 page, and it felt like someone forced her to write it. It said she was sorry for taking my jewelry, and that she knew it was wrong. That was basically it. No explanation for why she did it, no real remorse in the words, just a generic apology that felt like she copied it from the internet. The police returned 3 pieces to me a few weeks later. 2 bracelets and a pair of earrings. Not the pearl necklace, and not my wedding ring. The detective said the ring was gone, and there was no way to get it back. I put the pieces they recovered back in my jewelry box, but it didn't feel the same. Every time I opened that drawer, I just saw what was missing. It's been 4 months now, and Karen still won't speak to me. She unfriended me on Facebook and blocked me on everything. I haven't seen her or Mia since that day they came to my house. David calls maybe once a week, but the conversations are awkward and short. He doesn't invite me to family things anymore. I think he's trying to keep the peace with Karen, and having me around would make that impossible. I sit in this house alone most days and think about that reunion weekend. I have the photos still on my phone, everyone smiling and laughing around my dinner table. I don't know if I'll ever have another family gathering like that. Karen told David that I chose the police over my own granddaughter, that I humiliated Mia for the sake of things that could be replaced. But my wedding ring wasn't just a thing. It was 52 years of marriage. It was Harold's promise to me. It was supposed to go to Karen someday, and now it's just gone, sitting on some stranger's finger who has no idea what it meant. I got some of my jewelry back, but I lost my daughter and maybe my whole family along with it. Some days I think I should have just let it go, that keeping the peace would have been worth more than proving I was right. Other days I'm still angry that no one believed me until the police forced them to. I'm angry that Mia thought she could steal from me and get away with it. I'm angry that Karen protected a lie instead of teaching her daughter that actions have consequences. I don't have any answers. I just know that I never thought my granddaughter would be the one to steal from me, and I never thought reporting it would cost me my family. But here we are, and I can't take it back now, even if I wanted to. No one noticed Grandma's silence until it was too late. I, 32, had always been close with my grandmother, 78. She basically raised me and my 3 cousins after our parents were too busy climbing corporate ladders to notice we existed. Grandma was the kind of woman who never asked for anything from anyone. She worked 2 jobs her whole life, one at the grocery store during the day, another cleaning offices at night, and still managed to raise 4 kids mostly on her own after my grandfather left when my mom was 12. Her house was the center of our universe. Every Sunday, without fail, she'd cook these massive dinners. I'm talking homemade everything. Pot roast, mashed potatoes, her famous apple pie that she'd never give anyone the recipe for. The place was always warm, always smelled like something good was in the oven. Always full of laughter and people talking over each other. That was just how Grandma's house was. Then my Uncle Mark moved in. He's 45, the youngest of Grandma's 4 kids, and he'd just gone through a nasty divorce. He showed up with 2 suitcases and this sad puppy dog look on his face, saying he just needed a place to crash for a few weeks until he got back on his feet. Grandma, being Grandma, didn't even hesitate. She set up the spare room for him that same day. At first, we all thought it was kind of sweet, actually. Mark had always been the flaky one, the one who'd disappear for months and then show up asking for money. But here he was, finally stepping up. He started offering to help Grandma with stuff around the house, said she was getting older and shouldn't have to worry about bills and paperwork anymore. She'd raised him. Now it was his turn to take care of her. The family group chat was full of messages about how great it was that Mark was finally being responsible. My mom kept saying how relieved she was that someone was there with Grandma full time. I'll admit I felt relieved too. Grandma was getting up there in age, and I'd been worried about her living alone. Mark being there seemed like the perfect solution. He started handling more and more. First it was just sorting her mail, then it was paying her bills online because it's easier this way, Ma. Then he convinced her to let him manage her medications because she'd apparently mixed up her pills one time. We didn't question any of it. Why would we? He was her son. But then the Sunday dinners stopped, just like that. Grandma called me one weekend and said she was too tired to cook, that Mark would pick up something instead. The next week, same thing. Then she just stopped hosting altogether. When I asked Mark about it, he said the doctor told her she needed to rest more, that she was doing too much for her age. The missed dinners turned into missed birthdays, missed holidays, missed everything. Grandma had always been the first one to show up to every single family event, usually with a homemade dish in hand, and suddenly she was just absent. When she did call me, something felt off. Her voice was different, quieter, smaller somehow. She'd whisper like she was afraid someone would overhear, saying things like, "I'm just so tired these days, and I don't want to be a burden on anyone." I knew something was wrong. I felt it in my gut every time we talked. But I kept telling myself I was overthinking it, that she was just getting older, that this was normal. I tried to visit. God, I tried so many times. But Mark always had an excuse ready. "She's sleeping right now. She had a rough night. Doctor said she needs to avoid stress. Maybe wait until she's feeling better. She's having a bad day. Come by next week instead." Next week would come and there'd be another excuse. My cousins reported the same thing, Mark blocking them at every turn, always with some reasonable-sounding explanation. The worst part is that we all just accepted it. We let him control access to our own grandmother because he made it sound like he was protecting her. My mom tried to push back once, said she was coming over no matter what, and Mark actually snapped at her. Told her she was being selfish. That Grandma specifically said she didn't want visitors because she was embarrassed about how she looked. That shut my mom up real quick. Months passed like this. Maybe even a year, I don't know. Time gets fuzzy when you're trying not to think about something that's eating at you. I'd call Grandma's house, and Mark would answer, say she was resting. I'd ask to leave a message, and he'd say, "Sure," but I don't know if she ever got them. The few times I did manage to talk to her, she sounded so small, so unlike herself. She'd say things like, "I'm useless now, and everyone's better off without me around." I'd try to argue with her, tell her that wasn't true, but she'd just go quiet. I should have known. I should have pushed harder, shown up unannounced, called the police, something. But I didn't. None of us did. We all just assumed Mark had it under control, that Grandma was in good hands. Then I got the call at 3 a.m. It was Mark, and I knew before he even said anything. Grandma was gone. Heart attack, he said. Went peacefully in her sleep. I needed to come to the hospital right away. I drove there in a daze, and by the time I arrived, she was already gone. Mark was in the hallway outside her room crying, talking to nurses about how he'd done everything he could, how he'd been taking such good care of her. Everyone was patting him on the back, telling him what a good son he was. And all I could think about was her voice on the phone, whispering like she was afraid, saying she felt useless. The funeral happened fast. Too fast. Mark insisted on handling all the arrangements. Said it's what Grandma would have wanted. Something small and simple. He picked the cheapest casket, the shortest service. My mom tried to argue for something nicer, something that actually reflected who Grandma was, but Mark pulled the "I was the one taking care of her" card, and everyone backed down. Again, I volunteered to help clean out her house after the funeral. Mark's face did this weird thing when I offered, like he wanted to say no but couldn't figure out how to without looking suspicious. He agreed but kept saying there wasn't much to do, that he'd already handled most of it. That should have been my first red flag. When I walked into that house, I barely recognized it. The place that used to be crammed full of furniture and photographs and Grandma's collection of ceramic birds she'd been building since the 70s. It was just empty. The walls had these lighter squares where pictures used to hang. The living room had a couch and a TV and nothing else. Her china cabinet was gone. The dining table where we'd had 1,000 Sunday dinners was gone. Even the hall closet where she kept everyone's birthday presents year-round was empty. Mark was already there, sorting through boxes. I asked him what happened to everything, and he barely looked up. Said he'd had to sell most of it for medical expenses. Grandma's care was expensive, he told me. The medications, the doctor visits, all of it added up. He made it sound so reasonable, so necessary, but something felt wrong. Grandma had good insurance. She'd worked those 2 jobs for decades specifically, so she'd be covered when she got older. I started looking through what was left while Mark was in another room. The kitchen drawers were mostly empty except for basic utensils, but in the back of one drawer, shoved behind some old dishcloths, I found a stack of envelopes. Bank statements, all unopened. Some were months old. I took them and stuffed them in my bag before Mark could see. Then I went into Grandma's bedroom. It still smelled like her perfume, which almost broke me right there. Her bed was made, everything neat. Too neat, actually, like someone had staged it. I started checking her dresser drawers, not really sure what I was looking for. In the back of the bottom drawer, wedged behind some old sweaters, my fingers hit paper. I pulled it out. It was a will. Grandma's will. Dated 3 years ago, signed and notarized. I scanned through it with my heart pounding. She'd left the house to me. Not to her kids, not to Mark, to me. There was a note in her handwriting at the bottom. You always loved this place as much as I did. I heard Mark's footsteps in the hallway and shoved the will in my bag with the bank statements. He poked his head in, asked if I was finding anything important. I said no, just some old clothes. He nodded and left, but I could tell he was watching me closer after that. Before I left that day, I walked through the backyard. Grandma's garden, the one she'd spent 30 years cultivating, was completely dead. The roses she'd babied through every season were brown and dried out. The vegetable patch where she grew tomatoes was full of weeds. It looked like no one had watered anything in months. When I asked Mark about it, he just shrugged and said he'd been too busy taking care of Grandma to worry about plants. That night, I opened the bank statements. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely unfold the papers. Withdrawal after withdrawal, thousands of dollars, all taken out over the past year and a half. Some were marked as cash withdrawals. Others were transfers to an account I didn't recognize. I looked up the account number online and found it was under Mark's name. I went through my phone and found old voicemails I'd saved from Grandma. I hadn't listened to them in months, maybe longer. I played them back, and this time I actually heard what she was saying. Sweetheart, can you come see me? I need to talk to you about something. Please don't tell Mark I called. Another one. I don't know who else to ask. Can you visit soon? I'm afraid to... And then it cut off like she'd hung up suddenly. There were 5 more messages like that, all from the last year of her life. All of them I'd ignored because I was too busy, because I thought Mark had everything under control. I started going through my text messages with her. She'd sent me things like, "Are you coming by this week?" and "I miss seeing you." And I'd responded with, "Soon, Grandma, been swamped with work." Or, "Mark says you need rest, I'll come when you're feeling better." I'd let him control when I could see my own grandmother, and I'd just accepted it. The next day I went back to the house when I knew Mark would be there. I needed to confront him, but I wanted to be smart about it. I brought up the will casually. Said I'd found some paperwork and wanted to make sure we had everything in order for the estate. His whole body tensed up. He told me there was a new will. Said Grandma had changed her mind about leaving the house to me, that she'd wanted him to have it since he'd sacrificed so much to take care of her. He pulled it up on his computer, a digital document typed out, leaving everything to him. At the bottom was a spot for a signature, but it was blank. I asked him about it, and he got defensive real quick. Said Grandma had approved it, that they'd gone over it together, but she'd been too weak to sign it by the end. He'd printed it out for her, and she'd told him it was fine, that her verbal agreement was enough. He actually said that with a straight face. I asked about the bank statements. His jaw tightened, and he said those were for her care, that I had no right to go through her private documents. I mentioned the furniture, the jewelry I knew she had, her car that was now missing from the garage. He said it all went to medical bills, and I was being incredibly insensitive bringing this up right after she died. Then he switched tactics. Started telling me I was being greedy, that I should be ashamed of myself for even thinking about money when Grandma was barely in the ground. Said he was the one who'd given up his life to take care of her, who'd been there day and night while the rest of us were too busy with our own lives. He asked me where I was when she was sick, when she was dying. Told me I had no right to question anything he'd done. The thing is, he was right about one part. I hadn't been there. None of us had. Because he'd made sure of it. I left without saying anything else, but I took photos of that unsigned will on his computer screen. I had the original will, the bank statements, the voicemails. I started making copies of everything, storing them in different places. I wasn't going to the police yet, though. I wanted him to think he'd won, that I'd backed down like everyone else always did with him. I had a different plan in mind. I spent the next 2 weeks acting like I'd given up. I stopped asking Mark about the estate, stopped bringing up the will or the money. I even apologized to him over text, said I was just grieving and took it out on him. He ate it up, told me he understood, that we were all going through a hard time. He probably thought he'd successfully guilt-tripped me into backing off. Meanwhile, I was building a case. I went through every single bank statement and highlighted every suspicious transaction. I made a spreadsheet, dates, amounts, what Mark had claimed the money was for versus what it actually was. Thousands of dollars withdrawn as medical expenses during months when Grandma's insurance statements showed she hadn't even been to a doctor. Cash withdrawals that happened on the same days her furniture disappeared from the house. I reached out to Grandma's friends from church, the ones she'd known for decades, told them I was trying to piece together her last few months, that I wanted to understand what happened. Every single one of them had the same story. They'd tried to visit, and Mark turned them away. Said Grandma was too tired, too sick, didn't want company. One woman, Dorothy, told me she'd brought over a casserole and Mark wouldn't even let her pass the front door. Said she'd heard Grandma calling her name from inside the house, but Mark closed the door in her face. Her old coworker from the grocery store said something that made my blood run cold. Grandma had apparently called her about 8 months before she died, crying, saying she felt like a prisoner in her own home. She'd asked if she could come stay with her for a few days. The coworker had wanted to help, but Grandma called back an hour later and said never mind, that she'd been confused, that Mark was taking good care of her. The coworker always wondered if Mark had been standing there when she made that second call. I collected all of it. Every story, every statement, every piece of evidence. Then I made a decision that some people might think was petty, but I don't care. I contacted the local newspaper. The reporter I spoke to was young, maybe mid-20s, and she was hungry for a real story. I gave her everything, the bank records, the voicemails, the testimony from Grandma's friends. I gave her photos of the house before Mark moved in, full of life and furniture and memories, and photos of it now, stripped bare. I gave her the 2 wills, showed her how the new one was conveniently unsigned right around the time Grandma's eyesight had gotten so bad she couldn't see her own hand in front of her face. The article ran on a Wednesday. Local man accused of exploiting elderly mother before her death. They didn't hold back. Every detail was in there. The financial abuse, the isolation, the emotional manipulation. They interviewed Grandma's friends. They got a lawyer to explain how elder financial abuse works, how abusers cut off their victims from support systems. By Thursday, it was everywhere. Someone had shared it on Facebook, and it spread through our town like wildfire. The local news picked it up. Mark's name was plastered across every platform, tied to words like elder abuse and exploitation and theft. His boss called him Friday morning. I know because Mark called me screaming, asking if I was happy now that I'd ruined his life. Said I'd cost him his job, that they'd fired him because they couldn't have someone accused of elder abuse representing their company. I didn't say anything, just let him yell until he ran out of steam. Then I hung up. His ex-wife saw the article too. She filed an emergency motion to suspend his visitation rights with their kids. Said she couldn't allow someone accused of abusing an elderly family member around her children until the allegations were investigated. Mark lost access to his kids within a week. The best part, if you can call it that, was what happened to his online presence. Every search of his name brought up the article. Job applications, background checks, casual Google searches, All of it led straight to the story of how he'd stolen from his dying mother. A few people who'd known Grandma started leaving reviews on his social media, his LinkedIn, anywhere they could. Not threatening or abusive, just factual. This man financially abused his elderly mother. He couldn't escape it. Mark tried to contact me a few more times, sometimes threatening legal action, sometimes begging me to tell everyone it was a misunderstanding. I blocked him after a while. I didn't need to hear it anymore. The original will stood up in probate court. The judge took one look at the unsigned new will and the evidence of Mark's financial abuse and basically laughed it out of the room. The house became mine, along with what little money Grandma had left, which wasn't much after Mark had drained her accounts. The family split over it, predictably. My mom supported me, said she felt guilty for not seeing what was happening. 2 of my cousins did too, but some relatives thought I'd gone too far, that I'd aired our dirty laundry in public and embarrassed the whole family. One aunt actually said I should have just let Mark have the house to keep the peace. I don't talk to those people anymore. I used the small inheritance to restore Grandma's garden, spent weeks pulling weeds, replacing dead plants, bringing it back to life. I planted her favorite white roses, the ones she used to cut and bring inside every summer. In the center of the garden, I put up a small wooden sign that reads, "You can't bury love, even when greed tries." I host Sunday dinners at the house now, not every week, but when I can. I use Grandma's recipes, the ones she wrote down in that old stained notebook. The house is filling up with warmth again, with people and laughter and the smell of something good in the oven. Mark disappeared after everything went down. Some family members say he moved to another state to start over somewhere his name wasn't ruined. Others think he's still around somewhere lying low. I don't know, and honestly, I try not to think about it. But sometimes, late at night when I'm at Grandma's house, I see a car drive slowly past. It stops for just a second in front of the house, then moves on. It happens maybe once a month, always around the same time. The car looks like Mark's old sedan, but I can never quite see the license plate in the dark. Maybe it's him. Maybe I'm just paranoid. Maybe he wants me to know he's still out there, that this isn't over. I keep all the evidence in a safe deposit box now, just in case. The voicemails are backed up in 3 different places. I've told several people that if anything happens to me, they know exactly where to look and who to blame. Some nights I listen to Grandma's voicemails, her voice small and scared, asking me to visit, asking for help. I'll carry that guilt for the rest of my life, that she reached out and I didn't listen until it was too late. But at least her memory is protected now. At least everyone knows the truth. The garden is beautiful again. The white roses are blooming. And every time I see that car drive past, I make sure every light in the house is on. I want him to see that this place is alive again, that whatever he tried to bury didn't stay buried. No one expects their own cousin to become their biggest rival. I, 29, work as an event coordinator in my hometown, and my cousin Mia, 27, has been like a sister to me our whole lives. We grew up in the same neighborhood, spent every holiday together, shared clothes in high school. When I started my event business 5 years ago, she was one of my biggest cheerleaders, so when she told me 2 years ago that she wanted to start her own event company, I didn't hesitate to help her. I gave her everything. Pricing strategies, contract templates, vendor contacts I'd spent years building relationships with. When she was struggling to get her first few clients, I introduced her to 3 of mine. Not small ones either. These were people who trusted me, who had been with me from the beginning. I figured we could both succeed. Our town wasn't huge, but it was big enough for 2 event coordinators, especially if we had different styles and strengths. We'd text each other after successful events, grab drinks to celebrate our wins. I genuinely thought we were building something together, lifting each other up. About 3 months ago, things started feeling weird. Mia got distant. She'd take hours to respond to texts when she used to reply right away. We had this tradition of getting drinks after big events to decompress and share stories, but she canceled twice in a row. The first time she said she was exhausted. The second time she had a family thing. I didn't think much of it. Her business was growing and I figured she was just busy. I was actually happy for her. Then I got the call from Mrs. Henderson. The Hendersons had been my clients for 3 years. I'd done their corporate holiday parties, their daughter's wedding, their anniversary gala. Mrs. Henderson was calling about their upcoming charity gala, the one I'd been planning for 6 months. I had the venue booked, the caterer lined up, everything was ready to go. She sounded uncomfortable on the phone, kept clearing her throat. Finally, she just said it. They were canceling, going with someone else. I was confused, maybe a little hurt, but I tried to be professional. I asked if there was something wrong with my proposal, if I could adjust anything. That's when she got really awkward and admitted that Mia had reached out to her directly, offered the same services for 30% less. Then Mrs. Henderson said something that made my stomach drop. She said Mia had mentioned I'd been having some reliability issues lately. I just sat there holding the phone, not saying anything. Reliability issues. I've never missed a deadline, never botched an event, never been anything but professional. And Mia knew about this gala. We talked about it over coffee 2 months ago. She'd asked me all these questions about the guest list and the budget, and I'd answered because I trusted her. Before I could even process what Mrs. Henderson had said, I got another call. The Martins. Same story. Mia had approached them, undercut my rates, and apparently I was unreliable now. 2 of my biggest clients, gone in one afternoon. My hands were shaking when I tried to call Mia. It went straight to voicemail. I tried again. Voicemail. I sat there in my home office staring at my computer screen, at the Henderson Gala planning folder I'd spent months putting together, and I felt sick. I started asking around. Called a vendor we both used, someone I'd known for years. He was hesitant at first, but eventually he told me Mia had been approaching my clients for weeks. Systematic, deliberate. She'd been offering lower rates and spreading these rumors about me being unreliable, unprofessional. People I'd worked with for years were suddenly questioning me, asking other vendors if they'd had issues with me. I couldn't believe it. This was Mia, the girl who'd been my maid of honor at my sister's wedding, who'd helped me move into my apartment, who I'd helped build her entire business from scratch. And she'd been sabotaging me this whole time. I drove to her office, didn't plan it, just got in my car and went. I sat in the parking lot for 20 minutes trying to figure out what I was even going to say. Part of me wanted to scream at her. Part of me wanted to just drive away and pretend I didn't know, but I couldn't. I needed to hear her say it, needed to understand why. When she finally came out of her office building, she saw my car immediately. I was parked right in front. She stopped walking, and for a second we just looked at each other through my windshield. The expression on her face wasn't surprise or guilt or anything I expected. It was resignation, like she'd been waiting for this, knew it was coming. She knew exactly what she'd done, and she'd done it anyway. I got out of my car, and we stood there in the parking lot, and that's when everything I thought I knew about my cousin just shattered, because the person standing in front of me wasn't the family member I'd trusted with everything. She was a stranger who'd been playing me this entire time. I confronted her right there in the parking lot, asked her straight out about the clients, about the rumors. She got defensive immediately, crossed her arms and told me I didn't own these clients, like that was the point. Like I was being possessive instead of addressing the fact that she'd been lying about me to people I'd worked with for years. I brought up the undercutting, the things she'd said about me being unreliable. She actually shrugged. Just shrugged and said it's just business, that I couldn't expect her to not compete just because we're related. I reminded her that I helped her start her company, that I introduced her to those specific clients because she was struggling. Her response was that she appreciated it, but she has bills to pay too. Then she said I'd had my time at the top, like there was some kind of rotation system I didn't know about. The business stuff hurt, but what really killed me was realizing she didn't see anything wrong with what she'd done. I thought we were family first, competitors second. She looked at me like I was being naive and said, "This is the real world," that I would have done the same thing. But I wouldn't have. I literally helped her instead of seeing her as competition, and she was standing there telling me I was stupid for it. I left without any resolution. We were both angry, both convinced we were right. I sat in my car afterward and cried, which I hate admitting, but it's true. It felt like someone had died. The cousin I knew was just gone. Word got back to our families within days. I don't even know who told who first. But suddenly everyone knew. Our moms are sisters, and they got pulled into it immediately. Mia's mom called mine and defended her, said she's just trying to make a living. My mom was hurt and angry but kept trying to play peacemaker, which somehow made it worse. She'd call me saying things like, "We need to work this out. Family is family." But she didn't understand that Mia had already chosen business over family. Sunday dinners became impossible. Our family does this big thing at my grandmother's house every week, has for years. Suddenly it was like navigating a war zone. Mia's mom wouldn't look at my mom. My Aunt Carol, who'd always been close to us, stopped talking to my mom entirely. The younger cousins would see both of us and just freeze, not knowing who to talk to or how to act. It was awful. My grandmother tried to mediate, which was a disaster. She sat us both down at one dinner and gave this whole speech about family being forever and business being temporary. Said we'd regret this when we're older. But she didn't get it. This wasn't about holding a grudge over nothing. Mia had deliberately tried to destroy what I'd built, had lied about me to do it, and wasn't even sorry. I stopped going to family events after that. It was too painful, too exhausting to pretend everything was fine. My mom was upset about it, but I couldn't keep putting myself through that. The professional damage kept getting worse. 2 more clients left over the next month. People I'd had relationships with for years suddenly didn't trust me because of rumors Mia had spread. My reputation in our small town was falling apart. Vendors who worked with both of us were caught in the middle, clearly uncomfortable whenever I'd call. Some of them started being less available, probably because Mia was easier to work with since she didn't come with all this drama. The financial stress was crushing. I had to let my assistant go, which sucked because she hadn't done anything wrong. I was barely sleeping, constantly refreshing my email hoping for new inquiries, watching my savings account drain. There were nights I'd lay awake doing math in my head, trying to figure out how long I could last if things didn't turn around. 6 weeks after everything blew up, we both had to present at a Chamber of Commerce meeting. Small business owners pitching to potential clients, completely unavoidable if I wanted any chance of booking new events. I saw Mia walk in, and my entire body tensed up. We hadn't spoken since the parking lot confrontation. She acted like nothing had happened, smiled at people, networked, even waved at me from across the room like we were still cool. I had to sit there and watch her work the room, charming the same potential clients I was trying to win over. When it was her turn to present, she was confident, polished, gave this whole pitch about fresh perspectives and competitive pricing. Everyone seemed impressed. Then it was my turn. I stood up there with my presentation, smiled, answered questions, pitched my services like my entire world wasn't crumbling. Like I hadn't spent the last 6 weeks wondering if my business would survive. Like the person who'd helped destroy my reputation wasn't sitting in the 3rd row taking notes. The fakeness of it all made me physically ill. She was just fine, totally unbothered. Her business was thriving, her conscience was clear, and she got to sit there acting like a professional, while I had to pretend the betrayal never happened. I kept my composure through the whole thing, but inside, I was screaming. After the presentations, she actually came up to me, started to say something about how well I'd done. I just walked away. I couldn't do it, couldn't stand there and make small talk like we were colleagues instead of family members who'd destroyed each other. I had a choice to make after that chamber meeting. My friends were telling me to fight back, to expose her publicly. I had screenshots of our old conversations where she'd ask me about specific clients, proof that she knew exactly what she was doing. I could have posted everything on the local business forums, told every vendor and potential client what she'd done. Part of me wanted to burn her business down the way she'd tried to burn mine. But I couldn't do it. Maybe it was pride. maybe exhaustion, maybe some misplaced sense of family loyalty that I still hadn't shaken off. I just knew that going that route would make me into someone I didn't want to be. So I made a decision. I was going to rebuild without stooping to her level. I started reaching out personally to former clients. Didn't badmouth Mia, didn't explain what had happened. Just asked for a chance to prove my worth again. Told them I'd love to work with them if they ever needed my services in the future. Some ignored me. Some were polite but non-committal. But a few actually listened. I redid my entire approach, created a real website with testimonials from the clients who'd stuck with me, made my pricing completely transparent, put together detailed contracts that spelled out exactly what clients would get, started offering these planning packages that broke down every single cost so there were no surprises. I worked twice as hard on every event I did manage to book, stayed late, followed up obsessively, made sure everything was absolutely perfect. 3 months in, something shifted. Mrs. Chen, one of the clients Mia had taken, called me, said she needed help with her company's spring gala. When I asked why she wasn't using Mia, she was honest. The cheaper service wasn't the same quality. Things had been disorganized, vendors showed up late, the whole event felt rushed. She said she'd made a mistake and wanted to come back. I took the job and made sure it was flawless. Word started spreading after that. Slowly, quietly, my reputation started repairing itself. People began remembering why they'd hired me in the first place. I booked a few more events, then a few more. It wasn't where I'd been before everything happened, but it was progress. Then I got the call about the Morrison wedding. Huge event, big budget, exactly the kind of job that could really help stabilize my business. I found out later that Mia had pitched for it too. But they chose me. They said they'd heard I was the more reliable option, that quality mattered more than saving a few bucks. When I hung up the phone, I actually cried again, but this time it was relief. My business was recovering, not quite back to where it was, but growing steadily. I wasn't panicking about money anymore, wasn't lying awake doing mental math. I'd proven I could rebuild without destroying someone else to do it. But the family situation was still a mess. Holidays were unbearable. We'd miss Thanksgiving and Christmas together as an extended family. My mom and her sister barely spoke. When they did, it was tense and formal. My grandmother kept pushing for reconciliation, kept saying life's too short for feuds. But she didn't understand that this wasn't something you just got over. I couldn't unhear Mia saying it's just business. Couldn't forget how easily she'd thrown away our relationship. It's been 6 months now since everything fell apart. My business is stable. Mia's business is also doing fine. We both exist in this same small town, occasionally running into each other at vendor meetings or community events. We never speak. Don't even make eye contact anymore. Sometimes I wonder what she tells people about why we don't talk. If she's made up some story that makes her the victim, or if she just doesn't mention it at all. The thing is, some days I feel really proud of how I handled everything. I took the high road, rebuilt with integrity, didn't compromise who I am, just to get revenge. I proved you don't have to play dirty to succeed. Those days I feel strong. Other days I feel like a complete doormat. Like I let her get away with everything and she's probably never even thought about it again. She kept the clients she stole, her reputation is intact, and she's probably sleeping fine at night. Meanwhile, I'm the one who lost family relationships, who had to claw my way back from nothing, who still feels the sting of betrayal 6 months later. Those days, staying silent feels less like maturity and more like cowardice. I wonder sometimes if Mia feels guilty. If she ever thinks about what she did, if it bothers her at all, or if she's already moved on, filed it away as just another business decision that worked out in her favor. Last week I got a text from her number. Just stared at my phone screen when I saw her name pop up. All it said was asking if we could talk. I haven't responded. Don't know if I will. Part of me wants answers, wants an apology, wants her to admit what she did was wrong. Part of me knows Mia isn't capable of giving me what I need, that whatever she wants to say won't fix anything. I rebuilt my business and proved I didn't need to stoop to her level to succeed. But I can't shake this feeling that by staying silent, by not exposing what she did, I somehow let her win. She got away with it, kept everything she took, and probably never faced any real consequences. Meanwhile, I'm still here, 6 months later, trying to figure out if doing the right thing was actually just being too afraid to fight back. The text is still sitting there unanswered, and I still don't know what's left to say. Never in my life did I expect my own daughter to auction off my belongings while I was still alive. I'm 76 years old, been a widower for 3 years now. I have 2 kids, my daughter Linda, who's 48, and my son Mark, who's 45. They both live about 20 minutes away from me. I've been in the same house for 42 years. My wife and I bought it back in 1983, raised our kids here, built our whole life in these walls. When she passed, I thought about moving, but I couldn't do it. Everything here reminds me of her. Her sewing machine is still set up in the spare room. The kitchen table we picked out together at an estate sale in 1987. Even the garden tools in the shed were ones we bought on a trip to Maine for our anniversary. I know the house is full of stuff. I'm not blind to that. But it's my stuff, my memories, my life. Linda started making comments about it maybe 6 months ago. Little things at first. She'd come over and say something like, "Dad, do you really need 3 toolboxes?" Or, "When's the last time you even looked at these photo albums?" I'd brush her off. I figured she was just worried about me living alone, making sure I wasn't letting things get out of hand. I appreciated the concern even if it was annoying sometimes. What I didn't know was that she and Mark had been talking about me behind my back. Apparently they'd decided I had too much clutter and something needed to be done about it. But I'm getting ahead of myself. About 3 weeks ago, my buddy Roy invited me to come stay with him for the weekend. He lives 2 towns over, about an hour drive. We've been friends since high school, and we try to get together every few months. He wanted to watch some baseball games, grill some burgers, just hang out like we used to. I said yes. Why wouldn't I? I packed a small bag, told Linda I'd be gone Friday through Sunday, and headed out Friday morning. The whole weekend was great. We watched the games, talked about old times, complained about our aching joints. It was exactly what I needed. Sunday afternoon, I drove back home feeling pretty good. It was around 3 p.m. when I turned onto my street. There were cars everywhere, parked on both sides of the street, some even blocking driveways. I thought maybe someone was having a party. Then I got closer to my house and saw the tables in my driveway. My tables. My card table from the basement and the folding tables from my garage. They were covered with my belongings, my tools, my wife's things. Boxes of stuff from my house just sitting there with little price stickers on them. Linda was standing there with a cash box. She was talking to some woman, laughing, handing her something wrapped in newspaper. There were maybe 15 people milling around, picking through my life like it was garbage. I pulled into the driveway, or as close as I could get with all the tables blocking it. I got out of the car and just stood there for a second, trying to process what I was seeing. My wife's sewing machine was sitting on a table with a tag that said $25. $25 for the machine she used to make our kids' Halloween costumes and hem my pants and fix buttons for 40 years. My father's pocket watch collection was laid out on a piece of felt. Those watches were supposed to go to Mark someday. My father left them to me before he died in 1991. I walked up to Linda and asked her what the hell she was doing. She looked annoyed that I was there. Not embarrassed, not apologetic. Annoyed. She said I came back early and I was supposed to be gone until evening. I asked her again what she was doing with my stuff. She sighed like I was being difficult and said she was helping me declutter. Said I had too much stuff and I didn't need any of this anymore. She said it like she was doing me some kind of favor. I started grabbing things off the tables, told people the sale was over, they needed to leave. Some guy tried to argue with me about a toolbox he'd apparently already paid for. Linda told me I was making a scene, in my own driveway, with my own belongings. I asked her where everything was. She pointed to some empty boxes and said that was most of it. Most of it. I asked what she meant by most. She got defensive and said some things had already sold, people had already left with them. I asked her about my father's watches. She said a man bought 3 of them about an hour ago, paid cash. She didn't get his name. I lost it then. I told her to get off my property. She said I was being ridiculous and that she'd made over $1,200, which she was going to put toward my care. My care. Like I'm some invalid who can't take care of himself. Like I asked her to sell off everything I own. I told her I didn't want her money and I didn't want her here. She called me ungrateful, said she'd spent all weekend organizing this and I was acting like a child. Her husband was there too, loading some boxes back into their van. He didn't say anything, but he gave me this look like I was the one being unreasonable. I told them both to leave and not come back. Linda said fine, if that's how I wanted to be. She took her cash box and left. After they drove off and the last of the strangers cleared out, I stood in my driveway looking at what was left. Half-empty tables with random things she apparently didn't think were worth selling. The good stuff was gone. I went inside and started checking what else was missing. She'd gone through my bedroom, through my closets, through the basement. My wife's jewelry box was lighter than it should have been. Some of my tools were gone. I found gaps on shelves where things used to be, and I couldn't even remember what had been there. I sat down at the kitchen table and put my head in my hands. The table we picked out in 1987. At least she hadn't sold that. Linda called that evening around 7. I almost didn't answer, but I thought maybe she was calling to apologize. She wasn't. She wanted to know why I was being so ungrateful and dramatic. Said she'd spent her entire weekend trying to help me, and this was the thanks she got. I asked her how selling my belongings without permission was helping me. She said I was living in the past and I needed to let go of things. Said I was drowning in clutter and it wasn't healthy. I hung up on her. Mark called the next day. He started out sympathetic, said he heard what happened and that Linda probably should have asked first. I felt a little relief hearing that. Then he said, but maybe she had a point though. Said the house really was pretty cluttered and they'd been worried about me. That's when I realized they'd been talking about this. Planning it, maybe. He said clutter and asked first like this was just some miscommunication and not my daughter selling off my dead wife's belongings for cash. I asked Mark if he knew she was going to do this. He got quiet for a second and then said, Linda had mentioned wanting to help me downsize, but he didn't know she was actually going to do it. I didn't believe him. He said I should think about whether I really needed all that stuff anyway. Said what if something happened to me and they had to deal with it all. I told him nothing was going to happen to me, and even if it did, that would be their problem to deal with when I was dead. Not now, while I'm still alive. He said I was being morbid. The real kicker came 2 days later. Linda's husband Dave sent me a text. He said Linda had worked hard organizing the sale, and it was only fair that she keep the money she made. He said she'd earned it for her labor. I read that text about 5 times trying to figure out if he was joking. He wasn't. I didn't respond. I spent the next week going door to door in my neighborhood. I felt like an idiot doing it, but I had to try. I knocked on every house within 3 blocks and asked if anyone had bought anything from the yard sale. A lot of people hadn't even known about it. Some had driven by, but didn't stop. A few people had bought things, and when I explained what happened, most of them were really embarrassed. Mrs. Chen from 2 streets over had bought some picture frames. She gave them back and wouldn't take the money I tried to give her. She said she felt terrible, and if she'd known they weren't mine to sell, she never would have bought them. I got back maybe a dozen things that week. Some tools, a few photo albums, a lamp that had been my wife's. It was something at least. But my father's pocket watches were gone. The neighbor who'd seen the man buy them said he had out-of-state plates. Probably just passing through, saw the sale, stopped to look. Those watches meant everything to me. My father had collected them his whole life. When he died, he left them to me with a note saying to pass them on to my boys. I was going to give them to Mark because he'd always admired them as a kid. My wife's sewing machine was gone too. I found out later that a woman from 3 towns over had bought it for her daughter. I tried calling the number I found online, but it was disconnected. 2 weeks after the sale, Linda showed up at my house. I heard the front door open and I got up from the couch ready to call the police if someone was breaking in. It was her. She'd let herself in with a key I didn't know she had. She said she'd made a copy years ago in case of emergency. I asked her what emergency required her to let herself into my house after I told her not to come back. She said she was there to talk sense into me. She sat down at my kitchen table without being invited and said everyone thought I was overreacting. Said Mark agreed with her that the house was too cluttered. Said her friend Susan, who's a nurse, said it was a safety hazard for someone my age. Said her therapist told her that sometimes adult children have to make hard choices for their aging parents. I asked her if her therapist knew she'd stolen from me. She said she didn't steal anything. It was all just junk I was hoarding. That word set me off. Hoarding. I asked her if my father's watches were junk, if my wife's sewing machine was junk. She said I was being manipulative by bringing up sentimental items when the reality was that most of what she sold was stuff I hadn't looked at in years. I told her she had no right to decide what mattered to me. She said someone had to because I clearly wasn't thinking straight. Then she said something I don't think I'll ever forget. She said I cared more about dead people's junk than I cared about my living family. Said if I really loved my kids, I'd want to make things easier for them, not harder. Said I was being selfish, holding on to all this stuff. I took her key. She tried to pull her hand back, but I got it off her keyring. Told her she wasn't welcome in my house anymore, and if she came back, I'd call the police. She said I was being cruel and vindictive. Said I was punishing her for trying to help. She left crying, but I didn't feel bad about it. The next day, I went to see a lawyer. I'm not stupid. I know what she was doing. She wasn't helping me declutter. She was starting to divide up my estate while I'm still breathing. I changed my will. Linda is no longer the executor, and she gets the minimum I'm legally required to leave her, which in my state is nothing. Mark gets most of it now, though I'm having second thoughts about him too. I also added a clause that if anyone contests the will, they get nothing. I had a locksmith come out and change all the locks. Cost me $300, but it was worth it. I also set up security cameras at the front and back doors. If she comes back, I'll have proof. I called Mark to tell him what I'd done. He said I was punishing Linda for trying to help me, and that it was cold. I told him she sold my father's watches and my wife's sewing machine without asking, and he said that was sad. But was it really worth destroying my relationship with my daughter over? I hung up on him too. It's been 3 months since I changed the locks. Linda hasn't apologized. Not once. She's called a few times, but only to tell me I'm being unreasonable. I stopped answering after the second call. She leaves voicemails sometimes saying she's ready to talk when I'm ready to be an adult about this. I delete them without listening all the way through. She's been telling her version of events to everyone in the family. Her version is that she spent her weekend helping her elderly father declutter, and he went crazy on her, said she was just trying to help, and I turned it into this huge thing. My cousin Barbara called me last month and spent 20 minutes lecturing me about forgiveness and family. Said Linda made a mistake, but she's still my daughter. I told Barbara that Linda sold my father's pocket watches without permission, and Barbara went quiet. She said she didn't know about that. I said of course she didn't because Linda didn't tell her that part. A few relatives have stopped calling. Linda's side of the family mostly. They probably think I'm some bitter old man who can't let go of the past. But some people have reached out quietly. My nephew Tom sent me a text saying he understood and that what Linda did was wrong. He didn't post about it on Facebook or make a big deal out of it, just sent a private message. That meant something. The worst part is the grandkids. Linda has 2 kids, Emma who's 16 and Jake who's 13. They used to come over every few weeks. Emma would help me with my computer and Jake would ask me to tell him stories about when I was young. I haven't seen them since this happened. Linda told them I'm not well and they shouldn't visit for a while. Emma texted me once asking if I was okay, but then the text stopped. I think Linda found out and took her phone. Mark still visits sometimes, but it's tense. He comes over maybe once a month, stays for an hour, asks how I'm doing. We don't talk about Linda. He tried to bring her up once, and I told him the subject was closed. He nodded, and we sat there in uncomfortable silence until he said he had to get going. Before he leaves, he always does this thing where he looks around the house like he's checking to see if it's gotten worse, like he's looking for evidence that Linda was right. About a month ago, something unexpected happened. I got a Facebook message from a woman named Patricia. She said she'd bought a sewing machine at an estate sale in my town back in June and recently heard through a neighborhood Facebook group what had happened. She said if the sewing machine she bought was the one I was looking for, she wanted to return it. I met her at a coffee shop the next day. She brought the sewing machine in the original case. It was my wife's. I knew it the second I saw it because there's a small scratch on the case from when we moved in 1995. Patricia said her daughter didn't end up wanting to learn to sew anyway, and she felt sick when she found out the whole story. She wouldn't take money for it. Said it wasn't right, and she hoped I got more of my things back. I cried in the parking lot after she left. Just sat in my car holding that sewing machine case and cried harder than I had since my wife died. Having it back didn't fix everything, but it helped. At least something came home. My father's pocket watch is still gone, though. I've checked online marketplaces and antique shops in surrounding towns, but nothing. Whoever bought it probably has no idea what it meant. To them, it's just an old watch. To me, it was my inheritance from my father, and it was supposed to be my son's inheritance from me. That loss sits in my chest like a stone. I found out a few weeks ago that Linda had posted about the sale on Facebook days before it happened. My neighbor showed me the screenshot she'd saved. The post said estate sale, helping elderly father downsize, everything must go. Estate sale, like I was already dead. She'd planned the whole thing. She'd waited until she knew I'd be gone for the weekend, and then she'd advertised it online and sold off my belongings like she had every right. When I saw that post, I realized this wasn't a misguided attempt to help me. This was calculated. She'd thought about it and planned it and executed it while I was out of town. That's what really gets me. It wasn't some impulsive decision. She'd made the choice to do this behind my back. My lawyer says the new will is solid. Linda can't touch anything now. I've also made it clear in the documents why I made these changes. I wrote down exactly what happened with dates and details in case anyone tries to say I wasn't in my right mind when I changed things. I'm protecting what's left of my life and my belongings because apparently that's what it's come to. Linda sent me a text last week. It said, "When you're ready to apologize for overreacting, I'm here." I read it 3 times trying to find any hint of self-awareness. There wasn't any. She genuinely believes I owe her an apology. She sold my belongings without permission, and she thinks I'm the one who needs to say sorry. Mark came by yesterday and asked if I really want to die angry at my own daughter. He said she made a mistake, but she's still my kid. Said life's too short to hold grudges, and what if something happens to one of us and we never reconcile? Some of my friends have said similar things. That family is family and I should forgive her. That she was trying to help, even if she went about it wrong. But other people have told me what she did was unforgivable. That she treated me like I was already in the ground. That changing the will was the right move because who knows what she would have done if she'd been in charge of my estate. My friend Roy said if someone did that to him, he'd never speak to them again. I don't know anymore. Some days I think maybe I should reach out, try to rebuild something. Other days I remember coming home to see my wife's sewing machine on a table with a $25 price tag, and I know I can't let this go. She hasn't apologized. She hasn't admitted she was wrong. She just wants me to get over it so things can go back to normal. But they can't go back to normal because now I know how she sees me. I'm not her father anymore. I'm just an obstacle between her and whatever she thinks she's entitled to. It all began when Grandpa's kindness became someone else's opportunity. I, 28, lost my dad when I was just 7 years old. My Grandpa Frank, who was in his 50s back then, didn't hesitate for a second. He stepped up and raised me like I was his own kid. He taught me everything. How to change a tire, how to treat people with respect, how to swing a hammer without smashing my thumb. He was the best man I ever knew. Even when he hit his late 70s, Grandpa was still going strong. He'd mow his lawn every Saturday morning, fix broken fences for the neighbors, and give out small loans to relatives who were struggling. Everyone in our family loved him. At least, that's what I thought at the time. Things started changing when Grandpa turned 78 and his health began declining. Nothing major at first. Just some fatigue, a few doctor's appointments. The usual stuff that comes with age. That's when my Aunt Sarah, 52, suddenly became very involved. She was his youngest daughter, and honestly, she'd always been kind of distant. We'd see her at holidays, maybe a birthday here and there, but she was never really close with Grandpa. So when she offered to take care of him, I was actually relieved. I was living 2 towns away, about 45 minutes of highway driving, and my job was demanding. Sarah promised she'd give me daily updates and make sure Grandpa had everything he needed. She lived only 10 minutes from him, so it made sense. I thanked her probably a dozen times that first week. The first few weeks were fine. I'd call Grandpa every other day, and he sounded like himself. We'd talk about the news. He'd complain about his doctor telling him to take it easy. Normal stuff. Sarah would text me updates, what he ate for dinner, when his next appointment was, nothing concerning. But around month 2, things started feeling off. My calls with Grandpa got shorter. He'd sound tired, distracted. When I'd ask him how he was feeling, he'd give these vague answers like he wasn't really paying attention. I figured maybe the medication was making him drowsy or something. I tried to visit a few times, but Sarah always had an excuse ready. He's sleeping. Doctor said no stress right now. He's having a bad day, maybe come next week. Every single time there was a reason I couldn't see him. I should have pushed harder, but I trusted her. That's what kills me now. I actually trusted her. Month 3 is when Grandpa started saying things that made my stomach drop. During one of our calls, he suddenly said he couldn't find his important papers. I asked what papers, and he got confused, said he didn't remember, then changed the subject. Another time, he mentioned that Sarah kept telling him not to worry about the bank. When I asked what he meant, he just said he was tired and needed to go. The worst was when he whispered, actually whispered like he didn't want someone to hear, that Sarah keeps telling him to sign things. Says it's easier this way, he told me. I asked him what kind of things, but then I heard Sarah's voice in the background saying something about his medicine, and Grandpa quickly said he had to go. I tried calling Sarah directly, asked her what was going on with Grandpa's papers, with the bank stuff. She got defensive immediately, told me I was stressing him out with all my questions, that she was handling everything, and that I should trust her since she was there every day, and I wasn't. That last part stung because it was true. I wasn't there every day. But something felt wrong. I decided to drive over unannounced one Saturday. I figured if I just showed up, she couldn't turn me away. When I got to Grandpa's house, Sarah's car was in the driveway, but no one answered the door. I called her phone and she picked up saying they were out at an appointment, on a Saturday, an appointment she'd never mentioned in any of her updates. I sat in my car outside his house for 20 minutes, trying to decide what to do. Part of me felt crazy, like I was being paranoid. But the other part of me knew Grandpa, and the man I'd been talking to on the phone lately wasn't him. He was confused, quiet, almost scared. 2 weeks later, I called and Grandpa asked me where his truck was. His 1987 Ford pickup that he'd had for over 20 years, the one he swore he'd never get rid of. I asked him what he meant and he said he couldn't find it. Thought maybe it was in the shop. Before I could ask more, Sarah took the phone from him. She told me the truck had been sold because Grandpa couldn't drive anymore and it was just taking up space. Said it like it was the most obvious decision in the world. I asked why she didn't tell me. I would have bought it from him, kept it in the family. She said it was already done, already sold to some guy 2 counties over, and that I needed to stop questioning every little thing she did for him. Then she hung up on me. That's when I knew something was seriously wrong. Grandpa loved that truck. He wouldn't have just sold it without telling me, without at least asking if I wanted it. But what could I do? I had no proof of anything, just a bad feeling and some weird phone calls. Sarah had him convinced she was helping, and from the outside it probably looked like she was just taking care of her elderly father. I should have done more, should have shown up every day until I saw him face to face, should have called a lawyer, called someone, done anything. But I didn't, and 3 weeks later, I got the call that Grandpa had passed away. Not from Sarah, from the hospital. He'd had a stroke in the middle of the night, and by the time they got him to the ER, it was too late. I didn't even get to say goodbye. The funeral was 3 days later, and it felt wrong from the start. Everything was rushed. Sarah had already picked the casket, chosen the flowers, written the obituary, When I asked why she didn't wait for me to help plan it, she said someone had to take charge and she didn't want to burden me during such a difficult time. Like I was some distant relative instead of the grandson Grandpa raised. What really got me was seeing his friends at the service. A bunch of them looked confused, whispering to each other about how they'd only found out that morning. Mr. Chen from down the street said he'd been calling Grandpa's house for weeks, and Sarah kept saying he was too sick for visitors. Mrs. Rodriguez told me she didn't even know Grandpa had passed until she saw cars at the funeral home and stopped to ask what was going on. Sarah had notified almost no one. The man who helped everyone in the neighborhood, who had dozens of friends, and his funeral had maybe 20 people there. It felt like she wanted it that way. Quick, quiet, done. I tried to talk to her after the service, but she was already leaving, said she had a lot to handle with the estate and would be in touch. Then she was gone, and I was standing there in the parking lot wondering what the hell just happened. A week later, I drove to Grandpa's house. I'd been putting it off because I wasn't ready to see it without him there. But I needed to go through his things. I needed something of his, anything to hold on to. When I pulled up, Sarah's car was already in the driveway, and there was a small moving truck parked on the street. I walked in without knocking. It was still Grandpa's house to me. Sarah was in the living room directing two guys who were carrying out furniture. She looked at me like I was interrupting something. I asked her what she was doing, and she said she was clearing out the house. Matter of fact, like it was obvious. I asked why she was doing it so fast, and that's when she told me. The house was hers. Grandpa had signed it over to her 6 weeks before he died. She pulled out a folder and showed me the deed with his signature on it. I felt like I'd been punched in the chest. I asked her why he would do that, and she said it was for convenience, for tax purposes, that he wanted to make sure everything was taken care of. But I knew Grandpa. He'd told me 100 times that the house would be mine someday, that he wanted me to have it. Then I started noticing other things. I asked where his truck was, the one she'd sold. She said she got $2,000 for it, and the money went toward his care. $2,000 for a truck that was worth way more than that, even old as it was. I asked about his bank accounts, and she said they'd been nearly empty by the time he passed. Medical expenses, she said. That's when I saw it, or didn't see it actually. The hand-carved rocking chair that used to sit by the window, the one Grandpa made for my grandma 40 years ago, the one he'd sit in every evening. I asked Sarah where it was, and she waved her hand dismissively and said it was falling apart. So she threw it out. Trash pickup had already come. I lost it. Started yelling about how she had no right to throw away something that important. Something that was supposed to stay in the family. She just stared at me with this cold expression and said the house was hers now. Everything in it was hers, and she could do whatever she wanted with it. I demanded to know about his accounts, his savings, everything. Sarah pulled out more papers, showed me where he'd added her to his bank accounts as a joint holder, showed me receipts for things she claimed were for his care. But the numbers didn't add up. Grandpa had over $50,000 in savings the last time he'd mentioned it to me. Now there was barely $3,000 left, and most of that had gone to funeral costs. I asked about his workshop, all his tools. She said she donated them. Donated. Grandpa's table saw, his hand tools, everything he'd collected over decades. Just gave them away to some charity whose name she couldn't even remember. But I knew better. She'd probably sold them, pocketed the cash. When I brought up his VA benefits, she admitted those had been going to her account for the last 4 months, said it was easier to manage his care that way. Everything was easier her way, apparently. Easier to isolate him, easier to take everything, easier to cut everyone else out. I told her this was elder abuse, that she'd manipulated a sick old man into signing away everything he had. She actually laughed, said I was just bitter because I hadn't gotten anything, that I'd had years with him and this was her turn. Then she said the thing I'll never forget. He wanted me to have everything. You already had your chance. Like Grandpa was some kind of prize we were taking turns with. Like the decades I spent with him meant I'd used up my share of his love, and now it was her turn to cash in. I asked if she even cared about him at all, or if this was always about the money. She told me to get out, said I was trespassing in her house now, and if I didn't leave, she'd call the police. She had all the legal paperwork, all the signatures, and there was nothing I could do about it. I left because I didn't know what else to do. Sat in my car outside what used to be Grandpa's house and cried for the first time since he died. Not just because he was gone, but because of what she'd done to him. How she'd swooped in when he was vulnerable, convinced him to sign everything away, and cut him off from everyone who actually loved him. I thought about all the times he'd told me his wishes. The workshop was supposed to be mine. He'd said it 12 times. Certain tools were supposed to go to Mr. Chen. The rocking chair was supposed to stay in the family forever, and she'd destroyed all of it, sold it, thrown it away, all within weeks of him dying. That's when I decided she wasn't going to get away with this. I didn't know how yet, but I was going to make sure everyone knew exactly what she'd done. I spent the next 2 weeks gathering everything I could find. Every photo, every video, every scrap of evidence that showed what Grandpa was really like before Sarah took over. I went through my phone, my computer, old memory cards, everything. I found videos from family barbecues where Grandpa was sharp as ever, cracking jokes and telling stories. Photos from just 8 weeks before he died where he was smiling, working in his garden, completely lucid. Text messages where he'd sent me pictures of projects he was working on. I even had a handwritten note he'd mailed me about 3 months before he passed, talking about how he wanted me to have the workshop someday and all the things we'd build together. Then I started reaching out to people. Mr. Chen gave me a statement about how Sarah had blocked him from visiting. Mrs. Rodriguez told me about the weird excuses Sarah gave whenever anyone tried to see Grandpa. I got screenshots of text messages where Sarah had canceled visits, rescheduled appointments, kept people away. I pulled what bank records I could access from when Grandpa had me listed as an emergency contact. Large withdrawals started exactly when Sarah took over his care. Thousands of dollars at a time, way more than medical expenses would explain. I put it all together in one massive post. Photos with timestamps showing Grandpa lucid and happy just weeks before he supposedly wanted to give everything away. Videos of him talking about his plans for the future. The handwritten note about the workshop. Screenshots of Sarah blocking visits. Everything laid out in chronological order so anyone could see exactly what happened. I posted it everywhere. Facebook groups for our town, neighborhood pages, community forums, everywhere I could think of. The caption was simple. This is what elder abuse looks like. This was my grandpa 3 weeks before he supposedly wanted to give everything away. It took maybe 2 hours before my phone started blowing up. Comments flooded in. Shares, reactions, messages from people I hadn't talked to in years. Neighbors saying they'd suspected something was wrong. People sharing their own stories about Sarah refusing to let them see Grandpa. Others saying they'd noticed how quickly she was selling his stuff. By the next morning, it had spread beyond just Facebook. Someone sent it to the local newspaper, and a reporter called me asking for an interview. I told them everything. They ran a story 2 days later with the headline, "Local Woman Accused of Elder Financial Abuse." They didn't use Sarah's name at first, but in a town of 15,000 people, everyone knew exactly who they were talking about. The fallout was immediate. Sarah's friends stopped talking to her. People she'd known for years crossed the street to avoid her. The church she attended, where she'd been on the charity board for God knows how long, removed her. Just straight up told her she was no longer welcome in that position. Apparently, having someone accused of stealing from their elderly father wasn't a good look for a charity organization. The comments section under the newspaper article was brutal. People I didn't even know were sharing stories about Sarah. About times she'd seemed fake or manipulative. Family members came out of the woodwork saying they'd always thought something was off about her, but never said anything. It was like the whole town turned on her overnight. Then, Adult Protective Services got involved. They investigated, and even though it was too late to help Grandpa, they confirmed everything. The financial abuse, the isolation, all of it. They forwarded everything to the district attorney's office, and that's when Sarah realized she was in actual legal trouble. Her lawyer tried to argue that everything was legal, that Grandpa had signed the documents willingly. But the DA pushed back hard, especially with all the public attention. The timeline didn't look good for her, healthy and independent one month, signing over everything the next, then suddenly isolated from everyone who cared about him. Sarah didn't end up going to prison. Her lawyer worked out some kind of deal, and technically, some of the documents were legal enough that they couldn't prove criminal intent beyond a reasonable doubt. That part still makes me angry. But she didn't get away clean either. The court ordered her to return what was left of the estate. After all her spending, that was about $15,000. She also had to pay restitution for the items she'd sold, the truck, the tools, everything. That came to another $20,000, plus court fees, plus penalties. It basically wiped her out financially. I took that money and did what Grandpa would have wanted. I tracked down his old workshop. Sarah had already sold the house by then, but the new owners were sympathetic. They let me restore the workshop space in their garage and backyard. I turned it into Frank's community woodcraft space. We offer free classes now. Kids learning to build birdhouses, seniors working on furniture projects, just like Grandpa used to do with people in the neighborhood. I hung up photos of him in his workshop, back when his hands were steady and his mind was sharp. Some of Grandpa's old neighbors donated tools to replace what Sarah had sold. Mr. Chen gave us his old drill press. Mrs. Rodriguez's son contributed a table saw. Sarah moved to another town about 6 months after everything went down. Couldn't handle everyone knowing what she'd done, I guess. Her reputation was completely destroyed. Even now, if you Google her name, the newspaper article is the first thing that comes up. My mom, Grandpa's other daughter, hasn't spoken to me since all this happened. She thinks I destroyed the family by going public. She keeps saying I should have handled it privately, that I didn't need to humiliate Sarah in front of the entire town. We used to have dinner every Sunday, and now I haven't seen her in over a year. Sometimes I think about that, about how making sure justice was served cost me my relationship with my mom, about whether I went too far by posting everything online instead of just taking it to a lawyer quietly. The workshop is doing great. We've got classes every weekend, and kids are learning skills Grandpa would have been proud to teach them. But family dinners are gone. Half my relatives don't talk to me anymore. I know revenge doesn't bring Grandpa back. Nothing will. But when I see a kid learning to sand wood the same way Grandpa taught me, or when Mr. Chen stops by to help with a project, it feels like Grandpa's still here somehow, like his kindness didn't die with him, even if Sarah tried her best to erase it. I still don't know if I did the right thing. Some days I'm absolutely sure I did. Sarah deserved everything she got, and Grandpa deserved someone fighting for him. Other days, usually when I'm alone and thinking about my mom, I wonder if the cost was worth it.
He thought Grandpa didn't know how to use the internet. He didn't realize the old man was watching everything. I, 28, never thought I'd have to watch my own family member steal from my grandfather. But here we are. This whole mess involves my grandpa Harold, 79, and my cousin Jake, 32. Harold is my mom's dad, which makes Jake and me second cousins or whatever. His mom is my mom's sister. We all grew up pretty close, family dinners every month, that sort of thing. Grandpa Harold was always the guy everyone went to when something broke. Retired engineer, spent 40 years designing industrial equipment or something technical like that. He could fix anyone's car for free, built half the furniture in his house with his bare hands, including this massive oak dining table we all still eat at during holidays. The man was sharp, independent, never asked anyone for help with anything. Then about a year ago, he started having trouble with his knees and hips. Arthritis got bad. Mobility went downhill fast. He could still get around, but stairs became a problem, and he couldn't do all the physical stuff he used to do. That's when Jake swooped in with his offer to move in and help out. Everyone thought it was incredibly kind. Jake had just lost his job and was between apartments anyway, so it seemed like perfect timing. Grandpa even started calling him his little assistant, which we all thought was adorable. My aunt was so proud of her son for stepping up. We were all relieved Harold had someone there. I didn't think anything was wrong for months. Jake seemed attentive, drove Grandpa to appointments, helped around the house. Then one random Tuesday in March, I get a call from Grandpa. His power was out. Not just out, like a breaker flipped. The electric company had shut it off for non-payment. Harold was confused because he had autopay set up years ago, never missed a bill in his life. So he checks his bank account. This is where it gets bad. Nearly $12,000 missing. Just gone. Transferred out over the past few months in chunks. Some to pay off credit cards Harold didn't recognize. Some just straight withdrawals. When he dug deeper, he found that Jake had convinced him to update his automatic payments for easier management. Except Jake had added his own credit cards to Harold's account. He'd been paying off his own debt with Grandpa's retirement money. Here's the thing about my grandpa. He's not the type to fly off the handle. He's methodical. Always has been. When he called me that day, he wasn't even angry yet, just processing. He told me what he found, and I remember telling him to confront Jake immediately, call the cops, whatever. But Grandpa said no. He said he needed to think about it first. The next time I saw him, maybe 3 days later, something had changed. He had this plan. Instead of confronting Jake, he was going to play dumb. Like, really dumb. Specifically about technology. He was going to act like he barely understood how the internet worked, let alone online banking or any of that. I thought he was crazy, but he insisted. He said he needed Jake to feel completely safe, completely confident that he'd gotten away with it. So that's what he did. I watched it happen over the next few weeks. Harold would ask Jake these ridiculous questions. What's Wi-Fi again? Is that like the television? Or, can I still use my old floppy disks to back things up? Jake would laugh at him. I mean really laugh, sometimes right to his face. I came over for dinner once and heard Jake on the phone in the other room, literally bragging to someone about how the old man barely knows how to log in, and how easy everything was. It made me sick. But Grandpa just kept playing his part, shuffling around, asking basic questions about his TV remote, pretending he couldn't figure out his email. Jake ate it up. Got more careless, too. I could see it. He stopped being subtle about things, started treating Grandpa's money like his own. What Jake didn't know, what none of us knew until later, was what Grandpa was actually doing. Turns out, all those years as an engineer didn't just teach him about machinery. Harold had been keeping up with technology the whole time. He knew plenty about computers, internet, all of it. He just let everyone assume he didn't because he never felt the need to prove anything. While Jake was laughing at him, Grandpa was installing cameras. Tiny ones, hidden inside old clocks, lamps, that decorative ship wheel thing in the hallway. Stuff that had been in that house for years that Jake never looked at twice. And Harold had this old laptop, must have been 10 years old, that he kept in his workshop in the basement. Jake never touched it, probably didn't even know it worked. Grandpa used that to sync all the camera footage to some cloud storage. For 3 solid weeks, Grandpa recorded everything. Every time Jake used his cards. Every time Jake took cash. Every conversation where Jake mocked him to his friends. Harold organized it all, timestamps and everything, building his case like he was preparing an engineering report. Then Grandpa told me about his birthday coming up. He wanted a family dinner, everyone there, no exceptions. He made a huge deal about it, saying he wanted all his kids and grandkids around him, that it was important. My aunt was thrilled because she thought Jake would get praised for taking such good care of him. I was the only one who knew what was actually going to happen. Grandpa told me 2 days before. Showed me some of the footage on that old laptop. My stomach dropped watching Jake stuff envelopes of cash into his backpack. Watching him shop online with Grandpa's card. Watching him mock Harold in videos he sent to friends. But what Grandpa told me next made it clear this wasn't just about getting his money back. He had something planned for that dinner, something that would make sure Jake never saw it coming. The dinner was set for Saturday night, 6 o'clock. Grandpa spent that whole week making sure everyone confirmed they were coming. My mom, my aunt, my uncle, a few other cousins, even some family friends who'd known Harold for decades. He wanted a full house. Jake had no idea what was coming, just kept playing the devoted grandson role, asking Grandpa what he wanted for dinner, if he needed help setting up. What Jake definitely didn't notice was Grandpa quietly setting up his laptop earlier that day. I helped him connect it to the TV in the living room, ran the HDMI cable behind the entertainment center so it wasn't obvious. We tested it once to make sure everything would play properly. The footage was all there, organized in folders by date. Grandpa had labeled everything. March 15, credit card charges. March 22nd, cash theft. April 3rd, phone call recording. The man had documented everything like he was submitting evidence to a court, which, I guess, he eventually did. People started arriving around 5:30. My aunt showed up first with this expensive bottle of wine, going on about how wonderful it was that Jake had been such a blessing to the family. Jake stood there soaking it up, hugging everyone, playing the hero. I felt nauseous watching it, but I kept my mouth shut like Grandpa asked. He wanted this to play out exactly right. Dinner itself was normal. Too normal. We ate, people laughed, told stories. Jake made a whole speech about how fulfilling it had been to help Grandpa, how much he'd learned about patience and family values. My aunt literally had tears in her eyes. I couldn't even look at him. I just kept glancing at Grandpa, who was calm as anything, eating his pot roast like it was any other Sunday dinner. After we cleared the plates, Grandpa stood up and clinked his glass. Said he wanted to say a few words since everyone was here. The room went quiet, everyone expecting some sweet birthday speech about gratitude and getting older. He thanked everyone for coming, talked about how much family meant to him, the usual stuff. Then he turned to Jake. He told Jake how grateful he was for all the help these past months. Said he didn't know what he would have done without him. Jake was beaming, nodding along. My aunt grabbed his hand. Then Grandpa said he had something special to show everyone, a little tribute to Jake's dedication and helpfulness. He asked me to dim the lights and turn on the TV. I did exactly what we'd practiced. Turned on the TV, switched to the laptop input. Grandpa had the first video ready to go. He pressed play. For about 5 seconds, nobody understood what they were watching. It was security camera footage, black and white, showing Grandpa's bedroom from an angle near the ceiling. Then Jake walked into frame. This was footage from 3 weeks earlier. We all watched as Jake went to Grandpa's dresser, opened the top drawer where Harold kept cash for groceries and small stuff, and pulled out a stack of bills. He counted it. Had to be at least $300, then stuffed it into his backpack. The timestamp was right there in the corner. March 18th, 2:47 p.m. My aunt made this choking sound. Someone else said, "What is this?" But Grandpa just let it play. Jake had gone completely white, frozen in his chair. The next clip started automatically. Different angle, living room this time. Jake was on Harold's computer, logged into the online banking. You could see him clear as day adding payment information for a credit card, then setting up a transfer. He did it so casually, like he'd done it 100 times before, which, based on the bank statements, he probably had. Then came the worst one. This wasn't camera footage. This was a screen recording from Jake's own phone that Grandpa had somehow pulled from the cloud. Jake was recording a video message to some friend, showing off Grandpa's credit card. He was laughing, saying something like, "Dude, the old man has no clue. He thinks the internet is magic. I've been bleeding this account for months." He was mocking Harold's voice, pretending to be confused about Wi-Fi and passwords. His friend was laughing in the response video. The room exploded. My aunt started screaming at Jake, asking him what he'd done. My mom was sitting there with her hand over her mouth. Jake tried to stammer out something, some excuse, but nothing came out that made sense. He kept looking at Grandpa like he'd seen a ghost. Because that's exactly what had happened. the helpless old man he'd been stealing from, was never helpless at all. Grandpa just stood there, remote in hand, calm as anything. He let a few more clips play. Jake using the credit card at a gas station. Jake taking more cash from Harold's wallet while he was asleep in his chair. Jake on another phone call bragging about the easy retirement fund he'd found. Finally, Grandpa paused it. The room was chaos, but he just spoke over everyone, voice steady and clear. He looked right at Jake and said, "For someone who thought I didn't understand technology, you sure made it easy for me." Jake tried to say something, tried to defend himself, but my aunt was already dragging him toward the door. She was crying and screaming at him at the same time, asking how he could do this, what was wrong with him. Other family members were yelling too, some at Jake, some just in shock. My uncle physically blocked Jake from going back to grab his stuff, told him he'd throw it on the lawn later. Within 20 minutes, Jake was gone. Just gone. My aunt left too, humiliated and sobbing. The rest of us sat there in Grandpa's living room, the footage still paused on the TV screen, trying to process what we'd just witnessed. Grandpa quietly closed his laptop and asked if anyone wanted birthday cake. That's when I realized this had been his plan all along. Not just to expose Jake, but to do it in front of everyone. So there'd be no hiding, no excuses, no way for Jake to manipulate his way out of it. Grandpa had burned that bridge so thoroughly that there was no coming back from it. The next morning, Grandpa went to the police station with his laptop, a USB drive full of footage, printed bank statements, and a timeline he'd made of every theft. I drove him there. He walked in with a folder, organized like he was presenting a project to a board of directors. The officers actually seemed impressed by how thorough everything was. Timestamps for every transaction, video evidence of the physical thefts, even recordings of Jake admitting what he'd done. They told Grandpa this was the most airtight case they'd seen in a while. The bank was even easier. Grandpa filed a fraud claim with all his evidence, and they didn't even push back. Full reimbursement of the $12,000 within a week. They flagged Jake's information in their system too, which I guess means he's going to have a harder time pulling this on anyone else. The police report is still active, as far as I know. Grandpa pressed charges, and Jake's looking at theft and elder abuse charges. I don't know where that stands legally right now, but Grandpa made it clear he wasn't dropping anything. As for Jake, he's completely cut off. My aunt doesn't talk to him anymore. She was humiliated, angry at him, but also angry at herself for not seeing it. She apologized to Grandpa probably a dozen times over the next few weeks, crying every time. Grandpa forgave her, said she wasn't the one who stole from him. But I know she feels guilty. She keeps saying she raised him better than that she doesn't understand what happened to him. The rest of the family made their positions pretty clear too. Jake isn't welcome at any gatherings. My mom blocked his number. My uncle told him if he ever showed his face around any of us again, he'd personally make sure he regretted it. A couple cousins tried to stay neutral at first, but even they eventually stopped talking to him. There's just no coming back from what he did, especially after everyone saw it with their own eyes. Jake tried to reach out to me once, about 2 weeks after everything went down. Sent me this long text about how he'd made mistakes and needed help and things had gotten out of control. He wanted me to talk to Grandpa about giving him another chance. I didn't even respond. You don't get to steal $12,000 from a 79-year-old man and then ask for another chance. You definitely don't get to mock him while doing it. I asked Grandpa a few days after the dinner if he felt bad about any of it. Not the exposing Jake part, but the way he did it. In front of everyone. On his birthday. He just shrugged and said something that stuck with me since. He said revenge isn't about hate. It's about justice with a bit of flair. He told me Jake needed to be exposed publicly because that's the only way someone like him learns. Private confrontation would have meant Jake could spin the story, make excuses, maybe even convince some family members that it was a misunderstanding or that Grandpa was confused because of his age. But this way, there was no debate. Everyone saw exactly who Jake was. No room for manipulation or sympathy pleas. Grandpa said he wanted to make sure Jake couldn't worm his way back into anyone else's life in the family. And it worked. Jake's been completely iced out. Grandpa's living alone again now. He says he prefers it that way. We check on him more often, and my mom visits twice a week to help with groceries and stuff. He's managing fine, though. Turns out he never needed as much help as Jake had convinced everyone he did. The mobility issues are real, but Harold's been getting around just fine with a cane and some stubbornness. There was talk about someone else moving in, but Grandpa shot that down immediately. Said he'd rather hire help if he needed it than risk this happening again. Can't blame him for that. Trust is hard to rebuild, especially when family's involved. I still think about that dinner sometimes. The look on Jake's face when he realized what was happening. My aunt's scream. The way Grandpa just stood there, completely in control of the situation while everyone else fell apart. Part of me thinks it was brilliant. Jake deserved to be exposed, deserved to face consequences in front of the people he'd deceived. The evidence was undeniable, and Grandpa made sure everyone knew the truth. But there's another part of me that wonders if it was too much. Like, yes, Jake is a thief and he mocked Grandpa and he deserved to be caught. But did it need to be that public? That humiliating? Grandpa could have filed the police report, gotten his money back, and banned Jake from his life without the whole birthday dinner spectacle. The outcome would have been the same. Jake exposed, family informed, consequences delivered. My mom thinks Grandpa did the right thing. She says people like Jake only respond to public shame, that private accountability doesn't work. My uncle agrees, but I've also heard some of the family friends whispering about whether Harold went too far, whether it was cruel to embarrass everyone like that, especially my aunt who didn't do anything wrong. Grandpa doesn't seem bothered by any of it. He got his justice, his money back, and Jake out of his life. He's actually been in better spirits lately, working on some new project in his workshop, talking about maybe taking a trip somewhere next year. Meanwhile, Jake's apparently staying with some friend 2 towns over, working part-time at a warehouse or something. I wouldn't know for sure because none of us talked to him. But I can't stop wondering, was it cruel for him to humiliate Jake like that in front of everyone, even if he deserved it? Grandpa's senile routine fooled everyone, but he was keeping score the whole time. I, 28, never thought I'd be the one to expose my Aunt Linda, 52, for what she really was. My grandfather Robert, 76, had always been the quiet type, especially after my grandmother died 3 years ago. He lived alone in the same house they'd shared for 40 years, getting by on his pension and spending most of his days out in the shed. He'd tinker with old radios, furniture that didn't need fixing, whatever kept his hands busy. I think it was his way of coping, you know? Just staying busy so he didn't have to sit with the grief. Linda was his eldest daughter, and she'd always had this way of inserting herself into situations. About a year after Grandma passed, Grandpa had a health scare. Nothing major, just some high blood pressure and the doctor suggesting he take it easy. But Linda swooped in like she'd been waiting for the opportunity. She started coming around more, asking about his bills, his medications, whether he was eating properly. She told him she didn't want him stressed about managing everything alone at his age. And honestly, at first, it seemed like she was just being a good daughter. Grandpa seemed grateful for the help. But things started changing fast. Within a few months, his old truck was gone. Linda said it wasn't safe for him to drive anymore, that she'd sold it, and would take him wherever he needed to go. Then his workshop got cleared out. All those tools he'd collected over the years, the equipment he used for his projects, just gone. She said it was too dangerous for him to be working with sharp objects and power tools. When we asked Grandpa about it, he just shrugged and said Linda was probably right. Then came the big move. Linda convinced him to leave his house and move into her basement. She sold it as a safety thing, told the whole family that he couldn't handle the stairs in his old place, that he needed someone nearby in case something happened. She'd fixed up her basement real nice, she said, made it into a little apartment just for him. The rest of us didn't question it. I mean, it made sense, right? He was getting older, living alone, and Linda was offering to take care of him. We all thought she was doing the right thing. That's when Grandpa started acting different. He'd forget things he'd just said, ask the same questions over and over. I'd visit, and he'd seem confused about what day it was, or he'd shuffle around looking lost. It was subtle at first, but it got worse over the months. Linda started pointing it out to everyone. She'd call me and my other relatives, telling us about his episodes, how he'd wander around at night, how he couldn't remember simple things. She made it sound serious, like he was really deteriorating fast. Linda used all of it to push for more control. She started talking about getting power of attorney, saying Grandpa wasn't capable of making decisions anymore. She brought up how he'd tried to pay a bill twice, how he'd forgotten a doctor's appointment, how he'd put his wallet in the freezer. Every family gathering turned into Linda updating everyone on Grandpa's decline. And we all just nodded along, believing her, trusting that she had his best interests at heart. She petitioned the court for full control of his assets, and none of us fought it. Why would we? She was the one taking care of him every day. She was the one who'd stepped up. I feel sick thinking about how easily we all went along with it. How we just accepted her version of everything without really checking on Grandpa ourselves. I'd visit sometimes, but Linda was always there, always hovering, always explaining away anything that seemed off. And Grandpa just seemed so out of it that I figured she must be right. When Grandpa died last spring, Linda handled everything. She organized the funeral, sorted through his belongings, managed all his paperwork. She barely let anyone else near any of it. She said it was too overwhelming, that she didn't want to burden the rest of the family during such a difficult time. We let her do it. Again, we just trusted her. The funeral was small, quiet, like Grandpa would have wanted. Linda gave a speech about what a wonderful father he was, how hard it had been watching him decline, how grateful she was to have been able to care for him in his final years. I remember sitting there listening to her and feeling guilty that I hadn't been around more, hadn't helped out the way she had. 2 days after the service, I got a call from a lawyer I'd never heard of. He said his name was Marcus Hendricks and that he needed to meet with me as soon as possible. He had something from my grandfather, something that had been left specifically for me. I figured it was maybe a watch or some personal item, maybe a letter. I drove to his office the next morning. Marcus handed me a manila envelope with my name written on it in Grandpa's shaky handwriting. Inside was a USB drive and a small piece of paper, folded once. I opened the note right there in the lawyer's office. It was short, just one line in Grandpa's careful print. For when they think I'm gone for good. I sat there staring at that USB drive, my hands actually shaking. Marcus told me that Grandpa had left very specific instructions about when to give it to me, that I needed to watch what was on it before the official will reading next week. He wouldn't tell me anything else, just said that Grandpa had been very clear about how this needed to happen. I drove home with that USB drive burning a hole in my pocket, having no idea that everything I thought I knew about the last few years was about to fall apart. I waited until I got home to plug in the USB drive. I don't know why, but Something told me I needed to be alone for whatever was on it. My laptop took forever to recognize it, and when it finally loaded, I saw a folder labeled Evidence, with about 50 video files inside. All of them had dates and timestamps. The oldest one was from 2 years ago, right around when Grandpa moved into Linda's basement. I clicked on the first video, and my stomach dropped. It was security camera footage from what looked like the corner of a basement room. Grandpa's basement room. The angle showed most of the space, including the door and a small sitting area. The timestamp said it was from a Tuesday afternoon. I watched Grandpa sitting in his chair, reading a newspaper, looking completely normal. Then Linda came in. What happened next made my blood run cold. She started yelling at him about money, about how much he was costing her, how ungrateful he was. He tried to respond, but she just kept going, getting closer to his face, telling him he was a burden. Then she went through his wallet, right there in front of him, taking cash out. He asked her what she was doing, and she told him he didn't need money anyway, that she was handling everything. The look on his face wasn't confusion. It was defeat. He was completely aware of what was happening. I watched video after video. Different days, different incidents, but the same pattern. Linda taking his credit cards and not giving them back. Linda going through his dresser drawers looking for anything valuable. Linda selling his coin collection that he'd built up over 40 years and pocketing the cash. And in every single video, when she wasn't in the room, Grandpa looked fine. Alert. Aware. He'd glance at the camera sometimes, just for a second, and I swear there was something in his expression that looked... Grandpa's senile routine fooled everyone, but he was keeping score the whole time. I, 28, never thought I'd be the one to expose my Aunt Linda, 52, for what she really was. My grandfather Robert, 76, had always been the quiet type, especially after my grandmother died 3 years ago. He lived alone in the same house they'd shared for 40 years, getting by on his pension and spending most of his days out in the shed. He'd tinker with old radios, furniture that didn't need fixing, whatever kept his hands busy. I think it was his way of coping, you know? Just staying busy so he didn't have to sit with the grief. Linda was his eldest daughter, and she'd always had this way of inserting herself into situations. About a year after Grandma passed, Grandpa had a health scare. Nothing major, just some high blood pressure and the doctor suggesting he take it easy. But Linda swooped in like she'd been waiting for the opportunity. She started coming around more, asking about his bills, his medications, whether he was eating properly. She told him she didn't want him stressed about managing everything alone at his age. And honestly, at first, it seemed like she was just being a good daughter. Grandpa seemed grateful for the help. But things started changing fast. Within a few months, his old truck was gone. Linda said it wasn't safe for him to drive anymore, that she'd sold it and would take him wherever he needed to go. Then his workshop got cleared out. All those tools he'd collected over the years, the equipment he used for his projects, just gone. She said it was too dangerous for him to be working with sharp objects and power tools. When we asked Grandpa about it, he just shrugged and said Linda was probably right. Then came the big move. Linda convinced him to leave his house and move into her basement. She sold it as a safety thing, told the whole family that he couldn't handle the stairs in his old place, that he needed someone nearby in case something happened. She'd fixed up her basement real nice, she said, made it into a little apartment just for him. The rest of us didn't question it. I mean, it made sense, right? He was getting older, living alone, and Linda was offering to take care of him. We all thought she was doing the right thing. That's when Grandpa started acting different. He'd forget things he'd just said, ask the same questions over and over. I'd visit, and he'd seem confused about what day it was, or he'd shuffle around looking lost. It was subtle at first, but it got worse over the months. Linda started pointing it out to everyone. She'd call me and my other relatives, telling us about his episodes, how he'd wander around at night, how he couldn't remember simple things. She made it sound serious, like he was really deteriorating fast. Linda used all of it to push for more control. She started talking about getting power of attorney, saying Grandpa wasn't capable of making decisions anymore. She brought up how he'd tried to pay a bill twice, how he'd forgotten a doctor's appointment, how he'd put his wallet in the freezer. Every family gathering turned into Linda updating everyone on Grandpa's decline. And we all just nodded along, believing her, trusting that she had his best interests at heart. She petitioned the court for full control of his assets, and none of us fought it. Why would we? She was the one taking care of him every day. She was the one who'd stepped up. I feel sick thinking about how easily we all went along with it. How we just accepted her version of everything without really checking on Grandpa ourselves. I'd visit sometimes, but Linda was always there, always hovering, always explaining away anything that seemed off. And Grandpa just seemed so out of it that I figured she must be right. When Grandpa died last spring, Linda handled everything. She organized the funeral, sorted through his belongings, managed all his paperwork. She barely let anyone else near any of it. She said it was too overwhelming, that she didn't want to burden the rest of the family during such a difficult time. We let her do it. Again, we just trusted her. The funeral was small, quiet, like Grandpa would have wanted. Linda gave a speech about what a wonderful father he was, how hard it had been watching him decline, how grateful she was to have been able to care for him in his final years. I remember sitting there listening to her and feeling guilty that I hadn't been around more, hadn't helped out the way she had. 2 days after the service, I got a call from a lawyer I'd never heard of. He said his name was Marcus Hendricks and that he needed to meet with me as soon as possible. He had something from my grandfather, something that had been left specifically for me. I figured it was maybe a watch or some personal item, maybe a letter. I drove to his office the next morning. Marcus handed me a manila envelope with my name written on it in Grandpa's shaky handwriting. Inside was a USB drive and a small piece of paper, folded once. I opened the note right there in the lawyer's office. It was short, just one line in Grandpa's careful print. For when they think I'm gone for good. I sat there staring at that USB drive, my hands actually shaking. Marcus told me that Grandpa had left very specific instructions about when to give it to me, that I needed to watch what was on it before the official will reading next week. He wouldn't tell me anything else, just said that Grandpa had been very clear about how this needed to happen. I drove home with that USB drive burning a hole in my pocket, having no idea that everything I thought I knew about the last few years was about to fall apart. I waited until I got home to plug in the USB drive. I don't know why, but something told me I needed to be alone for whatever was on it. My laptop took forever to recognize it, and when it finally loaded, I saw a folder labeled Evidence, with about 50 video files inside. All of them had dates and timestamps. The oldest one was from 2 years ago, right around when Grandpa moved into Linda's basement. I clicked on the first video, and my stomach dropped. It was security camera footage from what looked like the corner of a basement room. Grandpa's basement room. The angle showed most of the space, including the door and a small sitting area. The timestamp said it was from a Tuesday afternoon. I watched Grandpa sitting in his chair, reading a newspaper, looking completely normal. Then Linda came in. What happened next made my blood run cold. She started yelling at him about money, about how much he was costing her, how ungrateful he was. He tried to respond, but she just kept going, getting closer to his face, telling him he was a burden. Then she went through his wallet, right there in front of him, taking cash out. He asked her what she was doing, and she told him he didn't need money anyway, that she was handling everything. The look on his face wasn't confusion. It was defeat. He was completely aware of what was happening. I watched video after video. Different days, different incidents, but the same pattern. Linda taking his credit cards and not giving them back. Linda going through his dresser drawers looking for anything valuable. Linda selling his coin collection that he'd built up over 40 years and pocketing the cash. And in every single video, when she wasn't in the room, Grandpa looked fine. Alert. Aware. He'd glance at the camera sometimes, just for a second, and I swear there was something in his expression that looked almost like determination. But the worst ones were when other family members visited. I found a video of my own visit from last Christmas. The second I walked into that basement, Grandpa's entire demeanor changed. He started shuffling his feet, looking confused, asking me the same question 3 times in a row. I watched myself buy into it completely, saw the concern on my face, heard myself tell Linda outside afterward that he seemed worse. And the moment I left, visible in the edge of the frame, Grandpa straightened up and walked normally back to his chair. He'd been acting the whole time. Every confused look, every repeated question, every moment of seeming lost and senile had been a performance. And I'd fallen for it completely. There were other files in the folder, bank statements showing withdrawals Linda had made from his accounts, receipts for things she'd bought with his money, a whole subfolder of documents about his coin collection, including the appraisal showing it was worth nearly $40,000, and a receipt showing Linda had sold it to a dealer for cash. She'd told us Grandpa had lost most of the valuable coins years ago, that what was left wasn't worth much. Then I found the financial documents that changed everything. Transfers dating back 4 years, before Grandma had even died. Grandpa had been slowly moving money out of his main accounts into a trust. The beneficiary name on the trust made me stop breathing for a second. It was my name. He'd been planning this for years, moving his assets somewhere Linda couldn't touch them, setting up a safety net while he watched and waited. There was a text file labeled "Read This First" that I'd somehow missed. I opened it and found a letter from Grandpa, typed out, probably with help from lawyer Marcus. He explained everything. How he'd noticed Linda's interest in his finances right after Grandma died. How she'd made small comments about what he'd leave behind, about how much the house might be worth. He'd started paying attention, he said, and didn't like what he saw. So he'd started moving money, quietly, bit by bit. When she'd made her move to take control, he'd realized he needed to let her think she was winning. The cameras were insurance, he wrote. Evidence for when the truth needed to come out. He'd played senile to buy time, and to let her reveal exactly who she was. The will reading was scheduled for the following Tuesday. Linda had been calling me all week, asking if I'd heard anything from the lawyer, trying to sound casual, but I could hear the anticipation in her voice. She thought she was about to inherit everything. She'd already told people she was planning to sell Grandpa's house, that she deserved it after everything she'd done for him. The lawyer's conference room was packed. Linda, my mom, 2 of my uncles, a handful of cousins. Linda sat at the head of the table like she owned the place, fake sadness plastered on her face. Marcus started reading the will, and you could feel Linda's excitement, the way she was leaning forward slightly, ready to hear her name. Then Marcus got to the part about asset distribution. Grandpa had left small amounts to various grandchildren, some items to my uncles. And then the main estate, the trust, everything else. It all went to me. The room went dead silent. Linda's face went white, then red. She started arguing immediately, saying there must be a mistake, that Grandpa wasn't in his right mind when he made this will, that she'd been the one taking care of him. Marcus let her go on for a minute. Then he held up his hand and said there was more. He read Grandpa's message, the one he'd left specifically for Linda. A thief can't inherit what love built. Linda exploded. She accused me of manipulating Grandpa, of turning him against her, of forging documents. My mom tried to calm her down, but Linda was hysterical. She demanded proof that the will was legitimate, that Grandpa had been competent when he made it. Marcus reached into his briefcase and pulled out a—
Few things ignite sibling rivalries like the reading of a will. I, 36, have been in an ongoing battle with my older brother David, 39, ever since our father passed away 3 months ago. It's the kind of fight that makes you question everything you thought you knew about family, about fairness, and about whether doing the right thing is worth losing everyone in the process. My dad died suddenly. Heart attack in his workshop, which I guess is fitting since that's where he spent most of his free time for the last 40 years. He had this collection of tools that had been passed down from my grandfather and then my great-grandfather before that. Antique hand planes, chisels with wooden handles worn smooth from decades of use, saws that were older than any of us. Some of them dated back to the early 1900s. They weren't just tools. They were family history. I was the only one who ever cared about them. Every weekend growing up, I'd be out in that workshop with Dad, learning how to properly sharpen a chisel or how to read the grain in a piece of wood. David never had any interest. He was always too busy with sports or his friends or whatever else seemed more important than spending time with our father. I don't say that to be cruel, it's just the truth. Dad would invite him out to the workshop and David would make excuses. Every single time. Dad used to tell me all the time that the tools would be mine one day. "You're the only one who appreciates them," he'd say, while showing me how to adjust a hand plane. "These will be yours someday. You'll take care of them." It wasn't just once or twice. It was a constant thing, repeated over years. He'd introduce me to his woodworking buddies as my daughter, the one who's going to inherit the family tools. Everyone knew. It was understood. I never thought to ask him to put it in writing. Why would I? He was my father. His word meant something. The will reading happened 2 weeks after the funeral. David and I sat in this lawyer's office with the brown leather chairs and the smell of old paper everywhere. The lawyer went through everything methodically. The house would be sold and proceeds split between us. Dad's savings account, split. His car, some personal items, various things distributed to various people. Mom passed away 6 years ago, so it was just the two of us to deal with everything. I sat there waiting for him to mention the tools. I had this whole speech prepared in my head about how I'd take care of them. Maybe even donate some to a woodworking museum eventually, keep the tradition alive. But the lawyer kept going, and the tools never came up. When he finally closed the folder, I spoke up. "What about the workshop tools?" The lawyer looked confused, shuffled through his papers. "I don't see any specific mention of tools in the will." Before I could even process what that meant, David jumped in. "Well, I guess they come to me then. I'm the oldest son." I actually laughed. I thought he was joking. But he just sat there with this serious expression like he'd just stated an obvious fact. "You're kidding, right?" I said. "Dad promised those to me." "You know he did." David shrugged. "If Dad really wanted you to have them, he would have put it in the will." I turned to the lawyer, waiting for him to say something, to explain that verbal promises counted for something. But he just looked uncomfortable and said that without written documentation, items not specifically mentioned in the will would typically default to the estate or by convention to the eldest child. "This is insane," I said. "David, you've never cared about those tools. You don't even know how to use half of them." "That's not the point," he said. "The will is the will. Dad would have been more specific if he really meant for you to have them. I reminded him of every promise Dad made, every time Dad said those tools were meant for me. David just kept shaking his head, saying the same thing over and over. Verbal promises don't count. Should have gotten it in writing. I left that office shaking. I couldn't believe what had just happened. This was my brother, someone I'd grown up with. Someone who knew exactly what those tools meant to me and to Dad, and he was just going to take them because of some technicality. I called him probably 15 times over the next week. He didn't answer. When he finally picked up, he acted like I was being unreasonable. "I'm not doing anything wrong," he said. "The will is the will. This isn't personal." Not personal. Our father's dying wish wasn't personal. I kept thinking about how to fix this, how to make him understand. I reached out to our aunt, Dad's sister, thinking maybe she could talk some sense into him. She just told me that Dad should have been clearer in his paperwork if he really wanted me to have the tools. Even she didn't believe me. Then, 2 weeks after that conversation, I was scrolling through Facebook Marketplace, and I saw them. Dad's tools. David had posted almost a dozen of them for sale. The descriptions were lazy, like he'd barely looked at them. Vintage hand plane, $40. Antique saw set, $60. Things that Dad had cherished, that had been in our family for generations, just listed like garage sale junk. Some of them were already marked as sold. I drove to David's house immediately. I didn't call first. I just showed up and pounded on his door until he answered. When I confronted him, he didn't even have the decency to look ashamed. He said he needed the money for a bathroom renovation, and since the tools were his, he could do whatever he wanted with them. That's when I knew this wasn't going to be resolved with a conversation. This was war. I told David he was disrespecting Dad's memory. He told me I was being emotional and irrational. That's what he kept saying. That this was about legal rights, not feelings. Like our father's legacy was just some cold transaction that could be reduced to paperwork and property law. The argument got heated fast. I said things I probably shouldn't have. I told him Dad would be ashamed of him, that he'd always been the disappointing son, that the only reason he wanted the tools was to hurt me because he knew how much they meant. He just stood there in his doorway with his arms crossed, waiting for me to finish. Then he told me to get off his property or he'd call the police. I left, but I couldn't let it go. I started checking the marketplace listings obsessively, watching as more and more tools disappeared. Sold, sold, sold. Each notification felt like another piece of Dad being erased. That's when family members started getting involved. Our aunt called me and said David had told everyone I was harassing him over some old tools. She said I needed to let it go, that Dad wouldn't want us fighting like this. I tried to explain what Dad had promised, what those tools represented, but she cut me off. "Your father's gone, honey. Fighting won't bring him back." Our uncle took David's side too. He said that as the oldest son, David had a traditional right to their father's possessions, that this was how things used to work in the old days. I reminded him we weren't living in the old days, and Dad had specifically wanted me to have them. He just sighed and said I was making this harder than it needed to be. Even Dad's oldest friend from his woodworking club called me. David had apparently reached out to him, painting himself as the victim. "I heard you two are having some trouble," he said. "David mentioned you're pretty upset about the estate." I tried to tell my side, but I could hear it in his voice that he'd already made up his mind. Nobody wanted to believe that David would actually do something this cruel. The worst part was that some family members did believe me. They knew Dad had promised me those tools, but they still told me to drop it. "Is it really worth destroying the family over this?" they'd ask. "Think about holidays. Think about keeping everyone together." Like I was the one destroying anything. Like I was the problem. I felt completely alone. David was playing the victim perfectly, and I was becoming the villain just for wanting what Dad had promised me. I decided to talk to a lawyer, not to sue yet, just to understand my options. The consultation cost me $200 just to hear what I already suspected. The lawyer said I could potentially contest the estate distribution, that there might be grounds for proving a verbal contract, or showing that Dad's intentions were clear based on a pattern of promises. but it would be expensive, probably several $1,000s at minimum, and the outcome was far from guaranteed. Even if you prove your case, the lawyer said, you're looking at months of litigation, maybe longer, and there's no guarantee you'll recover the items that have already been sold. Then came the question that's been haunting me ever since. Is it worth it? Even if you win, you'll probably lose your brother in the process. I didn't have an answer then. I still don't. I left that office with a retainer agreement in my hand and a deadline to decide whether I wanted to move forward. I had 2 weeks to figure out if I was willing to take my own brother to court. During those 2 weeks, David kept selling. It was like he knew I was considering legal action and wanted to get rid of as much as he could before I could stop him. I watched listing after listing go up. Some of the prices made me sick. He sold a complete set of vintage chisels, easily worth $300 for $75. He didn't care about getting fair value. He just wanted them gone. Then I saw the listing that broke me. Dad's original handplane, the one that had belonged to my great-grandfather. The one Dad taught me on when I was 12 years old. It was the most sentimental piece in the entire collection. And David had sold it to some collector for $150. I found out because someone tagged me in a post on a woodworking forum. They'd seen it listed and knew my dad, knew the history of that particular tool. By the time I saw the message, it was already gone. Sold and shipped. I completely fell apart. I sat in my car outside the lawyer's office and just cried. That handplane was the physical connection to every memory I had of learning woodworking with Dad. It was the tool he'd held in his hands and guided mine with, showing me how to feel the wood, how to work with the grain instead of against it. And now it was sitting in some stranger's workshop, and I'd never see it again. No amount of legal action could get that back. I stopped going to family gatherings after that. My aunt was hosting a birthday party for her husband, and I just couldn't face everyone. The thought of sitting there pretending everything was fine while David acted like nothing had happened made me physically ill. I told her I was sick. She knew I was lying. David started showing up to every family event like nothing was wrong. From what I heard, he'd even bring up the estate sometimes, talking about how difficult I was being, how I couldn't accept Dad's will, making jokes about it. Our cousin told me he'd said something about me being unable to let go, that grief made people irrational. I blocked him on everything, social media, phone, email. I couldn't stand seeing his face or hearing his voice. Our aunt called it childish. I called it self-preservation. The thing is, I started questioning myself. Late at night, I'd wonder if everyone else was right. Maybe I was being selfish. Maybe I was the one tearing the family apart over material possessions. Maybe grief really had made me irrational, unable to see that this wasn't worth the fight. But then I'd think about Dad, about his promises, about the legacy he wanted to pass down, and I'd get angry all over again. The lawyer's deadline came and went. I couldn't bring myself to sign the retainer agreement. Every time I picked up the pen, I'd think about what it would mean. Court dates, depositions, family members forced to testify about what Dad said or didn't say, holidays ruined forever, the family split down the middle, everyone forced to choose sides. And for what? Most of the tools were already gone anyway. I did manage to grab a few things before David changed the locks on the workshop. A small set of chisels, a couple of handsaws, Dad's favorite measuring tape. I went there one afternoon when I knew David was at work and just took them. I figured he couldn't complain since he'd been selling everything else anyway. He never mentioned it, so either he didn't notice or didn't care. Those tools sit in my garage now. I built a small workshop space, nothing like Dad's, but enough to use them occasionally. Every time I pick up one of those chisels, I think about everything I lost. Not just the tools, but my brother, most of my extended family, the peace I used to have. David's still selling. I don't check the listings anymore, but my cousin mentioned last month that she'd seen more stuff posted. At this point, he's probably sold 60 or 70% of the collection. The bathroom renovation is apparently complete. I guess that's what 3 generations of family history bought him. New tile and a fancy shower head. The family pressure hasn't stopped. It's actually gotten worse. My aunt calls every few weeks, begging me to reconcile with David. She's hosting Thanksgiving this year and wants both of us there. It's been months, she says. This has gone on long enough. Your father wouldn't want this. That line gets me every time. Your father wouldn't want this. Like they knew him better than I did. Like they spent every weekend in that workshop listening to his stories and learning his craft. Dad wouldn't want a lot of things. He wouldn't want his tools sold off for bathroom fixtures. He wouldn't want his son to dismiss his promises as meaningless. But nobody seems to care about that. I've become the family problem, the stubborn one. The one who can't forgive and move on. David's already moved on, they tell me. He's willing to put this behind him. Why can't I? What they don't understand is that David hasn't lost anything. He got what he wanted. He made his money. He renovated his bathroom. And now he gets to be the reasonable one while I'm the bitter sister who's holding a grudge. I saw him 3 weeks ago, completely by accident, at the grocery store. We turned the corner into the same aisle and just froze. For a second, I thought maybe he'd say something, apologize, acknowledge what he'd done. But he just grabbed whatever he needed from the shelf and walked past me like I was a stranger. That hurt more than I expected it to. I've thought about reaching out, about being the bigger person like everyone wants me to be. I've drafted texts that I never send. Can we talk? I miss my brother. Maybe we can find a way past this. But then I remember him selling that hand plane, remember the look on his face when he told me verbal promises didn't count, and I delete the messages. My therapist says I'm stuck in grief, that I've transferred my feelings about losing Dad onto the situation with David. Maybe she's right. Maybe this whole fight is just because I can't accept that Dad's gone and I'm looking for something to blame, someone to be angry at. But that doesn't make what David did okay. That doesn't erase the fact that he knew what those tools meant and sold them anyway. The estate is almost completely settled now. The house sold last month. I got my half of the proceeds. It's sitting in my bank account, and I can't bring myself to spend it. It feels like blood money somehow. Even though that doesn't make sense. I still have the lawyer's card in my wallet. Sometimes I take it out and look at it, wondering if it's too late to do something. Probably is. Most of the tools are gone, scattered to different owners across the country. Even if I won a lawsuit, what would I be winning? The right to say I was correct? A few $1,000s in damages? It wouldn't bring back what mattered. What kills me is that David doesn't even seem to care. He got what he wanted and moved on. I'm the one still stuck here, still angry, still mourning not just Dad, but the relationship I thought I had with my brother. Turns out that was based on false assumptions too. I look at the tools I managed to save and I wonder if I made the right choices. Should I have fought harder? Should I have taken him to court immediately, before he could sell anything? Or should I have just let it all go from the start, accepted the loss, and kept my family intact? Everyone has opinions about what I should do now. Let it go. Make peace. Be the bigger person. Stop living in the past. But none of them are living with this feeling, this constant weight of knowing that someone you loved betrayed everything your father stood for, and everyone expects you to just smile and pretend it never happened. I don't know if I'll ever forgive David. I don't know if I should. And I definitely don't know if fighting for what I believed was right was worth becoming the family outcast. Some days I think I should have just let him have the tools and saved myself all this pain. Other days I'm glad I stood my ground, even if I lost everything else in the process. What I do know is that the family legacy Dad wanted to pass down is gone either way. The tools are scattered or sold. The tradition is broken, and the 2 children he left behind can't even stand to be in the same room together. I guess that's the real inheritance. Not the tools, but this mess we've made of everything he built. Early one morning, I discovered my son had already moved his family into my house without asking. I'm 79 years old, been a widower for 6 years now, living alone in the house I built with my own 2 hands back in 1985. My wife and I raised 3 kids here. Susan is 52, works as a nurse manager and has her life together. David is 45, owns a small contracting business, doing fine for himself. Then there's Marcus, my middle son, 48 years old and still can't seem to get his life on track. Marcus has always been the one who needed help. Different job every year, different apartment every few months. Always some excuse about why things didn't work out. His wife, Jennifer, doesn't work much either. Says she has health issues, but I've never really understood what exactly is wrong. They've got 2 teenagers, 16 and 14. Good kids from what I can tell, but I don't see them often. Over the years, I've lent Marcus money more times than I can count. Small amounts mostly, couple hundred here and there for rent or car repairs. He always says he'll pay me back, but he never does. I stopped expecting it a long time ago. I should have seen it coming, honestly. Marcus had been calling more frequently the past few weeks, asking how I was doing, if I needed any help around the house. I thought maybe he was finally growing up, showing some concern for his old man. I was wrong. It was a Tuesday morning, around 6 a.m. I'm an early riser, always have been, but I was still in bed when I heard vehicles in my driveway. Not just one, but 2. I figured maybe it was the neighbor's landscaping crew or something, but the noise didn't stop. There was banging, voices, the sound of a truck gate being lowered. I got up and looked out my bedroom window. There was Marcus's beat-up SUV and a U-Haul rental truck parked right in front of my garage. Marcus was pulling boxes out of the truck. Jennifer was directing the kids, who were carrying things toward my garage door. I stood there for a minute thinking maybe I was still asleep. Maybe this was some weird dream. I threw on my bathrobe and slippers and went outside. The morning air was cold and I was standing there in my driveway watching my son and his family unload what looked like their entire life into my property. Marcus saw me and grinned like nothing was unusual. "Hey, Dad. Morning. We're moving in for a bit. Got evicted last week and we figured you've got all this space anyway. The kids can take the spare rooms upstairs." I just stood there. I couldn't form words. Moving in? For a bit? He said it like he was telling me about the weather. "You got evicted?" That was all I could manage to say. "Yeah. Landlord was a jerk about one late payment. But it's fine, it works out better this way. You shouldn't be living alone anyway at your age, and we can help out around here. It'll be good for everyone." Jennifer still wasn't looking at me. The kids looked uncomfortable. The older one was staring at his shoes. I wanted to say no. Wanted to tell him to pack it all back up and leave, but I couldn't get the words out. How do you tell your son and grandkids to get lost when they're standing in your driveway with all their belongings? I tried to pull Marcus aside. "We need to talk about this. You can't just show up and move in without even asking me first." He waved me off. "Dad, we're exhausted. Spent all night packing and loading. Can we please just get settled and talk later? The kids need to sleep. Jennifer's got a headache. We'll talk tonight, I promise." What was I supposed to do? Make a scene in front of the grandkids? Tell them to sleep in the truck? I felt trapped before they even got one box through the door. By noon, they had taken over the 2 spare bedrooms upstairs. My garage was half full of their boxes and furniture. Jennifer was already rearranging things in the kitchen, moving my coffee mugs to a different cabinet because it makes more sense this way. Marcus was hooking up their TV in what used to be my quiet living room. I called Susan, told her what happened, hoping she'd back me up, tell me I had every right to be angry. Instead, she sighed and said, "Dad, just let them stay for a little while. Where else are they going to go? They're family. Marcus will figure something out. He always does." But that was the problem. Marcus never figured anything out. Other people always figured it out for him, usually me. That first day, I barely said anything. I made myself scarce. Stayed in my bedroom mostly, came out for meals, and that was it. Marcus acted like everything was normal, like this was always the plan. Jennifer made dinner that night, some casserole I didn't ask for, and they all sat at my kitchen table like we were one big happy family. I went to bed early, lay there staring at the ceiling, listening to footsteps above me in what used to be empty rooms. My house suddenly felt small and crowded. I kept thinking about my wife, wondering what she would have done. She was always better with the kids than me, always knew what to say. But she wasn't here. And I was on my own trying to figure out how my son had just hijacked my entire life without even asking permission. I knew then it was going to be a problem. I just didn't know how big of one yet. The first few days were tense, but I kept telling myself it was temporary. Marcus said a few weeks, so I marked it on my calendar and decided I could handle a few weeks. I was wrong about that too. They started making small changes right away. Jennifer reorganized my kitchen cabinets because apparently I'd been doing it wrong for 40 years. My plates went to a different shelf, my silverware drawer got rearranged, my spices got alphabetized. She acted like she was doing me a favor. Marcus moved furniture in the living room to make it more open, he said. Pushed my recliner into the corner, angled the couch differently, moved the TV stand. Every day I'd come out and something else would be different in my own house. I didn't say anything at first, kept biting my tongue, reminding myself they were family and this was temporary. But it got harder to stay quiet when Marcus started acting like he owned the place. Week 2, he brought friends over. Didn't ask, didn't give me a heads up. Just 3 guys I'd never met showing up at 8 p.m. with a case of beer. They sat in my living room until past midnight, laughing loud, watching sports. I stayed in my bedroom like a guest in my own home. When I came out the next morning, there were beer bottles on my coffee table and chip crumbs ground into my carpet. Jennifer redecorated the bathroom with her own shower curtain, new towels, some kind of decorative soaps I wasn't allowed to use. She put up pictures of their family in the hallway, took down the one photo I had of my wife and stuck it in a closet. Said the frame didn't match the others, so it looked better this way. The teenagers treated me like I was invisible, walked right past me without saying hello, blasted music at all hours, left dishes everywhere. The younger one took over my garage workspace for his skateboard ramps. I'd spent years organizing that space, and in 2 weeks it became a dumping ground for their stuff. Then Marcus started talking about improvements, said the kitchen was outdated, suggested we knock down the wall between the kitchen and dining room to make it open concept, talked about updating the bathrooms, refinishing the floors, maybe adding a deck out back. We, he kept saying. Like it was our project, like it was our house. I reminded him this was temporary. He just laughed and said, yeah, but while they were here, might as well make some upgrades that would help me in the long run. I told him I didn't want upgrades. He looked at me like I was being difficult. 3 weeks in, I went grocery shopping. Came back to find my bedroom furniture rearranged. My bed was against a different wall, my dresser moved, my nightstand on the opposite side. Marcus was standing there looking proud of himself. He said he thought the new layout would be better for my back, that I'd been complaining about my hip and this would make it easier to get in and out of bed. I hadn't been complaining about anything, and even if I had, who gave him the right to go into my bedroom and move my furniture around? I lost it. Told him this was my house, my room, my furniture, and he had no right to change anything without asking. Said I'd been patient, but this was too much. Marcus got defensive immediately. Started saying I was being ungrateful, that he was trying to help, that family is supposed to support each other. Said I had all this space, and I was living here alone being selfish while they had nowhere to go. That stung because part of me wondered if he was right. Then Jennifer came in and made it worse. Said they were actually doing me a favor, that I shouldn't be living alone at my age anyway, that I needed people around to help me, like I was some invalid who couldn't take care of myself. I've been managing fine for 6 years on my own, but suddenly I need them? I asked Marcus flat out when they were planning to leave. He got vague, said they were looking at apartments, but rent was expensive these days. Said maybe a few more months, just until they got back on their feet financially. A few more months. The way he said it, I knew he meant longer. I called Susan again. This time I was more direct, told her about the furniture moving, the changes, Marcus talking about staying for months. She was more sympathetic, but still said he was my son, and I couldn't just kick him out. Asked what else I expected them to do, where they were supposed to go. Made me feel guilty for even complaining. David came by to visit, and I told him everything. He agreed it was out of line. Said Marcus had no right to treat my house like his own, but he didn't want to get in the middle of it. Said it was between me and Marcus and he'd support whatever I decided. That was helpful, I guess, but it didn't solve anything. Meanwhile, Marcus was telling other relatives his version of the story. Cousins and aunts started calling me saying they heard I was being cold to my own son and grandchildren. Got lectured about how family comes first, how my wife would have wanted me to help, how I should be grateful to have family close by. Nobody asked for my side of it. I felt completely trapped. My own house didn't feel like mine anymore. I was walking on eggshells, avoiding rooms where they were, eating meals at odd times to avoid sitting with them. I'd wake up in the middle of the night and hear them moving around and feel this dread in my chest. A month in, Marcus mentioned something about fixing up the basement. Said long term it would be a good space for the kids to hang out, maybe put in a TV and some furniture. Long term. He actually said long term. That's when I knew he was never planning to leave. This wasn't temporary. In his mind, he'd moved home and that was that, and if I didn't do something, I'd spend whatever time I had left as a guest in the house I built. I made an appointment with a lawyer the next day. Didn't tell anyone, just looked up elder law attorneys online and drove to an office 2 towns over where nobody would recognize me. I felt like I was doing something shameful, sneaking around to get legal advice about my own son, but I didn't know what else to do. The lawyer was younger than I expected, maybe in her 40s, but she knew her stuff. I explained the whole situation and she didn't seem surprised at all. Said she sees this kind of thing more often than people think. Adult children moving back home and refusing to leave. Taking advantage of elderly parents. I didn't like hearing myself described as elderly, but I guess that's what I am now. She explained tenant rights, told me that even though Marcus never signed a lease or paid rent, he'd established residency, and I couldn't just change the locks. I'd have to give him formal written notice, 30 days minimum in my state. If he refused to leave after that, I'd have to go through a formal eviction process, which could take months. We also talked about protecting my assets. She helped me update my will to be crystal clear about who gets what, made sure the house would go where I wanted it to, and couldn't be contested. Added some legal language to prevent anyone from claiming they had rights to the property just because they'd been living there. It cost me money I hadn't planned to spend, but it was worth it for the peace of mind. The lawyer drafted the 30-day notice right there in her office. It was official looking, legal terms, the whole thing. I sat there holding it, wondering if I could actually go through with this, wondering if this made me a terrible father. But then I thought about Marcus rearranging my bedroom, Jennifer taking down my wife's photo, the way they'd taken over my entire life without even asking. I signed where the lawyer told me to sign. I served Marcus with the notice that evening, waited until after dinner when the kids were upstairs, just walked up to him in the living room and handed him the paper. He looked confused at first, then his face went red. He exploded, started yelling about how I was evicting my own family, my own grandchildren. Said what kind of father does this? Throws his son out on the street. Jennifer came running in and started crying, saying they had nowhere to go, asking how I could do this to them. I kept my voice calm, told them I'd given them a place to stay for a month, that they'd moved in without asking, and now it was time to find their own place. Marcus called me selfish, heartless, a bunch of other things I don't want to repeat. Said I was a miserable old man who deserved to die alone. The teenagers heard everything. Came downstairs and saw their dad yelling, their mom crying, me standing there with my arms crossed. The younger one looked at me like I was a monster. They went back upstairs and I heard doors slamming. After that, Marcus stopped talking to me completely. We lived in the same house for almost a month and he wouldn't say a word to me. Just glared whenever we crossed paths. Made passive-aggressive comments to Jennifer loud enough for me to hear about being abandoned by family, about parents who don't care about their own blood. Jennifer tried the guilt trip approach, would make comments about how hard it was to find affordable housing, how the kids were going to suffer, how I was breaking up their family. I almost caved a few times, but I kept reminding myself that none of this was my fault. They created this situation, not me. Marcus dragged his feet on actually leaving. The 30-day deadline came and went, and they were still there. I had to remind him multiple times that he was legally required to be out. He'd say, yeah, we're working on it, but nothing would happen. I called the lawyer and she said we could start formal eviction proceedings, but I really didn't want to go that route if I could help it. Finally, on day 29 of the second 30-day notice, they moved out. Didn't go to their own place, though. They moved into Susan's house. She called me angry. Said I'd made this her problem now, that I should have just let them stay. I reminded her she was the one who said they were family, and family helps each other. She hung up on me. Marcus sent some nasty texts after he left. Told me I was dead to him, that I'd never see my grandkids again, that I'd chosen being alone over having a family. Then the messages stopped, and I haven't heard from him since. It's been 2 weeks now. The house is quiet again. I moved all my furniture back where it was, put my wife's photo back on the wall. Reorganized my kitchen the way I like it. My garage is empty again. My spare rooms are empty again. Everything is back to normal, except it doesn't feel normal. It feels too quiet sometimes. I catch myself listening for footsteps upstairs or voices in the kitchen. The house feels bigger than it did before, emptier. I eat dinner alone at the table, and sometimes I wonder if I made a mistake. Susan barely talks to me now. David calls to check in, but he's careful not to mention Marcus. Other family members have taken sides, and most of them aren't on mine. My neighbor mentioned the other day that at least I got my house back. I told him, yeah, I did. But some nights I lie in bed in my correctly arranged bedroom and I'm not sure what I got back. The house is mine again, but I keep thinking about the look on my grandson's face when he realized I was kicking them out. I remember Marcus's words about dying alone. I wonder if protecting my independence cost me my family. I don't have an answer to that yet. Maybe I never will. All I know is I couldn't live the way I was living, like a stranger in my own home. Whether that makes me right or wrong, I honestly can't say. At my wife's funeral, my own son accused me of causing her death. I'm 78 years old, and I just buried Margaret, my wife of 55 years. Our son David is 52, and he's always been close to his mother. Maybe too close, but I never said anything about it because it made Margaret happy. Our daughter Michelle is 49, and she's always been the one who tries to keep everyone calm when things get tense. Margaret died from complications related to congestive heart failure. She'd been sick for 3 years, and for every single one of those days, I was the one taking care of her. I'm talking about everything. The medications at 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. every day, no exceptions. The hospital runs at 2 in the morning when she couldn't breathe. The bedpans when she was too weak to get up. Bathing her when she couldn't do it herself anymore. Feeding her when her hands shook too much to hold a spoon. I did all of it, and I never complained once because that's what you do when you love someone for 55 years. The funeral service was packed. Margaret knew everyone in our town. She volunteered at the library for 20 years and was in about 4 different book clubs. I sat in the front pew with David and his wife Linda on one side and Michelle on the other. The service was nice. The pastor said all the right things about Margaret being a devoted wife and mother and friend. People cried. I couldn't cry yet. I think I was too numb. David wouldn't look at me during the entire service, not once. When it was time for family members to speak, he went up to the podium and talked for 10 minutes about Mom and all the things she did for him growing up. How she drove him to baseball practice every day, how she helped him study for the bar exam, how she was his best friend. He didn't mention me at all. It was like I didn't exist, like I hadn't been the one sitting next to her hospital bed for 3 years while he visited twice a month if we were lucky. After the service, we all went to the church basement for the reception. I stood near the door accepting condolences from people I'd known for decades. Margaret's book club friends hugged me and told me they were so sorry. My neighbor Frank shook my hand and said I'd been a good husband. I was starting to feel like maybe I could get through this day without falling apart. Then I heard David's voice getting louder from across the room. He was near the refreshment table, and I could see Linda trying to pull him away from whoever he was talking to. I didn't think much of it at first. People get emotional at funerals. But then he pushed through a group of Margaret's friends and pointed directly at me. He said, and I remember the exact words, You want to know why she's dead? Ask him. Ask him why he didn't get her to the hospital fast enough when she had that last episode. The entire room went silent. Someone dropped their paper plate and it clattered on the floor. Linda grabbed David's arm, but he shook her off. He was breathing hard, and his face was red. Michelle stood up from where she'd been sitting, but she didn't move toward us yet. David kept going. He said I'd spent 3 years playing doctor, that I'd told everyone I had it under control when I clearly didn't, that Margaret had been in pain, and I was too proud or too stubborn to get real help. He said if I'd just admitted I couldn't handle it and put her in a proper facility with real nurses, she might still be alive. I couldn't speak. My mouth opened, but nothing came out. I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. Michelle finally moved and stepped between us. She said something to David in a harsh whisper that I couldn't hear, but it didn't matter. Everyone in that room had heard what he said. They were all staring at me now. Some looked sympathetic. Some looked uncomfortable. But I could see it in their eyes. The question, did you do enough? Margaret's sister Helen touched my shoulder and said something about David not meaning it, but I barely heard her. My legs were shaking. I'd been standing for hours, and suddenly I felt every single one of my 78 years. I looked at David, and he was just staring at me with this expression I'd never seen before. It wasn't just anger. It was like he genuinely believed I'd killed his mother. I grabbed my coat from the rack by the door. Behind me, I heard Michelle raising her voice at David, and Linda was crying, and other people were starting to talk all at once. Someone called my name, but I didn't turn around. I couldn't be in that room anymore. I couldn't stand there and defend myself at my own wife's funeral while my son accused me of murder in front of everyone we knew. I walked out to the parking lot and got in my car. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely get the key in the ignition. I sat there for a minute trying to breathe, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Through the church basement windows, I could see people moving around inside. I saw Michelle pointing at David. I saw other people gathering around them. But I couldn't go back in there. I started the car and drove home. The drive home was a blur. I don't even remember half of it. When I pulled into the driveway, I just sat in the car for a while staring at the house. Our house. My house now. That's going to take some getting used to. Inside, everything looked exactly like it did 4 days ago, when the ambulance came for the last time. Margaret's reading glasses were still on the side table next to her chair. Her coffee mug was still in the sink. I'd left it there because washing it felt too final, like I was erasing her. Now the house felt like a museum. Everything was a reminder that she was gone, and I was alone. I hadn't slept in 72 hours. Between making funeral arrangements and dealing with relatives and trying to hold myself together, I just hadn't had time. But when I lay down on the bed, I couldn't close my eyes without hearing David's voice. You're the reason she's dead. Over and over. I got up after 20 minutes and went to the kitchen. That's when I started going through everything in my head. Every single decision I'd made over the last 3 years. There was the time Margaret had chest pains at 3 in the morning, but she said she felt better after about an hour. So I waited until 8 a.m. to call the doctor instead of taking her to the ER right away. The doctor said I'd made the right call, that the ER would have just sent her home anyway. But what if that was wrong? What if those 5 hours mattered somehow? Or the time I gave her the pain medication 30 minutes late because I dozed off in the chair next to her bed? I was exhausted. I'd been up for almost 2 days straight. She didn't even notice, but I noticed. I remembered it. Was David right? Had I made mistakes that cost her time, maybe cost her life? But then I thought about everything else. I was there every single day. David visited twice a month if we were lucky, and he'd stay for maybe an hour before he had to get back to the city for work. He called on Sundays, usually for about 15 minutes. He had absolutely no idea what it took to keep Margaret comfortable, to keep her alive as long as she was. He didn't know about the nights I sat up watching her breathe because I was terrified she'd stop. He didn't know about the times I had to clean up after her when she got sick, or how I learned to give injections because it was easier than dragging her to the clinic 3 times a week. Michelle called that evening. She said David didn't mean it, that he was destroyed, that Mom was his whole world. I told her Mom was my whole world too, and I'd actually been there for her. Then I hung up. I probably shouldn't have done that, but I couldn't listen to excuses for what he'd said. Over the next few days, other relatives started reaching out. Margaret's brother sent a text saying he was sorry for what happened at the reception. My cousin Janet called and left a voicemail about how David was processing his grief and I should give him space. A few of Margaret's friends sent cards. Everyone was sorry. Everyone understood it was a difficult time. But nobody actually said David was wrong. Nobody said I didn't deserve to be accused of killing my wife in front of 50 people. The worst part was that David didn't call, didn't text. Nothing. It had been a week, and he hadn't reached out at all. No apology, no explanation. Just silence. Like he'd said what he needed to say, and now he was done with me. I kept thinking about what the doctors had told me. The neurologist said home care was fine as long as I followed the medication protocol, which I did. The hospice nurse came by once a week for the last 6 months, and she kept telling me I was doing an amazing job, that most people couldn't handle what I was handling. Margaret herself told me a week before she died that she was grateful to be home and not in some facility surrounded by strangers. She said she wanted to die in our bed, in our house, with me next to her, and that's exactly what happened. But the doubt was still there. What if I'd missed something? What if there was one moment, one decision, where doing something differently would have given us more time? What if David was right and I was just too proud to admit I couldn't handle taking care of her? A week after the funeral, I was going through Margaret's things. I wasn't ready to pack anything away yet, but I was organizing her papers and documents. That's when I found a letter in her desk drawer. It was addressed to David and Michelle, dated almost 2 years ago. She'd never sent it. I don't know why. Maybe she forgot about it, or maybe she decided they didn't need to read it. The letter said that I was her hero, that I'd given up everything to take care of her, that she knew how hard it was and how tired I must be, but that she loved me more than ever for sticking by her. She asked David and Michelle to promise they'd take care of me when she was gone, because I'd given her everything I had. I sat on the bedroom floor and cried for the first time since Margaret died. Not because of the letter, though. That hurt too. I cried because I knew David would never see it. He'd already made up his mind about who I was and what I'd done. In his head, I was the man who killed his mother through negligence or stubbornness or whatever he'd convinced himself of. Nothing I said or did was going to change that. But I had to try one more time. I called David that afternoon. It rang 4 times and went to voicemail. I didn't leave a message. I called again the next day. Same thing. So I sent a text instead. I wrote that we needed to talk about what he'd said at the funeral, for his mother's sake, if nothing else. I watched the message go from delivered to read. Then I waited. An hour went by. Then 2. Then the whole day. No response. It's been 2 weeks since the funeral now. Michelle comes by every few days with groceries and tries to play mediator. She keeps saying that David is getting therapy and I just need to give him time. But how much time does a man my age have to give? I'm 78. I don't know how many years I have left, and I'm supposed to spend them waiting for my son to decide I'm worth talking to again. I'm learning to live alone. It's harder than I expected. The house is too quiet. I find myself talking to Margaret's picture on the mantel, which probably makes me sound crazy, but I don't care anymore. I tell her about my day. I tell her that the azaleas she planted are starting to bloom. I tell her that David hates me, and I don't know how to fix it. Last Tuesday, David finally sent a text. Just 4 words. I can't talk yet. That was it. Not an apology, not an acknowledgement of what he'd said or how he'd said it. Just another closed door. I stared at that message for probably 20 minutes trying to figure out what to say back. Part of me wanted to write everything out. How his mother asked for me in her last hours, not him. how she held my hand and told me she loved me right before she stopped breathing, how I did everything humanly possible to keep her comfortable and alive. But I didn't write any of that. I just put the phone down and left it. Michelle thinks I should forgive him now before things get worse. She says Mom would want us to work this out, that Mom always believed family should stick together no matter what. And that's true. Margaret did believe that. She always said, blood is blood, and you don't turn your back on family. But would she really want me to accept being called a murderer by my own son? Would she want me to just pretend it didn't happen because he was grieving? Margaret's sister Helen called a few days ago and suggested family therapy. She knows a grief counselor who specializes in families dealing with loss. She thinks if we all sit down together with a professional, maybe David would be able to hear how much he hurt me. Maybe I'd be able to hear why he's so angry. I told her I'd think about it, but honestly, I don't know if I can sit in a room with David right now. I don't know if I can listen to him explain why he thinks I killed his mother. My brother has a different opinion. He called yesterday and said I should cut David off completely. He said I don't owe David anything after what he did, that what he said was unforgivable regardless of grief. He reminded me that our father cut off our uncle for something similar and never spoke to him again. But our uncle wasn't his son. That's different. Everyone has an opinion about what I should do. Nobody was there in that church basement watching their son point at them in front of everyone they know. Nobody else had to drive home alone from their wife's funeral because they couldn't stand to be in the same room as their own child. The truth is, maybe cutting him off is the right thing. I can't have someone in my life who thinks I killed their mother, even if grief made him say it. I deserve some peace in whatever time I have left. I deserve to wake up in the morning without feeling sick to my stomach, wondering if today's the day my son will finally apologize or if he's just going to hate me forever. But then I think about Margaret and what she'd say. She loved David more than anything in this world. When he was born, she cried for an hour just holding him. She kept every drawing he ever made, every report card, every award. His room upstairs is still exactly how it was when he moved out 30 years ago because she couldn't stand to change it. She always said family stays together no matter what, that you forgive because that's what love means. If I turn my back on David now, am I dishonoring everything Margaret believed in? Am I making her death worse by letting it tear our family apart? Or am I just protecting myself from more pain, which is something I'm allowed to do? I don't have an answer. I wake up every morning and make the same coffee Margaret and I shared for 55 years. I use her mug now because mine broke last week, and I can't bring myself to buy a new one. I sit in the same chair at the kitchen table where we used to read the newspaper together, and I think about whether I'm a man who can forgive the unforgivable, or if I'm just too old and too tired to keep fighting for a relationship that might already be dead. Yesterday something happened that made it worse. I was sitting in the living room when I saw David's truck drive past the house. I recognized it immediately. He slowed down when he got in front of our driveway, and for a second I thought he was going to pull in. I actually stood up and walked toward the door, but then he sped back up and kept going. He didn't stop. He just drove past like he was checking to see if I was still here, and then he left. I don't know what that means. Maybe he's working up the courage to come talk to me. Maybe he just wanted to see the house one more time. Maybe he was making sure I was still alive. I have no idea. What I do know is that I can't keep living like this. Something has to change. Either David comes to his senses and we figure out how to move forward, or I accept that my son is gone and I learn to live with that. I just wish Margaret was here to tell me what to do. She always knew how to handle David when he got like this. But she's not here anymore. I'm on my own now, and I have to figure this out by myself.
They thought I was too old to understand betrayal, so I made sure they inherited nothing but silence. I'm 84 years old, and for the past 18 months, I've been dealing with what I thought was just the normal grief of losing my husband. Turns out it was something much worse. My 3 children, Peter, 57, Susan, 54, and Michael, 49, have been systematically robbing me blind while pretending to care about their poor, confused mother. George and I built everything from nothing. We started with a tiny farm back in 1962, just 2 kids, barely out of our teens, with no college education and nothing but determination. By the time he passed last year, we'd turned that patch of dirt into 3 properties, a solid investment portfolio, and enough savings that I should never have to worry about money. We worked ourselves to the bone for 43 years and raised 3 kids who we thought understood what hard work and honesty meant. When George died, I was a mess. The paperwork alone was overwhelming. Insurance forms, death certificates, bank statements, the will. I couldn't think straight for weeks. That's when Peter started showing up every Sunday morning with coffee and this concerned look on his face. He'd sit at the kitchen table and tell me I shouldn't be stressing about finances right now, that I should just focus on healing and let him handle the bills for a while. I thought he was being a good son. I actually felt grateful. Then Susan started coming by with manila folders tucked under her arm. She'd pull out documents and explain they were just bank forms, standard stuff that needed updating after Dad passed. Beneficiary changes, she said. Nothing important. She'd point to the signature lines and I'd sign because why wouldn't I trust my own daughter? She'd never lied to me before. Or so I thought. Michael barely called unless he needed money, which was pretty often. His business was always struggling, always one bad month away from closing. He'd ask for small loans, promise to pay me back next month, then disappear until the next emergency. I wrote the checks because he was my baby, my surprise at 40 years old, and mothers don't turn their backs on their children when they're struggling. About 3 months after the funeral, I was going through my checkbook and something didn't add up. My balance was off by thousands of dollars. Not a small mistake, not something I could have just miscalculated. Thousands. I called Peter and asked him about it, since he'd been helping with the bills. He laughed, actually laughed at me. He said my memory was probably just slipping a bit, that it happens at my age, and I shouldn't worry about it. Susan was there too, and she patted my hand like I was a confused toddler. She said it was cute how I got mixed up with numbers now, and reminded me that Dad had always handled the money anyway, hadn't he? Cute. That word stuck with me, like I was some senile old woman playing make-believe instead of a person who'd just noticed her life savings disappearing. But I'm not senile. I'm old, not stupid. There's a difference. I started keeping my own records after that. I hid everything in George's old workshop out back, the place none of my kids ever went because it still smelled like sawdust and his cologne. Every document they brought me to sign, I made copies before I put pen to paper. Every conversation, I wrote down with dates and exact quotes as best as I could remember. I started checking my bank statements online, something Susan said I was too old to understand how to do. What I found made me sick to my stomach. Peter had transferred $47,000 from my savings account to his own. Just moved it over like it was his money to take. Susan had forged my signature on a deed transfer for the rental property downtown, the one that brought in $2,800 a month and was supposed to help fund my living expenses. Michael had taken out loans using my name and put my house up as collateral. My house. The one George built with his own hands. They weren't helping me through my grief. They were picking me apart like vultures on a carcass. And I was still breathing. I sat in that workshop for hours after I figured it all out, just staring at the papers spread across George's workbench. These were my children. The babies I'd nursed and raised and sacrificed for. Peter, who used to have nightmares and would only calm down if I sang to him. Susan, who I'd stayed up until midnight sewing costumes for every single dance recital. Michael, who I'd rocked to sleep every night for 2 years because he had colic and wouldn't stop crying for anyone else. And now they were stealing from me, lying to my face, laughing about how confused and cute I was while they drained every account George and I had spent our lives filling. The worst part wasn't even the money. It was the realization that they'd been planning this. They'd looked at their father's funeral and seen an opportunity. They'd watched me cry over his casket and thought about how easy it would be to take advantage of the grieving widow. They'd probably been discussing it amongst themselves, dividing up what they thought was already theirs. I made a decision that night in the workshop. I wasn't going to confront them. I wasn't going to cry or beg them to stop, or ask them how they could do this to me. I was going to let them think they'd won. I was going to play the confused old mother they'd already decided I was. And while they were busy congratulating themselves on how clever they were, I was going to make sure they never saw a single cent of what they thought they were stealing. George used to say that the best revenge is the kind nobody sees coming. He was talking about poker, but it applies to life too. So I started planning, and I played my part perfectly. I found a lawyer 3 towns over where none of my kids would know her. Martha Reynolds, 62. With gray hair she didn't bother dyeing, and a no-nonsense attitude that reminded me of myself 40 years ago. I brought her everything I documented, the copies, the bank statements, my notes from every conversation. She spread it all out on her desk and actually whistled when she saw the numbers. She told me what they were doing had a name. Elder financial abuse. She said we could prosecute, that I had enough evidence to put all 3 of them in serious legal trouble. Criminal charges, jail time, the whole thing. I told her no. I didn't want them in jail. I wanted something better. I wanted them to understand exactly what they'd done, and I wanted them to feel it in a way that prosecution never could. That's when we started building the foundation. The Grace and George Chen Foundation for Rural Girls' Education. It was something I'd dreamed about since I was 17, and watching my brothers go off to college while I stayed home because girls from farms didn't need higher education. Every property would go to it, every investment account, every savings bond. The foundation would give scholarships to girls from farming communities who wanted more than what their circumstances offered them. It took 2 months to set everything up properly. Transfers, paperwork, legal documents that actually meant something. Martha made sure it was all airtight, that there was no way to contest it or break it. And while we were doing all of this, I went home every day and played the perfect, confused mother. I let Peter keep helping with my bills. I'd watch him skim money off the top, and I'd just smile and thank him for being so thoughtful. When Susan brought me documents to sign, I'd put on my reading glasses and ask her to explain everything twice, sometimes 3 times, like I couldn't quite grasp what I was looking at. I'd sign her fake papers with a shaky hand and tell her I didn't know what I'd do without her. Michael called asking for $5,000 for another business emergency, and I wrote the check without hesitating. I even added an extra $1,000 and told him to take care of himself. They thought they were so smart. They thought I was too old and too stupid to notice what was happening right in front of me. The worst part was listening to them when they thought I couldn't hear. They'd talk in the kitchen with their voices lowered, laughing about how easy it was. I stood outside the doorway one afternoon and heard Susan tell Peter that I didn't even notice anymore when money went missing. She said Dad would be ashamed of what I'd become. Peter agreed and said it was sad watching me deteriorate like this, but at least they were making sure the money didn't go to waste. Making sure the money didn't go to waste. Like it was already theirs. Like I was already dead. George would have been ashamed, all right. Just not of me. The hardest thing wasn't the betrayal itself. It was continuing to act like I loved them while knowing what they'd done. It was hugging Peter when he left after stealing another $2,000 from my account. It was listening to Susan talk about her kids, my grandchildren who I barely saw anymore, while she held documents she'd forged my signature on. It was telling Michael I believed in him when he promised to pay me back, knowing he never would. These were my children. I'd rocked Peter through nightmares when he was 6. I'd sewn dozens of costumes for Susan's dance recitals, staying up until 2 in the morning to get the sequins just right. I'd held Michael for hours when he was a colicky baby and no one else could calm him down. And now I had to pretend I didn't know they were robbing me. I had to smile and nod and play senile while my heart broke a little more each day. But I kept going because I knew what was coming. I knew that in a few weeks they'd understand what they'd really done. Not just the theft. They'd understand that they'd traded their mother for money that was never going to be theirs. 1 month ago, everything was finally ready. Martha called and said the last of the transfers had gone through. The foundation was official. My will was updated and legally solid. It was time. I called each of them separately. I told them I wanted to update my will, and I'd like them all to come to dinner on Friday night. I said my lawyer would be there to witness it, that it was time to get my affairs in order properly. I used that exact phrase, get my affairs in order, like I was preparing to die soon. They couldn't get here fast enough. Peter showed up 30 minutes early with flowers from the grocery store, the cheap kind he'd never bought before. Susan brought wine and kissed my cheek and told me how good I looked. Michael actually wore a dress shirt instead of his usual t-shirt and jeans. They were practically drooling at the thought of finally getting everything in writing. I made pot roast for dinner, George's favorite. They ate like they were at a 5-star restaurant, complimenting everything, asking about my health with concern that sounded almost real if you didn't know better. Susan kept refilling my water glass. Peter asked if I needed help cutting my meat. Michael told me some story about his business finally turning around, like I'd be happy to hear my loan had helped. They were performing just as much as I was. The difference was, I knew it was a performance. When Martha arrived with her briefcase, you could feel the energy in the room change. They all sat up straighter. Susan reached over and squeezed my hand like she was being supportive. Peter pulled out his reading glasses like he was ready to review important documents. Michael just stared at Martha's briefcase like it contained his future. In a way, I guess it did. Martha sat down, pulled out the will, and asked if everyone was ready. They all nodded. I just sat there with my hands folded in my lap, watching their faces. She started reading, every word clear and official and legally binding. The house goes to the Grace and George Chen Foundation. The rental properties go to the foundation. The investment accounts, the savings, the bonds, everything George and I had built over 60 years of marriage, all of it goes to the foundation. To fund scholarships for rural girls who deserved a chance at education. Not one single cent to my children. The silence that followed was the loudest sound I'd ever heard. I watched their faces change as Martha read through the will. Peter went from confused to red to almost purple. Susan's mouth just hung open with her wine glass frozen halfway to her lips like someone had paused her. Michael stared at Martha like maybe he'd heard wrong, like maybe his ears were playing tricks on him. Then Peter exploded. His hand came down on the table so hard that all the silverware jumped and my water glass nearly tipped over. He started yelling about how insane this was, how I couldn't do this to them, how they were my children and they deserved what their father had built. I just looked at him and said, they were my children until they decided I was a bank account instead of their mother. Susan started crying then. The mascara she'd probably put on special for tonight started running down her face in black streaks. She was saying she didn't understand, that they'd been helping me, that this didn't make any sense. Her voice had that pleading tone she used to use when she was 16 and wanted to borrow the car. I pulled out my own folder from under my chair, the one I'd been keeping in George's workshop for months. I told her I had copies of every forged signature, every unauthorized transfer, every stolen check, all of it documented with dates and amounts. I looked right at her and said she'd taken $89,000 from me. I turned to Peter and told him he'd transferred funds and paid his mortgage with my money. Then I looked at Michael and said he'd put my house up as loan collateral without my knowledge or permission. Michael went pale. He started stammering about how he was going to pay it all back, that it was just temporary, that his business was about to turn around. The same excuse he'd been using for 20 years. I asked him what he was going to pay it back with. Another loan in my name? That shut him up. They cycled through everything then. Peter went back to anger, threatening to contest the will. Martha calmly explained that he'd lose and would likely face criminal charges for fraud and elder abuse if he tried. Susan switched to bargaining, saying she had bills and kids in college and how was she supposed to manage. I reminded her that those grandchildren hadn't visited me in over a year, and the last time I'd seen them was at George's funeral when they couldn't wait to leave. Michael just sat there. I watched his face go through denial and anger and finally land on this shocked silence, like his brain couldn't process that his actions had actual consequences. I stood up from the table. My legs were shaky, but I needed to be standing for this. I told them they'd taken advantage of their father's memory by stealing from his wife. I said they didn't deserve the roof he'd built or the legacy he'd left. Peter knocked his chair over when he stood up. He called me a spiteful old woman and said Dad would be disgusted with what I'd done. I told him his father would be disgusted by what they'd become. Then I told them to get out of my house. They left. Susan was still crying, her perfect makeup completely ruined. Peter was swearing under his breath, something about lawyers and fighting this. Michael looked back once when he got to the door. For just a second, I saw my little boy in his face, the one who used to cry when I left the room. I almost called out to him, almost told him to wait. But then I remembered him laughing with Peter about how cute my confusion was, and I let the door close. That was 4 weeks ago. Not one of them has called. No texts asking how I am. No emails. Nothing. The silence in this house is heavier than I expected it to be. Some mornings I wake up and for just a moment I forget what happened. I think about what to make for Sunday dinner when Peter comes by. Then I remember there won't be any more Sunday dinners, and the quiet settles back in. But here's what I didn't expect. The silence is also peaceful. There's no more pretending. No more watching my own children lie to my face while they steal from me. No more second-guessing every conversation, wondering what they're really after. No more playing the confused old woman while my heart breaks. The foundation launches next month. 15 girls will get scholarships in the first round. 15 futures that might not have existed otherwise. Martha says we'll be able to fund at least 10 scholarships every year going forward, maybe more depending on how the investments do. That's George's real legacy, not 3 adults who couldn't see past dollar signs to their own mother. I still have doubts sometimes. Usually at night when the house creaks and settles, and I'm alone with my thoughts. I wonder if I should have confronted them first, given them a chance to apologize and make things right before it got to this point. Maybe they would have broken down and admitted what they'd done. Maybe we could have worked through it as a family. But I know that's not true. They didn't see me as a person anymore. I was just an obstacle between them and money they'd already decided was theirs. An inconvenience that needed to be managed until I finally died and made everything easier for them. I taught them that greed costs more than love. Whether they've learned that lesson or not, I'll probably never know. The foundation uses my name and George's name. 60 years of marriage and hard work, all going to help girls who remind me of myself at 17. Girls who deserve more than they've been given. That matters more than 3 ungrateful children who forgot where they came from. Sometimes I sit in George's workshop and look at all the tools he left behind. I think about what he'd say if he were here. He'd probably tell me I did the right thing. Or maybe he'd say I was too harsh. I honestly don't know anymore. What I do know is that I'm 84 years old and I don't have much time left. However many years I have, I'll spend them knowing that everything George and I built is going to do some good in this world. That's enough for me. It has to be.